doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
Good morning! I am a little bit nervous because I feel like the computer has had a Windows update. And every time there's a Windows update, there are always sound issues. Like why does sound always why is sound always the thing that gets messed up on an update? I don't know what it is that's going around in that little update, but it always likes to swap and reroute and be stupid. Be stupid, I tell you. And so it is hopefully going to be working all right today. Let me know if you can't hear me. Plus, I realized I forgot to do my selfie. Oh, that's cute. Just a bit blurry. Live for show and tell day. Very nice. Hello, Carrie. Don't forget to bring a towel. I don't know if that's where your name is from, but I choose to believe it is. Hi, Dan. Hi, Fly. What about all those cool AI features you'll never use? Yeah, exactly right. And so on and so forth. It just goes on and on. Banana versus orange, what's best? Well, okay, so this one is actually a very, very complicated question because as an orange myself, I am obligated to vie for the citrus fruits. But I literally just ate a banana, so I'm gonna have to go for banana. I am a traitor. I'm a traitor to my own kind. You could do a stream silent and I'd watch. Thank you. That's actually really kind. Maybe when I'm feeling very not talkative, I'll just go live anyway and not say a goddamn thing. Hi Marina, how you going? Did you eat the banana properly? Is there a wrong way to eat a banana? I don't know. I don't know how this works. Hello, Brayden. Did you see the state of play? I have not, so maybe we will check some things out today. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I have seen that there is a new God of War game, which is very exciting. There is a wrong way to eat a banana. Excuse me? Today I learned. How am I supposed to know if I'm eating it properly or not? Hi, Ash. Oh, thank you, Amit. I appreciate that. State of play 2026. Skin on is the wrong way. Okay, well, I don't eat the skin, so that's a good start. Hi, Kenneth. That is a very good start. Say meow. Is this Arthur Morgan? Close enough. A God of War that's getting hate on for the obvious dumb reasons. What, really? But it's Deborah Ann Woll. Okay, well, I haven't watched the trailer, so I've been trying to avoid everything about it. But nonetheless, good morning, Season Lounge. Very close, Isaac. I'm a New Zealander, so just a little bit more south. I eat a banana with the peel on and bite it from the sides. So apparently that would be the wrong way. Just today we learnt that is the wrong way, Brayden. So I don't know what you want to do with that information, but there you go. Hi, Robert. I knew someone at school that did eat them without peeling them. I wonder if they knew. Apparently, there is a lot of good vitamins and vitamins. However, there's good stuff in the skin, I hear, but I cannot do it. Kratos is too muscular. He's just too daddy, and I hate it. Yes, sir, Boba. Yes, sir. We shall keep it between us. Can I take you on a date? Well, I do live in Southampton. Does that change your question at all? I don't want to, make assumptions that you'll come all the way to Southampton, but we got to figure out the logistics of this before we say yes or no, One moment. You guys are distracting me too much already. I just have to type this one thing out, and then I will fully listen and lock in. I said I would have been distracted. Hi. No messages. Well, that was more respectful than I thought it was going to be. Thank you, Ian. Genuinely so appreciated. And 22 months is insane. So tango. I hope you've been staying well with all of this change in weather. Don't make that comparison. I actually have no idea what you're talking about, and that's probably a good thing. There is a parasite eggs on the peel of bananas. Better don't eat the peel. Oh, okay. I actually do want to see what the Google say. Can you eat banana peel? Let's see. She looks like she's buffering in 4K. Well, don't watch in 4K because I don't stream in 4K. Is that a little Charizard? Well, I guess it just depends on how you define little Charizard. It is an unevolved Charizard, pre-evolved Charizard. There you go. Hopefully that makes it a little bit easier to figure out. Oh, if my camera would focus, there we go. So he is a little guy. A Charizard to be, perhaps. Are you a blonde? I'm technically a ginger, but the lighting doesn't really show off the gingerness today. There we go. Oh, Robert, I thought I already answered your question about the date. So if you want me to rephrase the question, I can rephrase the question. Just wash it? Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, look, now we've got the sun coming out. The sun heard my complaints about the lighting, and it decided to come out a bit longer. I love noodles, yes. What's wrong with your voice? I'm a New Zealander. I'm from India. Can I teach you Hindi? Not today. Because I cannot moderate whether or not you are teaching me correct words or not. Hi, Wooby. How you going? Only time I'll touch the topic. Did you get a chance to throw a tin of cream corn at Tommy Robinson? No, but I can tell you that the helicopter was very loud and went on for hours, and that is how I found out what was going on, because I was like, the helicopter's just hovering for a long time, isn't it? So that is how I found out about the news. It's 3 a.m. and I have to work, but I have to join the stream floor. Thank you so much. Can you do a Marvel talk night? Sure, why not? You know what, Brayden? Next time you're here, we kind of cover a lot of random different topics. And so as long as you ask the question, we pretty much will cover the topic if it's not, or if we're not already talking about another topic. So next time you pop in, bring up Marvel, and we'll see if we talk about Marvel. A premature Charizard, I like that. Dip his tail in water? I simply refuse. Simply refuse. I do like noodles, it's true. Hi, Fit. Welcome on back. Are you a low-key psycho? No, I'm a high-key psycho. Why is that a he? There's nothing that indicates that otherwise. As in the Charmander in particular? Well, if you, that's because I have had a lot longer time spent with my Charmander. And that is why I know that I know their pronouns. Phantom Knight, hello. I have only just started my day, so it's going well so far. Do you like turtles? Yes, I think they are very cool. Are you in New Zealand now? No, not anymore. So I am originally from New Zealand. I lived in Australia for 10 years and now I'm in the UK. So that is also why my accent is a little bit funny. You ever want to live in the sky? Definitely not. No, definitely not. I am afraid of heights. I get vertigo just looking over a balcony. I do not want to live in the sky, even if the clouds were able to be sat on. Not for me, thank you. I like that, Boba. Be a tidy Kiwi after all. How many hobbits do you see daily? Well, in the past, I would see one every day because I'd wake up to my mother. Get shots fired and strays from Mama Dearest there. But now that I'm in the UK, I see more than when I was in New Zealand. Hi, Sapphire. Wait, Oh, yeah. Sorry. Do you know what? I actually wasn't 100% sure if you're from South Africa, but it does make sense. New Zealand's just a state of mind. I love the shorts. Thank you so much, Rihanna. Really appreciate it. Is marijuana legal in New Zealand? Medicinally, it started to become legal. There are some ways to get it medicinally. There was a referendum, 6 years ago now, for the New Zealanders? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 2020. To try and legalize it recreationally. The split was like 54-46 in favor of no. So it is not currently legalized in New Zealand recreationally. Hi, Akat. How are the P unit going? Oh, I caught up with them this week on my days off, so they're doing all right. My sister just moved house, so my dad's just been helping out with that. And mother has just been hanging out, really. So they're good. Nothing much to report. Hi, Cody Cameron. How much do you spend on sunscreen a year? So if I buy a bottle of sunscreen, I don't use it very often, and that will usually last me probably 2 years. And a bottle of sunscreen is what, like £3? So I'd spend 1.5 pounds per year on sunscreen. I am ginger, but I don't burn like a typical ginger. I don't have quite the same skin tone that a stereotypical ginger does. And my gingerness isn't even that ginger, if I'm quite honest. But there is tints in it. It's just a different type of red than what you are used to. No freckles! Again, the sun has disappeared, so I'll have to get a second light at some point. But no freckles, and that is the indication that I don't have to worry about sunscreen so much. How do you travel away from New Zealand to the UK? By plane, of course. So there's usually a stopover. It's typically in Dubai or Qatar, but at the moment a lot of people are circumnavigating the Middle East for obvious reasons. And so there are flights through Malaysia, Singapore, China. One time I went through Turkey. So it's usually a stopover, like 2 flights. We still use Dutch law, so it's a no-brainer for stuff like weed. I feel like, because I was in Rihanna, I don't know if you know, but I was in South Africa in February. And so I learned that it got legalized over there only a few years ago, no? Just gotta buy it from the chemist. Nothing to report is usually good. Yes, exactly. That's how I look at it too. I'll leave here with a riddle. Ooh, I love riddles. I have cities but no houses. I have mountains but no trees. I have water but no fish. What am I? I have a suspicion. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. But I don't want to spoil it for other people. So how do I indicate? Well, Brayden might have already head off. How do I indicate that I think I know? I just have to figure out the key to showing that I can think about it and see it. You know, like pin it up on a wall. Oh, goodness gracious. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I know this one. I'll let other people mull it over just in case. Hi, Ethan. Welcome back. Why are you so energetic? Do you take pills or something? Why am I so energetic? I am pleased that you said this, Isaac, because I gotta be so real with you. I feel like a sack of poo-poo caca today. So that I'm glad that I'm coming across as energetic. I took the last couple days off streaming when I normally would stream, and I woke up this morning and I was like, I don't feel like it, but I know that once I get in front of the camera that I'll feel better. And I do feel better, and it's great, and I'm glad that I am here, because sometimes when you're feeling low, you don't want to do anything, right? But sometimes doing something helps you, it's a fake it till you make it situation. Doing the thing helps you overcome the low moment. Thank you, Boba. And so I am glad I'm here. It did take me a little bit longer than I would like to admit, but we are here. So no, I don't take pills. It's just me for the most part. Although an hour ago you would not have thought that I am an energetic person. Something also illegal from New Zealand is the beauty of Clem. What the heck? Oh my gosh, Cody Cameron. That was too. I was not expecting that. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I had to leave. Yes, exactly. Isn't it crazy? You can buy all of the alcohols, but not cannabis. So, for those curious, I did vote yes for the referendum to legalize cannabis. I actually don't smoke cannabis myself, but similar to what you're saying, Tal, is I don't. If alcohol is legal, then cannabis is fine. I'm happy for it to be legal as well. I did have a friend, however, who whenever people bring up alcohol, they're like, well, alcohol's legal, so cannabis should also be legal. They were one of the few people that said, well, maybe we should look at it the other way and make alcohol illegal. And I was just like, yes, because that went so well for us in the past. Prohibition. So no, I am not in favor of making alcohol illegal. It's all about education after all. The gingers are adapting indeed. Gonna walk my dog, of course, Ron. Brain is turning basically everything into something naughty. Yeah. Go. Walk it off. Walk it off, Ron. You said you're scared of heights. How is the flight? I actually hate flying, Plasma Zombie. So I am scared of heights, but I wouldn't say I dislike flying, but I do it as a means to an end, which is travel. I do want to travel, and flights are the best way to do it. Yes, technically, I could take a boat everywhere. I'm not going to take a boat everywhere. A plane is much more convenient. So basically, my method is I don't sit at the window seat. You never have to worry about me stealing a window seat because I don't like looking out of it. It freaks me out. And particularly in takeoff and landing, that's when I'm the most nervous. So I'm a nervous flyer, but I'm not afraid of flying. I do it because I, want to go back to see my parents. I want to go to Europe and travel through Europe. But I don't like it. I don't like flying. Are you a psychologist? I wish. I think that it would have been a lot of fun to study psychology. I kind of learn about psychology as a hobby in a way, but no, I'm not a psychologist. Hi, Anthony. Hola, Pablo. I like you too, Enrique. When feeling low, go chat with your online community. Exactly. Dress to impress. Well, couldn't be me. They should forbid all drugs, including alcohol. And you know what? Some people do agree with that, but I'm not one of them. If you follow the line of logic, it should be, though, just look at the statistics. As in cannabis or alcohol should be legal. Is that correct? Just making sure that I'm on the same page as you, Cannibal. Aisle seat, gang. Exactly. I love it, aisle seat. Clem could go noir again if the alcohol goes illegal. I like this. Yeah, if alcohol goes illegal, I'll just fully adopt the noir vibes for sure. Get all the politicians super baked, then see how many wars there are, unless overconsumption on snacks count as war for sure. There'll always be something. I like window because there's more to rest on. Oh, that's a good point. You can kind of lean on the wall there. Officially, some politician thought they were going to get rich off selling weed to the world, making financial planning stoned is not so great. Yeah, that's kind of what Boba was joking about. Hey, 10,000-mile high club. Well, I actually learned that the planes don't fly that high, and it was really strange. Cactus John, it's been nice seeing you pop in again. Alcohol is easy to make at home with fruit juice, yeast, and sugar. Yeah, I know some people. Well, I mean, usually alcohol is, I don't want to say one of the first things. You can see in civilizations that a lot of civilizations end up making some form of alcohol. I think some of the indigenous cultures, not so much. In fact, a lot of the indigenous cultures wouldn't make alcohol. Okay, I have to reassess my history before I go off on that one. But I do know people homebrew alcohol for sure. That would be so funny, Plasma. Yeah, I was like, I hate flying. Do you know what is? I know you said as a bit of a joke that, you know, sarcasm, that I am a pilot, but I kid you not, I have thought about trying to get a pilot's license as a way to help overcome my nerves and fear of flying. My dad, he's not a pilot, he's a surgeon, but he actually got a pilot's license just for small, what's the little plane that he used to fly around? A Cessna? If you guys know planes, you probably know what I'm trying to say if that was incorrect. But he was able to fly planes once upon a time. But I was too young when he was actively flying them to actually remember any flights with him because I was just a little baby. And so I'm a little bit disappointed that I don't have memories and recollections. It is a Cessna. Okay, thank you. Don't have recollections of flying with him, but because of that 1 degree of separation, I did think, oh, if he can get a pilot's license, maybe I can get a license, and that can help with my fear of flying because I'll understand more of what's going on. Similar to being a nervous passenger, perhaps. I feel like a lot of the time, backseat drivers, because they don't feel like they can push the brake or swerve when they see obstacles in front of them. So maybe if I learn how a plane works, then I will trust the pilot and then I will trust everything and not be so nervous at flying. Or I'll just be an even more nervous passenger. I'm from Indonesia, says Flan. We have Komodos wandering in the backyard. Every day is like Jurassic Park. I would love to see a Komodo dragon one day. That's one of my bucket list items. My mum actually did a cruise kind of in that area. I don't think she actually... No, she must have stopped in Indonesia, but I don't know if it were which island. Anyway, she went somewhere that had Komodo dragons, and she said that were just crazy. It's very hard to conceptualize. So I'd love to see a Komodo dragon one day. And the idea that they are just wandering around, I guess similar to Australia, how people find it difficult to conceptualize just kangaroos jumping around. Yeah, I'm a low flan witch. If they forbid alcohol from selling in grocery stores, gas stations, etc., that would be a good beginning for the prohibition of that drug already. Yeah, I think I agree with you, but I don't think that it works. And that's just because of history, right? I think that it is better to tax it high, and I am for that for cannabis. I'm still not sure how I feel about legalization of any drugs. I know there are some people who are just like, yep, I think that it should all be legal and that we focus on education and in that regard. But I'm not sure. I don't think I am on that level. I am for decriminalization of taking drugs. that's kind of the end of my story. I've spoken about alcohol a lot. I do enjoy a sip of a lot of different types of alcohols. I've tried cannabis. It's not for me. So I would legalize it even though I don't like it. And I haven't tried anything else. So maybe if I did try other things, I would be either more for it or less for it. But that is the extent of my what's it called? Indulgence. Indulgences in substances. Substance indulgence. That's probably a good way of putting it. Although I do think that there are some psychedelics that I don't see as very harmful other than the black market synthetic stuff. But I need to learn more about them. Honestly, I haven't put a lot of research into it, but I've learned a few things here and there, and I think that there's a place for some of the psychedelics, especially medicinally as well. Never taken a flight. Have to wonder how I would handle it. Maybe you could try, I don't know, even going somewhere in Canada. It is a big country after all. You could go to the West Coast maybe. Anyway, it's just up to you to decide if it's something you're actually interested in. Speaking gang, on the way there was there was a BP and MM scrap in the middle of the road. Of course, the BP dropped their nuts. Also, pro tip, don't have a scrap literally outside the police station. They were lucky it's New Zealand and it's past 5 p.m. My goodness gracious. I am aware of Bruce Springsteen, the musician, indeed, Ethan. Try not to ask me any more about their songs though, because I would struggle to name them. Yeah. Well, he doesn't have a plane, Rian. He doesn't fly anymore. He hasn't flown for a long time, actually. So I've been trying to encourage him to get back into it because he's almost retired, and I think it would be nice for him to have a little hobby again. Yeah, he hasn't flown in a long time, which is why I don't remember flying because it's been ages. So he doesn't have a plane, but yes, he's still practicing surgeon. Repressed memories, fear of heights, says no. Hi, Ray. That would be like confrontation therapy if you get a license to fly. Exactly. It's exposure therapy as well, I think is another word for it. But you understand what I mean. Oh yes, sorry. So BP and MM, they are gangs in New Zealand. So as Boba said, Black Power and Mongrel Mob. And yeah, they really don't like each other very much. Hello from India. Hello, Ath. Get the I Want to Be a Pilot app, it's the same thing. Or I could get the flight simulator, maybe. If alcohol is legal, they all should be. It is the most dangerous. Yes, yeah. Well, I don't think it's necessarily the most dangerous, but it is incredibly dangerous. And if I look up research, I'm willing to accept that it would be the most dangerous, but I'm just not 100% convinced it is. But maybe that's also because I don't like needles. So any drug that is taken with a needle makes me go, eh. Like even now I feel dizzy. We're not talking about that. Most problems around drugs is around procurement, as in getting it. It is what it is, indeed. Did you go to see the lions and stuff? No. I ended up not really seeing a lot of wildlife in South Africa, Rian. So I was on the Western Cape, and so I went to explore a lot of Cape Town. I didn't go up Table Mountain. I did go see the penguins at Boulders Beach. They were cute, but I didn't end up going to any of the what do you call them there? The game reserves. Anyway, the wildlife reserves. Alcohol's a worse drug than some of the illegal drugs. This I absolutely agree with. Yeah, they should forbid alcohol first before forbidding these other drugs. I wonder why. Does anyone know why alcohol is not forbidden? My assumption would be because I've got this very vague understanding that alcohol is one of the first kind of, not first creations, but a lot of, like I said earlier, a lot of civilizations end up discovering alcohol because it is a cleaning tool. So it helps for purification of wounds and literally cleaning solutions. So a lot of civilizations would create some form of alcohol And so I wonder if that, with that vague understanding of history, which I feel like I need to get a deeper knowledge there, but with that understanding, maybe that is why alcohol is often the non-illegal thing, because of the history and development that comes from that. Whereas a lot of newer drugs are newer drugs rather than hundreds and hundreds of years. Maybe not so much opiums, though. Opium is very old. And then I feel like cannabis is just a plant, so surely that's been around forever. The only real drug problem is scoring real good drugs. That is very funny. Oh my gosh. A lot of chronic patients use cannabis, none use alcohol. Ooh, this is a very good point. I like your reasoning. Born in the USA is the only Bruce Springsteen song I know. So that's what, now I've lost even the one that I do know. Yes, I want my dad to get back into flying too. Or a prescribed alcohol. Yes, there's no prescribed alcohol. I think you raise a very good point there. They don't like each other because one is blue and one is red. It's tale as old as time. Howdy, Eric. Intravenous is always the final step in my opinion. I don't know enough about drugs to weigh in on that one. Greg, hello. What other phobia do you have? I don't think there's anything that I'm super, super fearful of, but I do get very lightheaded when it comes to taking blood tests. So I get vasovagal reactions, or what they're called. So I faint when I get blood tests, and there are other medical related things that I indulge in. And it was super embarrassing because the first time I ever fainted in this kind of way is we were learning about circulation. And how oxygen travels through your veins, through the body. And I'm even getting a little bit dizzy just retelling this story. But I was about 12 years old, and it was a cartoon animation of little red blood cells carrying oxygen in their backpacks. And it made me faint. So I don't say that's a phobia, that is more of a reaction. But I think it's mainly fears. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. Industry and corporations. Hi, Zosh. Hi, people. Too easy to make, too useful for other purposes, and too locked into society to ban. Yeah, that's my assumption as well, Ian, in terms of alcohol. You can purify me. I know that makes no sense. Hot. Yeah, lay off the vodka after that one. People commit crime to get alcoholic beverage supplies, and also unregulation causes alcohol production to be deadly or heavily damaging. I suspect alcoholic historians are actually exaggerating how bad the failure of prohibition was. You know what? I'm not going to disagree with that. You know, we watched the side of history that won, hey? So yeah, you got some points there. Game reserves, yeah. Exactly. It was just too far from where I was. But it's something that I would like to go back to South Africa. So maybe next time I go back, I can go see some wildlife. You fainted in the Harold bus? Close enough. No, it was in the classroom. Why alcohol is not forbidden is because it's traditionalized. Native Americans smoke drugs, to them that is traditional as alcohol. That's a good point. So thank you very much, because I was trying to get a comparison, because my understanding was that a lot of native tribes wouldn't necessarily have created alcohol. So Maori in Aotearoa in New Zealand, they don't have an alcohol as far as I'm aware. But some of the other Polynesian islands do. But yeah, smoking was a big one for sure. Hasnat, hello. How about mushrooms? Yeah, I'm happy for them to be legal. I've never tried mushrooms, so I don't know exactly what it's like, but they're legal in the Netherlands. Seems to be doing okay over there. Opiates are awesome. They're just too awesome. Ah, I see. How you doing, cutie? I'm doing all right. How you doing, cutie? I hate needles. I got medical results saying I need to get more. No, that does suck, Eastberg. I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully you'll go okay. I know that the other day that you said that the news hasn't been good in terms of the medical stuff, but I'm hoping that the more results you get, the more understanding it can provide, and hopefully it will all be okay. Phobia of blood. What do you do with menstruation? I faint every single month. It's really, really embarrassing. That's actually why once a month I just stop streaming for a week. Yeah, because I basically just keep on fainting. You know, you go on about your day and then you go to the bathroom and it's like, oh God, oh no, not again. Faint. You come to, there's still blood, and so you faint again, and then it's just this vicious cycle. Yeah, it's tragic. No, I don't have a phobia of blood. I don't know what it is. It's like I have a reaction, this fainting reaction when it's not about blood. Like my whole arm could be gushing blood and I won't faint. So gore in movies doesn't make me faint or squeamish. It's more about this molecular level that somehow makes me feel weird. It's often things that I can't see. So blood I can see, so that doesn't freak me out. But when people talk about, I guess, the inside of the body and how it operates and how it works, I can't see like our heart or our lungs or our liver. Like the things that I can't see is kind of what freaks me out. Blood, not so much. I don't really know how to explain it. If I did, then I wouldn't faint so much when these things happen. Sounds Like Work is a good anime on that theme. Oh, I don't know that one. Only got a blood test for the first time this year and have already had 6. Oh my gosh. Well, it's good that you are getting it all organized because I know you said it wasn't the best of news. Hi, Gemman. Hi, Schmick. The concerns with legalizing hazardous substances is also about taxes, being able to balance the health cost to the substance. Alcohol has a limited health cost of the population compared to many other drugs. Well, I don't know if I would agree with that because there's a lot of, maybe it's more about mental affections that alcohol has. I'm not so sure I agree with it because alcohol often makes people very aggressive, and so that also harms people around the person who's drinking the alcohol. And then people have seen the deterioration of the brain using alcohol, so that's very damaging. But I suppose, and then think of people who get their stomachs pumped because of over drinking at a nightclub. I would have to look up more. I would have to look at research before I'd agree with that too quickly. Reaction to blood, how fitting for show and tell day. I know, no. Yeah, no alcohol ban as lobbyists as well. Just like cigarettes, right? Tobacco is another one. You also can't ban alcohol due to it being the blood of Christ. Exactly. It's true. It's true. I got seizures, so they pumped me full of some good stuff. I thought I was on a roller coaster. Hell yeah. I don't hate shots or needles, but drawing blood is disgusting. Yeah, every time I get it done, it makes me so squeamish. Sounds like a legit medical thing. I think so. So it's just called a vasovagal reaction, which just means that you faint. I think I have very low blood pressure, so I faint over a lot of things because I already have a low blood pressure. But I don't really know, to be honest, because if I were to learn about it, I would faint. See the problem? No, Plasma Zombie. I'm really appreciating the questions. That's basically what I do on this live stream is we just answer questions. So I appreciate the curiosity. Hi, Killer Grant. Ritual cannibalism. West Pandas, the more results will potentially mean I'll need to give myself daily needles. So my assumption is like diabetes potentially. I know I don't want the results and live in a world of bliss and ignorance. But you'll be okay. Yeah, George Orwell would be proud. You will if it gushes blood long enough. Yeah, then I'll definitely faint. Body trigger response, then normal squeamishness. Exactly. Why do nurses always carry a red pen in case they need to draw blood? Terrible. I love it. Bread and wine is, the ritual cannibalism. If only we ate his knob, then we could have cheese. Now it's a picnic. That is disgusting. That is horrible. Why did you put that image in my mind? Hi, Asa Ann. How you going? Yeah, us women are tough, hey? Do you drink? I do. Yes, I do. I do enjoy my alcohols. Are you also afraid of the ocean because you can't see the bottom? I'm not afraid of swimming. I'm not afraid of going in the ocean. I prefer freshwater than salt water. I'm a fairly competent swimmer. But let me put it this way. I don't want to be dropped in the middle of the ocean because that is terrifying. You're not surviving that. But I can go to the beach. So I guess the answer is no. I am not afraid of the ocean. Hi, well, I don't trust anything that bleeds for 5 days and doesn't die. Well, that is why we shouldn't trust women. It's true. Hola, anglais, por favor, no español. Some people get happy drunk and not aggressive. Yes, I completely agree with this as well. I there's like the woo girls, but that doesn't mean that everyone is like that. Some people get super, super depressed. Consider how many buy alcohol and pay taxes on it in comparison to how many are a financial burden because of it. This is a net government profit. Okay, that I can agree with for sure. Vasovagal, V-A-S-O, vasovagal. Yeah, low blood pressure and a vasovagal response can knock you out. That's me, baby. How would you know if other drugs being legal is more dangerous if they've never been legal? Don't knock it till you try it. Nick, I actually do agree with you. So I think that places like the Netherlands with the legalization shows and how many other countries are adopting legalization of cannabis. Some other countries also legalize other drugs, and it's been fine. I think Canada is an example of that. Decriminalization seems to be working just fine in a lot of countries too. So I am definitely for decriminalization. I'm definitely for someone trying it, and then you'll see more and more adoption, which we're already seeing. I don't know. Thank you very much for responding to Gladvin on my behalf. Sugar makes me sleepy. On another note, my feet are itchy. Ayaya. I don't know what that has a correlation to sugar, but nonetheless. A bunch of rubbish. Just eat cookies. We do love our cookies. We answer questions. We field questions. Basically, we question. And as Martha Stewart is known for saying, that's a good thing. Yes, I saw the notification as an, and so I was wondering what was going on. Tequila does not feel like it should be an upper, but you might be right. The Duke says, running is dangerous when you're an idiot. Went for a run, ran through a forest, started doing hill sprints, and knocked myself out by running into a branch I didn't duck enough for. You idiot. Oh my gosh, no, that is crazy. Good on you for getting out there and trying to get some exercise, though. That is admirable, even if you now probably have a bump on your head. That would have been quite the hit enough to knock yourself out as well. Took biomed 1 year, and the anatomy museum stopped that anatomy museum. I don't know what this is. Stop that idea real quick. I don't know what that is. You'll have to teach me what that means. Some people are sad drunk. That is the worst for people around. The chat has apparently a long delay. My text shows up on the mirror screen like a minute after I send the button. Yes, so Plasma Zombie YouTube is further behind than Twitch is, just as a heads up. I think it's about a minute. There's not really anything I can do about that, unfortunately. You ever do heroin and go on a jog? No, I've never done heroin before. That's not a lie. I've just never done it. And then I've only just recently gotten into jogs. So even if I had taken heroin, I wouldn't have gone on a jog because I've only just done the jogs more recently. Cornish pasty? Yeah, I could go for a Cornish pasty for lunch today. Why not? Hi, Stevie. After the recent events in Maldives, don't want to get in water. Oh gosh, do I dare ask what happened in the Maldives? Governments really need to learn that the more we drink and do drugs, the easier we act to control. Yeah, just give the people what they want, damn it. Paraguay, you said. Uruguay and Colombia are the two primary South American countries that have decriminalized the possession of illicit drugs for personal use, taking distinct approaches to drug policy reform. That doesn't surprise me. This is the kind of thing that I am for, because I think that can... I don't really care about getting into it right this second. I was about to go launch into a spiel and then I went, nah, I don't have the energy for it. So if it comes up naturally again, then I'll do it. Mish Parker? Like Peter Parker? Please share the Bible app? No. You have a sweet voice. Thank you. That is kind. Sleepy after sugar and itchy feet are signs of diabetes. That makes sense. Understood. Hi, Lana. It's not accurate for Gideon Bible. KJV is the best English translation of the Bible. I don't even know what KJV is, to be honest. Does codeine count as heroin? No? I don't know. This is what I mean, is I don't know enough about these drugs. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Ruby, happy birthday to you. Thank you for sharing your birthday with us. Yo, 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 hi Joe, how you going? You British? Not quite, but I am living in England. I'm from New Zealand originally. Legalization gets abused. Isn't Vancouver City a drugged out city? Seattle too, and their city centers, not the outbacks of the city. Well, I have anecdotal evidence for this, Huela. So I visited Vancouver in 2023, and it is a very popular destination for a lot of Australians to spend a year or two working in the ski fields. Australia does technically have ski fields, but nothing like they do over in Canada. So a lot of youths will get a visa, and the same with the Brits as well. They'll go over to Canada and they will explore Canada and enjoy the snow for a couple years. And so it is very well known as a tourist hotspot as well from Australia. And so I went because so many people are talking about how beautiful Vancouver is. It's a must-see city, must go, blah, 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 blah. I had such shock when I got there because of exactly what you've explained. Is there were so many people just very casually taking drugs in the morning. It was bright as heck, and they're just shooting up very like in the city center. And it was just quite a surprise. It was quite confronting. I was not expecting that. People don't talk about it. And then what was also very sad, so I don't know if this is a post-COVID thing, but seeing how prevalent like their Skid Row equivalent was, a lot of homelessness, a lot of just this like dodgy neighborhood. And it's right in the city center. And so any tourist like myself just turned down a street, not even an alley, a street. And it was like, yeah, let's get out of here. It was very surprising. But if you cross the river and go to the north, to North Vancouver, there's a far stronger police presence, and all of the there was a lot less drug usage or tents around, and it is just very sad to see. I don't know what's caused that, I guess, is what I'm saying. Hi, Bad Arcane, how you going? Hello. We got some high-functioning addicts in the chat, it seems like it. The bottles with parts of birth defects, my spell checker is fighting me. I've been up since 3 a.m. to mod for DJs in Florida. I've said it is in multiple languages, so that makes sense. Yeah, why it can struggle sometimes. King James Version. Okay, cheers. Thanks, Cody Cameron. Sugar tax has been broached before. I actually don't disagree with it, except for the fact it will just replace, yes, with manufactured sweeteners. Yeah, I completely agree with this. Easily distracted or wanna be smart, you didn't finish any note you started? What, because I didn't finish one note? I'm not so sure I agree with you there, William, but you're welcome to stick around and see if that stays true to you. But you don't have to watch. That is the beautiful thing about free will. If it's not for you, it's not for you. I understand that some don't get it. The drug problem is a byproduct of poor mental health. Basically, happy people don't tend to do drugs. Interesting. I've not really heard someone phrase that in such a, simplistic term. But would that doesn't really give a reason of why drugs should be illegal in that case. I guess unless the idea is that people are trying to keep drugs away from those who are already in a bad place, and that coping mechanism not necessarily being the healthiest thing to do, no? Hi Sahid. Gotta stay sick, bro. Drug boosted mornings, that's one. Thug it out. Have you been keeping up with Reckless Ben? I have been. I've been trying to watch even just the in-betweens. I kid you not, I was going to go and sign up to his Patreon so I could watch part 3. That's how into the Reckless Ben Lego stuff that I am. I've gotten is went onto the Patreon to go and find part 3 because I was just lapping it up. But part 3 is still being edited at this stage, so I did not sign up to the Patreon yet. Robert Steve, I've already answered your question about the can I take you on a date. I asked if you'd meet me in my city or am I expected to come to you? Are we meeting halfway? Like, let's figure out the logistics. I also take drugs early in the morning, shoot myself up and take some meth, insulin and methylphenidate, baby. There we go. I think a housing cost addiction and mental health pushes the problem in the city. That doesn't surprise me at all. Hi, Aiden. Hi, Nick. Hi, Captain. BPD, people are much more likely to be addicts. I suppose so. BPD is actually a condition that I've been wanting to learn more about. I watched some Healthy Gamer GG or Dr. K, however you guys know them. And they brought up BPD and a way where they just kind of describe BPD very, very succinctly. And it's one that I want to learn more about because I think that we've had a lot of discussions, not just on stream, but just the globe has had a lot of discussions on ADHD and ASD. And BPD kind of gets thrown around, but without the same attention that I think these other ones do. So it's one that I would like to learn more about. Hi, Michael. So FYI, codeine turns into morphine in the liver. Heroin is a semi-synthetic morphine, both from the opium poppy. Yeah, my assumption would be that they were both opiums, but I don't know how any of that works. Because if I do, I'll faint. If I learn about these things, and I think that's a big reason why I struggle with the idea of drugs is for me wanting to use it, because it triggers whatever my vasovagal idea is. Like the effects of it make me feel so icky. Not because I've tried them, but because of that. Because I already struggle with the idea of molecular medicinal stuff. I don't know what it is. It just makes me feel icky. An easily distracted wannabe is common New Zealand traits as a Kiwi myself. It's exactly what I like about these streams. I'm not easily distracted. I'm just juggling a lot of other people. I would argue that a lot of people who come in and say something like easily distracted don't necessarily understand the juggle of several people talking at once. And so I'm pretty calm, I'm pretty chill about myself. I just thought that we might address that second part. I was just kind of curious what they meant by that, but nonetheless, they didn't stick around. I wouldn't agree with that. Happy people can do drugs. My parents use aspirin. That's very cute. Hi Tesla, how you going? I am not an addict that I don't think I'm an addict. Maybe there's something that I'm like, I could give it up whenever. I could do that. Do I have to show and tell? You can just watch if you'd like. You can watch the show. Don't do mind-altering drugs. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is I might be for decriminalization. I don't think I'm for legalization, but I am also not saying, hey guys, go do drugs. Catch up on sleep, please do, Rian. Thank you so much for hanging out. Watch Stephen Fry's documentary on it. It's very good. Stephen Fry did a documentary on BPD. Why? Yeah, it's still being researched. Hey, Nick. I think that it's when did I first hear that term? Probably over 6 years ago. I don't think I would have heard it 10 years ago. So it is a term that I've, maybe it came up in the DSM-5. I'm not 100% sure. We could maybe look into it a little bit. Pointless chatter calling himself Lord. I think you're right about that one, but nonetheless, it is just one of those things where I'm trying I am a lot better at ignoring the illogical. But sometimes I get curious. BPD gets talked about way less than ADHD. It's more complex. Maybe that's why it's not spoken about, because it's less understood. Whereas ADHD is quirky. ADHD is very crippling for the people who have it. I'm sure that you understand. And I think I don't feel I have ADHD traits. Some people will falsely peer diagnose me with it because of, like I mentioned earlier, about the juggling of different conversations when it comes to reading the messages. But I myself, in my daily life, don't feel like I relate to ADHD whatsoever. However, I think that there are a lot of relatable traits. So when it's like, oh, I put my keys down somewhere and I can't remember where I put them. That's happened to everyone at some point. So it does make for a very easily spoken about condition, because it's like, yeah, I sometimes forget things, and I sometimes get super focused and hyper focused or fixated on various things, and I feel like I'm juggling a bunch of stuff because that's the society that we live in. So I think that that's probably why a lot of people talk about ADHD, because of that relatability. Also, hi, Dan. Opiates and opioids. Okay, so I wouldn't know the difference between these whatsoever. What about caffeine? I'm pretty good at not being addicted to caffeine. I don't have coffee in my house. I've spoken about this before, Aurelio, but I'm happy to repeat it because it wasn't today that I spoke about it. But I don't have coffee in my house. I don't enjoy drinking coffee when I make it. I find coffee for me is very much a treat. I like to go to a cafe and sit down, and it's very kind of European style, I suppose, of sitting at a destination and just sipping away at my coffees. However, I do have black tea in this little mug of mine here, and that technically does have some caffeine. I think how the caffeine is consumed the right word, how it is expressed, how effective, how much it affects you. There we go. I found the words. How much tea caffeine versus coffee caffeine affects you. I think it is different, where black tea technically has more caffeine, but somehow the coffee caffeine is stronger. I'm not 100% sure. But I love having a cup of tea. However, when the weather gets hot, I just don't drink tea, and I'm happy not to get coffee. So I don't think I am reliant on caffeine. I definitely never drink it as a way to wake me up. I think that I have my cup of tea more as a routine more than a wake up. And for a lot of people, it probably is more routine based than necessity. But if I was very close to giving up coffee because the caffeine doesn't do anything for me. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I can give it up whenever I want. Okay. It's fine. I don't have to drink caffeine. I can give it up whenever. All right, let me catch up here. Intramolecular destabilization makes it feel uncomfy. That's the one. Exactly right. Inner space, I would have to look it up. I don't know this one. I think opiates are natural and opioids are synthetic. Cheers, Dan. I'm not Squirrel! Are you AI? That's up to you to decide, Jack. Inner Space is basically an episode of Magic School Bus. Yeah, I think I would hate it then. Yes, Aurelio, we're on Twitch and YouTube, so multi-streaming. You can be addicted to good things like I am to women. Hot. Thank you so much for the follows, by the way, guys. Google, I'm a lazy boy. Stephen Fry has spoken publicly about living. Oh my gosh, they have. Oh, bipolar and borderline. My goodness gracious. Okay. Oh no, here we go. Rather than borderline. Never. I just misread that. He has been prominent advocate for mental health awareness, documented his lifelong struggles with extreme mood swings. Okay, so he doesn't have borderline, but he has done a documentary on borderline personality disorder potentially. Can we get a? I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm so sorry. Otherwise you would have gotten one. Ah! Ooh, what a lovely mug. Which one? Decaf still means 20 million. Oh, decaf is not actually decaffeinated? Oh gosh, that doesn't surprise me. I have BPD. If you want to ask any questions, I believe BPD is also talked about less because it's highly stigmatized. Oh yeah, for sure. I think that's why I really enjoyed Healthy Gamer GG talking about it. So for those who do not know, Healthy Gamer GG is run by Dr. K and a few other psychologists, clinical psychologists. He himself has spoken about his journey where he was struggling with addiction to video games and how he had tried to overcome that. He really struggled with his studies and getting his university degree. He got his degree quite late in life compared to others, not necessarily because he started studying later, but because of this addiction. And so now he does a lot of online content, including live streams, YouTube videos, shorts, with his team as well, that basically covers and tries to tackle a lot of the issues that a modern world are facing. And I think that he's a really cool role model for men. I say that as not a man, but a lot of what he talks about seems to be centered, or rather has more of a focus on men's mental health issues. And I suspect, and this is where I haven't watched enough of him to really be certain, but I suspect it is coming from his own experience, right? And understanding the addiction to video games and other things like this, and that relatability, I think is really sweet to see. But that is not my point. That is who Dr. K is. And so every now and again, I watch some of his videos, and I watched one recently. I think it was the looks maxing one. So that's my point as well, is that he is very aware of internet trends and what's going on in the modern world. And I think it was his looks maxing video, but I'm not 100% sure. But he was talking about BPD. And he says he loves working with BPD patients, and that there are a lot of psychologists who aren't so big a fan of working with BPD patients, but he loves it. He finds that working with them and helping them through their BPD is one of the more rewarding condition, like the payoff and the reward that he gets from helping people with BPD is very, very satisfying. And so with that, I think that is a good example of reducing stigmatization around it, showing that BPD shouldn't be this necessarily big, scary thing, that with the right tools, BPD patients can help their condition. And it's just fascinating from that little snippet that I have learnt about, but I just don't know enough about it to dive further. However, I think you're absolutely correct that the stigmatization means that a lot of people don't talk about it because it's seen as like a bad thing, rather than a fun, quirky, relatable, like, I hate it when things aren't lined up very well. Yeah, that's not OCD though. Anyhow, dialectical behavior therapy. I don't know what this one is. Dialectical behavioral theory. I have to look at this one up, but I'll catch up with some of these other ones first. So yes, ADHD is more relatable to more people. So the actual caffeine molecule is exactly the same in tea and coffee, but the overall experience of drinking tea versus coffee differs. While coffee provides a sharp, rapid energy spike, tea delivers a smoother, calmer boost because of the way the caffeine is absorbed. I'm assuming that's meant to say. Thank you. So the absorption of caffeine, that's probably the word I was trying to look at. You can die from drinking too much coffee in the day. That does not surprise me, yeah. But I suspect it's got to be a very, very, very high amount. Coffee, more caffeine. I think absorption was the big one there that I will pull from that. Everyone's going to be an addict in recovery. Yes, exactly. Well, maybe we should ask ourselves, why are people addicted to things? And know what? When we look at our world, I can understand why we might reach towards some coping mechanisms. How long do you talk to your friend in a day? Which friend? It depends on which friend, you know? Oh, thanks you, Aurelia. Yeah. So that's the multi streaming. You can use whatever platform you prefer. I definitely I've been multi streaming for a while now. It's been working out well enough. I'm addicted to simplicity, says Ron. Always drink coffee because it's the simplest to make. When I run out, I turn to tea. When I run out, I turn to caffeinated teas. I go to normal teas. Then 2 or so weeks later, I really need to go shopping because I have no more food or drink left. To me, that sounds like you just need to stock up more, Ron. Just buy more coffee next time. Yeah, normal was uncaffeinated. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Cactus John. Yeah, I missed that, but that was good for me. Hi, Pris, and hi, Leo. ADHD accompanied will bypass some of the more harmful things, but PMDD. I also wanted to look up the dialectical behavior therapies. So let's look that up. PMD. Did I get that right? PMDD. And then dialectical behavioral therapy. Okay. Do some ASMR, sir. Well, with your name, Arthur Morgoon, let's say, hey, boy, that's it. Is that what he says when he's on the horse? Good boy. Well done, boy. I feel like I'm leaning more Kratos in that one. Addiction and addictive substances are different too, of course. As someone that spent time in NA, addictions are usually more about masking or self-medicating. These people can be addicted to anything. As long as you get high either from natural chemicals or introduced, addictive substances are addictive to most everyone. Yeah, so sugar is a good example, but that actually is an addictive substance. But people can just be, they can be addicted to routine. They can be addicted to exercise with dopamine hits, and I guess that's more of a chemical change in the body. People can be addicted to, I'm looking around for inspiration. It doesn't matter. They can be addicted to a lot of things. Hi, Jesus. You look so pretty with your red hair. Thank you. I appreciate that, Robert. Anhydrous absorption, is that for the caffeine? Is it, Kyle? Is it true for a kid to drink coffee? Oh, is it bad for a kid to drink coffee? Is that what the question is, Christine? It tasted really good. I think that a lot of people would suggest that kids don't drink caffeine. Caffeine does have quite an effect on bodies, young and old, and so I believe that is where the dissuasion of caffeine, or coffee rather, to kids comes from. I don't really have strong opinions on that. If anyone else is welcome to weigh in, of course. Hi, Era. I'm actually doing DPT. Oh, there we go. Right now, it's the leading therapy treatment for BPD. Okay, you learn the skills that help you live with BPD. And I suspect like a lot of tools, they can work with people even without BPD for sure. I'll have to look this one up though. Yeah, that is worth congratulations, for sure. Tea tastes way better. I like tea as well, but coffee can be stronger. Both block hormones that make you tired, but if you drink either before 19 minutes of waking when caffeine wears off, you get all the hormones that make you tired back. So that's the crash otherwise. Hey. Caffeine can stunt your growth as a child. I did think about that, but I was like, is that an old wives' tale or is it true? But I think that caffeine does have quite an effect on a body, even in an elder body. So it wouldn't surprise me if it can have some long-term effects on kids as well. Kids as young as 5 have mushroom experiences around the world, and then as a teen, really? Ceremonial as well? I can't even imagine. You know what? There is a curiosity of, because kids are so imaginative, right? They already have all of these crazy synapses making the most wild connections, and it's such a pure, unfiltered world that a child sees. I can't even imagine what that would be like on mushrooms. And there is absolutely a morbid curiosity. I don't think I am for that. I don't know where the teen ceremonial side of things come from, but that's just culture. It probably is just a culture that I haven't heard of, and so that's why I'm not knocking it. I can't even imagine what that would be like. Damn, I certainly wonder what they would come up with for sure. Natural highs, I mean stuff that releases endorphins and serotonin. Yeah, so that's why I'm struggling with thinking of things that are addictive outside of the things that have been proven to create addiction. Sex and video games, like they are proven to show that people are having a dopamine or endorphin hit or serotonin as well. My chemicals, again, sometimes learning about the chemistry and molecular level of things is where I get very faint, and so I do struggle to know which is the correct chemical to use, because whenever I try to learn about it, it makes me faint. But yes, as long as it makes that chemical in your brain, an addict will chase it. But I'm wondering about things that aren't as common that people can get addicted to. So, I don't know, like, that's why I can't think of it. Lego building? That could just be hypofocus. I'm looking around my room for inspiration. Doesn't matter. We all know what was going on. Caffeine affects hormone production, and that's not good for a growing body. Perfect. That makes more sense. Thank you, Schmick, for a nice, clear answer there. Wait, is that why most Asians are a bit smaller? Yeah, they're drinking too much tea when they're young. And it can make the hyper-nervous system. That's a good point, too. Curiosity doesn't kill the kid as much as it rightly should. My goodness gracious, Dan. Cats suffer from it instead. Oh, it's just bad all around. Hi, Full Truth. Good to see you. Hey, you're nice and early today. My addiction is cowbell. That's the one. Caffeine acts on the CNS, central nervous system, I'm guessing. Perfect, yeah, central nervous system. So it causes adrenal flooding or for the flight or fright or energy that wakes you up. Fatigue from this happens in cocaine and Adderall, the other stimulants causing there might be more to that. The bod2 lack vitality and minerals such as potassium, vitamin C, and manganese and iron, and so on and so forth. Kyle, thank you so much for sharing all of this knowledge. You're very, very on top of it. Oh, there we go. Caffeine does not stunt your growth. So I'm glad you looked it up, because that's kind of what I was wondering. Is it something that I heard as a kid? You know, don't drink caffeine or it will stunt your growth. So I'm glad that you looked it up, because it was one where and it's one of those things where I try to be pretty open-minded about realizing the things I know could be wrong, and so. But sometimes it's hard to question it when it's so ingrained in you, right? So good on you for double checking that. That is the sign of a healthy mind, in my opinion. Sugar is the most addicting chemical, more than heroin. Well, it's a very natural thing, right? I watched I guess a documentary would be the word I would use, on why sugar is so addictive. And because bodies are meant to have sugar, it's part of a balanced diet. But refined sugar is what the issue in our modern day and age is. So basically, if you eat like a corn kernel, a corn kernel. Maybe not a kernel. If you eat corn on a cob, and you bite into it and your taste buds taste some of the sweetness in that, that's just an indication of, yep, this is good stuff, keep eating away at it. But now we have extracted the sugars from something like corns, and now it's in corn syrup, and we have exacerbated that, and so we're just getting basically pure sugar rather than the sugar of, like, in an apple. So fructose in an apple. Apple got some great nutrients in it. Your taste buds and your body is like, yep, that's good stuff, keep eating away. But we are getting just concentrated sugar with none of the other stuff, and that's where some of the issue is. But that is continuing this this brain chemistry to make us go, that is the good stuff, keep eating it. And so then you keep eating that cake and you keep eating all of the chocolate and so on and so forth. And it is our brain reacting as it should. But it is the stuff that we are eating is manufactured, and that's where some of the issues can come in. Season Lounge. C8H10N4O2. Faint, faint, faint. I love that you had the formula off there. Hi, Walter White. Free-base white processed sugar versus H3O2 fruit juice, one will cause diabetes. There we go. You never see nutrition facts on fruits or vegetables, but you know we can live eating them. But yeah, that's a good point. I've never actually thought about the fact that they don't have nutrition facts like all our canned goods and so on and so forth do. Sugar isn't meant to be found in our diet as much naturally, so our brain... Yes, exactly. Thank you, Boba. That's put it really well. Our brain makes us seek it out. And so that's why when we have something sugary, our brain kicks into this, like, yes, this is good. Keep going. Yeah, apples are nature's candy. But like I said, when everything has that concentrated sugar, our brain is reacting as it was supposed to, or our chemistry is reacting as it's supposed to. But we're not supposed to have that access to sugar. Like, for example, a lot of fruit now is sweeter than it was once upon a time. And orange is a great example. Oranges used to be incredibly bitter. And sometimes you can find oranges that are still very, very bitter. But humans prefer the sweeter versions. And so then we breed the sweeter versions. But that bitter orange would have been one where even our brains would be like, oh, there's some good stuff in there. Keep munching away. But now it's just so much sugar. Hey, where can I pee? Because no Indian toilet in Philippines, and I'm girl and habit of squat and pee. I don't know what an Indian toilet is. I'm going to be so real. I've never thought about what that would look like compared to other countries. But I suppose if you're online and you have the capability of finding a live stream on probably a short, I have every faith in you that you can figure out where you can pee. If you are here on a random live stream, you can figure it out. I believe in you. Sugar is so good because of the endorphin high. I didn't even say that correct, I can tell you that. Try a pomegranate, not pomegranate juice, but actually crack open a pomegranate. It is so good and gets you some sugar. There we go. Diabetes type 3. There's a type 3 diabetes? That's news to me. Modern farming removes minerals from the products as well. That's not one that I am as familiar with, but it wouldn't surprise me. There should be a label on Brazil nuts, though. Isn't it a max of 8 per day before selenium poisoning? I don't think I've ever had a Brazil nut before, so I... don't clip that out of context. Anyhow, I don't know about the selenium poisoning or even how to pronounce that. On a scale from 1 to 10, where do you say your love for the kiwi bird is? I think probably about a... If I'm gonna really put it out there, maybe like a 10. Oh, maybe like a 10. I do love me a kiwi bird. I'm gonna be real. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do love a kiwi bird. So yeah, pretty damn high. Okay, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma is a goiter? Oh, I'm learning so many words today. Hi, Hawking. Thyroid issues can both be solved by iodine supplements. I still haven't looked up dialectical behavior therapy, so goiter. Same with saturated fats. They're so rare in nature that we've evolved to love the taste. That makes sense as well. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, that's why deep fried drunk is so delicious. Gotcha. A bowl of oatmeal will remove more than your intake of vitamins. Well, remove more? Am I misreading that? So a bowl of oatmeal, I've got my porridge, is what we call it. Is that meant to say it will be more than enough for your intake of vitamins, or it actually nullifies the vitamins? I just want to get the confirmation on that one. Kyle, if you can assist. Yeah, Chan, I'm only just learning that type 3 diabetes is a thing, so it's Alzheimer's. Yeah, type 3 is Alzheimer's due to the lack of cholesterol. Today I've learned so much. I'm a medicine resident, can discuss about vaping. We're not talking about vaping at the moment, but if you find a way to link that together, you're more than welcome to. I think it's on topic enough. Technically not a medically recognized thing yet. Yes, doctors are talking about type 3 diabetes. My wife has been told that is what she has. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that for your wife. But yeah, if it's a newer thing, then there might be some updates as you go on the journey for diagnosis as well. Google actually says the maximum safe amount of Brazil nuts is only 1 to 3, because Brazil nuts are the highest natural dietary source of selenium. Selenium on the planet. Eating more than 4 or 5 a day can push you over the recommended daily limit. Hot damn. So the poisoning happens when people take too many vitamins, mineral substitutes as supplements, but not as a whole food. Gotcha. Cheers. I'm from New Zealand too. Kia ora, Harry. We were just showing off our national flag. You know the one. Oh, not that one. Check it out. I really need to put it on the back wall. A flag that we can all agree to salute under. Oh, a specialization in toxicology. Can you tell me how to say selenium? That oatmeal will remove? What? I thought oatmeal was good for me. Why is oatmeal taking away the vitamins? What's neutralizing, I think would be the word. What's nullifying my vitamins if I'm eating oatmeal? Can I eat oatmeal before anything else? I feel like that could be a way of doing it. If you eat the oatmeal before eating any other good stuff, then you would absorb the oatmeal. Is there anything good in oatmeal, or is it just pure fiber? Is there no reason to eat oats? Am I learning that my porridge intake is for nothing? For nothing? Vape the non-sugared ones because they cause less popcorn lung. Oh yes, popcorn lung was brought up a few streams ago, but I can't really remember what it is. Selenium. Selenium. Okay, so I think I was doing it right. Yeah, we got this. As long as it's Sally instead of Saleh, that was more what I was wondering. Takes 4 apples or oranges to get around the same vitamins as one from 80s and before. Yes, that's what I was wondering as well, or vaguely aware of too, is that we just have all the sugary fruits these days. Got Kiwi friend. She lives in Nelson. Lovely. I have some cousins in Nelson. Oats can reduce iron, zinc, and calcium absorption, but it's not nearly as much as the person is suggesting. I don't think that Kyle was suggesting it was too much, but it's just the idea of it in general. So the poisoning is also known as selenosis. Selenosis, like a diagnosis. Selenosis. This is the first I've heard of this. I guess, what else has selenium in it other than Brazil nuts? Kirlian Photography will show the energy of food, accompany that with food in megahertz or clothes or plants in megahertz. Selenium, the most concentrated form, easily found in dandruff shampoo. Have you not seen Evolution with David? No, Duchovny? No, I have not seen this. It causes oxidative stress in cells resulting in necrosis. Which is, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the decaying of cells. Is that correct? Hey, Hello. There's more sugar from fruit flavored stuff, but when you use juicer or go get a shake, you are less likely to get the sugar. I don't know if you have this, but Joe and the Juice is so good. Joe and the Juice? No, I don't think I know this one. Fiction. Isn't most added fiber in food these days directly from wood pulp? I don't know. I just know bran. Hi, Kelvin Harris. Okay, so now that I'm caught up with chat, I wanted to look up. Oh, right. Okay, so this one is. Okay, and so dialectical behavioral therapy is a highly structured, evidence based talking therapy designed to help people manage intense emotions and impulsive behaviors. Rooted in CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy, it is specifically tailored to balance emotional acceptance with practical skills for positive change. Okay, so my immediate thought, because I am more aware of CBT than DBT, it looks like dialectical behavior therapy is more about the acceptance of feelings. And so you might have a reaction that occurs, you accept that, and then DBT will help manage that, rather than trying to change those feelings, perhaps. Dialectical means trying to understand how two things that seem opposite could both be true. That's actually really good, I think, for our community to remember, though. Dialectical. Because I know that we talk about how multiple things can be true a lot. So I think that this is one that I'll even put in the Discord dictionary if I remember. Dialectical, a method of reasoning or discourse where two seemingly opposing ideas, truths, or forces interact with one another. And that can sometimes be very conflicting and difficult to accept. So, so that's where a DBT can help achieve that. Whereas cognitive behavioral therapy focuses on helping you change unhelpful ways of thinking. Okay. So, for example, you're stressed out at work, and cognitive behavioral therapy will ask, what are the thoughts that you are having when at work? How can we change those thoughts? Whereas dialectical behavioral therapy would go, okay, let's accept these feelings and now manage those feelings rather than letting them control you. That is my surface level research and how I look at these conditions. I think that is a fair enough assumption to make. This is what I do for a living at the moment, Hawking. I'm going to keep that open because it is very dark, as you can see, and I have yet to procure some light sources so that when it gets too dark, I become one with the brick wall behind me. So I will open up a white screen so that hopefully that will at least cause some light on my face there. I feel like this is one of the darkest days that we've had when I've been live streaming. So and it's getting closer and closer to summer. So I thought I would be able to get away with it. Where I just keep on procrastinating buying external lights. Because I when I first started, I was streaming from my attic, for those who are new and don't know where I am. I basically have a skylight that's just to my left, and that causes any of the light that helps illuminate the room. And we had a few instances earlier in the stream where it was perfect, it was bright, it was beautiful. And now I don't know what's going on. We've had a lot of a cool change and thunderstorms rolling through. So I think that's probably what we're probably going to get, another thunderstorm. I haven't checked the weather today. So I will have this white page up to aid as much as I Thank you, Kyle. I've really enjoyed having your contribution. It was very, very welcomed, especially with the topic that we had today. I did miss what you said you were disagreeing with. If that was about DBT, before you go, I'd love for you to just clarify if the disagreement was DBT. If it was something else, don't worry about it. I'll find it when I go over the chat again. Oh, sorry, Lewis. Just to really confuse you, I am a New Zealander, but I live in the UK now. So that is why. That is why it is confusing, because although my country of origin is from the Kiwi land, I have since migrated up north, and so that is hopefully a bit more clarification for you. It's good surface level understanding and that's why I was like, oh, just digest that. DBT has 3 main concepts: mindfulness, interpersonal effectiveness, and distress tolerance. I'd recommend these as a starting point. Perfect. Yeah. I like to because I know that some people will deep dive and they will kind of give all of the information. I am someone who believes in building blocks and foundations. And so basically digesting information and holding on to that, and then the next time you encounter it is when you can add to the info. Whereas if you get too much information at once, you're not necessarily going to remember it all. Maybe it can be, and for some people they will be able to, but that's because they're geniuses. And so I am a big believer on just taking a little bit and then we can build on it, and taking a little bit in the future and building on it. And so I think this is a really good addition, where it's like we've got our building block and then we can look into mindfulness, interpersonal effectiveness, and distress tolerance for further DBT info in the future. Oh, gotcha. I strongly about ask you to actively. It was about DBT changing your words to manage the feeling that you get, so you can manage emotions like turning I hate into I strongly. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Perfect. Thank you, Kyle. If you need to head off, then head off. I've got that clarification, so when I go back and read the messages, I'll know this one as well. What is this live about? I have had a lot of people ask that question, and I'm not 100% sure. It's kind of something that for literally years, because I've been live streaming, the sun's coming back. See, the sun makes such a difference. Hey, hi, Vay. I've been live streaming on Twitch for 5 years now, and just recently branched out onto multi-streaming on YouTube. And a lot of people ask, what's the live about? And after 5 years, I still don't have an answer. I still don't know, but I'm trying to figure it out. And so if any of the regulars have a way to answer these questions, please let me know. I think that the closest I've got is just facilitating a place for discussion and curiosity. So we just talk about whatever random topic comes up, and today we happen to be talking about, well, chemistry, brain chemistry, I suppose. Yeah, exactly, Schmick. Just like life, it's whatever we make of it. It's very it's very, what's the word I always use? Not directed. Influenced by the community, by the class. It is, we bring the topics to one another. Diegetic? Maybe. Let me have a look. Diegetic. You're very bubbly. Thank you. I appreciate that. Organically generated. No, not diegetic. It's just kind of guided. Let's say guided by the community. It is very guided by the community. Okay, I wanted to catch up with some of these other messages. Randy, I'm not sure if you're still here, but you asked, what did I study in uni? I actually didn't go to university. I want to go to university, but when I finished high school, I decided to not go that route. It's still something that even 10 years later, I'm still interested in. So I undoubtedly will go to uni at some point. I've actually been looking into universities here in the UK where I live. but I am still a little whiles away from locking anything like that in. I hope that answered your question. Okay. Nirver Singh said, "Hey, me and my friend have been playing Truth or Dare here, and they gave me dare to ask 2 silly questions in the first live chat that pops up. I mean, if you're still here, yes, you're welcome to ask the questions, I suppose. The average person doesn't take in 60 grams of protein nor 1 to 3 grams of salt. Okay. I can't believe... What? Clementine was calculated to weigh 20.54 miles per hour? What is this, Lewis? I missed what that was about. Anyhow, the added fiber anti-caking agent listed on many packaged food labels is often powdered cellulose extracted and purified directly from wood pulp. There you go, Boba. You nailed it. Cool. Too stressed DDP hits you with a DDT. There are too many acronyms that I don't know even how to figure out what they mean. So yeah, here's Kyle's one about DPT. Finding new words to manage your feelings that assist in managing the emotions. So like, I hate to, I strongly disagree. So it's less so about changing your thoughts around a situation, but can be changing the words around the situation, which can help manage the feelings. I can understand this now. I believe wood pulp is a generalized term for any plant fibers, including something like cane sugar. I guess that would come into it. What is the definition of wood, maybe? Potentially. If trying to lose weight, you can eat 3 to 4 bananas or make smoothie out of one. But will it have all of your nutritional requirements, I guess? And I guess it's about why are you trying to lose weight and so on and so forth. It is good to have a nutritionist or a dietitian in the process, but not everyone can afford that. Cellulose is the same as in most food. It's just easier to get bulk with wood pulp. They also use it for the anti-caking, like for grated cheese. Gotcha. This is the summer sun. No. This is not the summer sun. This is spring. So I don't want people to now be talking about the UK weather. The UK weather has been fine. I lived in Melbourne, okay? I am used to having rainy weather even when it's supposed to be sunny. So no, this is not exclusive to the UK. UK just gets shit on, I guess, compared to the rest of Europe maybe, and that's tale as old as time. I spent my summer in some of the worst weather that I've ever had in summer, and that was in New Zealand. There was a slip on a mountain because of how much rain was happening, and the wind was crazy and the storms were terrible, and that was in the height of summer. So I am defending UK's miserable weather because there are plenty of countries in the world that have even worse weather, and I've lived in those cities as well. So no, words. This is spring. Spring is it's normal to have fluctuating temperatures. Okay, there we go. That is my rant over. I'm from Michigan. Hello. I'm planning to get my doctor in medicine in oncology in UK. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm down in Southampton, Hawking Steve, just for your reference. Okay, I think we read all these ones. The sun in the UK. No, I'm telling you that there is sun in the UK. It's just got a bad rep, okay? It's like how people assume that there are going to be spiders or snakes everywhere in Australia. But if you live in the cities, you're not going to really encounter a lot of those creepy crawlies, okay? Oh, I just like that word. It's just a good word. I say it's a place where like-minded people can come together. It doesn't need a theme. That's cute. Tangential, maybe? Not sure about perpetual. Perpetual doesn't sound right. Perpetual, but again, very fun words to say. Hello, Adam. All happiness turns to DMT. Each catalyst, serotonin, dopamine. Remind me what DMT is. Sorry, Kyle. Currently run a fabric of 100 language model agents to learn how to build software hardware. It's amazing to see how the system learns without human interactions. What do you think? I think that sounds incredible, but I don't really understand it because I don't know why you would need this. a fabric of 100 language model agents to learn how to build software hardware. So you have 100 language model agents, and they are trying to learn how to build software hardware, and you find it fascinating how it learns without human interaction. So I don't do coding, I guess is what I think. And so I don't understand why what you have given it already is not learning. Like, what is it reading? There's not enough information there for me to have an opinion because it has to learn from something. So what is it reading? Are you giving it the internet to go over and that's where the lack of interaction is? Because then that could argue that it is interaction. There's just missing information there. I'm here. Hi. I just finished my 4th final exam today. Woo! Congratulations! Well done. You get to relax now, hopefully. Oh, the DTT was his finish. Gotcha. So wrestling. One I don't know. Hi, good boy. Always acronym. Always correcting robots or naming young monkeys. The acronym I think it's the acronym apocalypse for sure. What do you do for fitness? I've actually only recently started getting into fitness nuts. Sorry. When you're on the internet this long and people ask gotcha questions, you start to indulge in them yourself. But in real answer to your question, only this year I really started getting into fitness. I do a lot of walking, I started running, and I want to start doing some body weight training as well. Hello! Hi Raiders! How was your stream? It's good to have you here, Sandflies. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello Raiders, hello. Just a heads up if you've never been in the community before. Hi Cam. We are yappers over here. Love. Good to see you. We are chatting about a whole bunch of stuff, and at the moment we have been talking about I guess brain chemistry. We yap about a whole bunch of different things, so you're welcome to just jump into the conversation. Otherwise, if you want to raid and fade, then raid and fade. Do what you gotta do. And we're just learning from one another, and that might be a way to answer your question as well, Dragon Saki. We learn from each other. How about that? That can be a bit more of a succinct way. We are curious minds, and we like to learn from one another, rather than me being a teacher, I guess. And so C now was explaining some of their fabric of their language models as well. But I will catch up with some of the other messages. Have you eaten brain? No, because it gives prions disease. We talked about cannibalism a couple weeks ago, so you missed that train. You already missed that. Also, if you guys are on Twitch and you haven't followed Sandflies already, please make sure to do so. They're just a wonderful person. Even if you're not super into the Star Wars game, I always I don't want to mess up the acronym, so I always avoid the acronym. But even if you don't play, they're still just a good time and a wonderful person. So go give them a follow. Prion, more like crying. Am I right, men? Am I right? Anyhow, I will catch up with some messages. So if you guys want to join in, just have a little listen, and then you'll be able to hear. I'll be back UK end of July. Oh, so you'll be back in the UK when I leave? So you're telling me that you'll be back here the same time that I'm leaving? Yeah, that checks out. I could have told you that. I could have told you that that's what was going to happen. Again. End of July is when I'm going to Spain. I'm very excited. So I'm going to be spending yeah, exactly. But like that is just us, ships in the night, as it were, Sandflies. I'll be back end of August though, unless I deny my visa. What was that, Boba? That was super random. I do not know. Yeah, that was a stray for a savior. My goodness gracious. Anyhow, but Raiders, like I said, I'm just going to catch up with a few messages that that I missed. So you're welcome to listen in and join in. I think you will flourish in university. You have an inquisitive mind. Thank you, Aurelio. I also appreciate they're open to beliefs being challenged. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I would love to go to an institution that just has more information. Because although the internet is a weird, wacky, wonderful place, it is much easier when you have all of the information presented to you rather than having to find it. Not that you can't be resourceful, of course. University is a part of that too. But when learning about certain topics, it would be nice to be like, here you go, and here's the next thing, structure, so on and so forth. Nutrition nutshell: 60 gram protein, vitamin, minerals, greens, carbs, fruit, sugar. Cheers, Kyle. Okay. I love your accent, thank you. Yeah, the thing is, some of the words that I say, like issues, that's how I would actually pronounce issues. But sometimes you just gotta say it a little bit funny because it's a funny word. Issues. So that is less about my accent and more about my personality, I think, is how I would phrase that. Summer starts on the 1st of June. Not for everyone. It can start on the 21st, thank you very much. Solstice gang over here. Everyone knows it's always sunny in Philadelphia. Hilarious. Huntsman spiders, yes, they do spook the shit out of people because they are so big and so fast, but they're also fine. Hi, Grady. Perpetually tangential means frequently diverging from the main subject, conversation, or focus. It describes ideas, comments, or thought processes that are only indirectly related to the core topic and often veer off on unexpected tangents. So we are perpetually tangential. What's this live about? It's perpetually tangential. So we just need to figure out how to answer, what's this live about? Tangents. This live is about tangents. That is what it is about. I think we got there in the end. Okay, so the language model agents get a task and need to program it. If it breaks, they learn how to not do it. Over time, knowledge grows. So I guess that comes to my lack of understanding about how is the task not a human input. I guess it's more about the human input on how to complete a task or lack thereof, is what you're talking about. I think it would be fascinating to follow. I just don't code, so I think that it would be cool if I had more understanding of it, but it's hard to have strong opinions when I'm having to learn simultaneously. But I am willing to learn, and I think it can be very exciting in that way. You know, the sun rarely is around the UK when a song like Here Comes the Sun evokes that much inspiration to a beautiful song about the sun outside. It's kind of sad, hey? Use a UK visa, run to Spain, exactly. So basically I'm on a tourist visa, which allows me to be here for a few months, and I wanted to double check that I actually want to stay here. I do want to stay here, so when I leave the country, so my visa that I'm applying for, I can only apply for when I'm out of the country, so I will apply for that when I'm in Spain, because I'll be out of the country for a month. You look like a horror movie character. I think I would excel in a horror movie. Because, yeah, exactly. The deviousness, you can get the crazy eyes going where it's just like something's not quite there. And then you just never stop smiling when speaking. I think I would do really well in a horror movie. And I'd love to be in a horror movie. Anyhow, please help. I'm stuck in the shower. Why do you have your phone in the shower? I guess is my first question. I'm the master forester of the Warden Forest. Where are the Warden Forests? Yeah, please hang up and call emergency service. If you already have a phone, I believe in you. You can work through this. I know that sometimes when you're in a panic state that you might not be thinking clearly, but you have clearly the tool at your disposal to be able to call emergency services. People at universities are often knowledgeable of the topics they teach. Exactly. And so it's just a nice way to so when you are looking things up online, it's good to make sure that you're cross-checking and all these kinds of things, But if you just have a teacher who's incredibly knowledgeable, and then you just have the questions that you can say, hey, what about this? And then they have an answer, rather than you having to now go to a completely different website or different page because it's not in the paragraphs that you're reading. It can be very helpful to just get that answer in the moment. Leave him in the shower. He could use with a good wash. I think you've got a good point there, actually. I didn't think about that. You can digest 3 times more bananas just as easy as digesting one in a smoothie, because chewing it causes saliva that helps digestion you don't get from drinking it. It depends how thick the smoothie is, though. Hi, Hobbits! We want Destiny 3! Destiny, I actually have a question because I never got into the Destiny franchise. What platform was that originally on? Yeah, Tangy Clementine Tangents, exactly. You're better off to eat your fruits whole and juice your vegetables. So juicing the vegetables would help with some of the minerals and vitamins, vitamins and minerals. Vitamins and minerals. Why am I struggling on those words? To come out more. But that some of that is lost with fruits. Is that kind of the implication? What's something that makes you feel very happy? Pokemon. I love Pokemon. It brings me a lot of joy. Anything we are talking about, I can immediately drop for the sake of Pokemon. I think they're great. I think they're cute. I think that they bring me joy. I do like Pokemon a lot. Oh, yes, yeah. Let me know, Boba, if there's any updates because I am lapping it up. Why not make sure you get famous in Dreams of Heaven being spread out live? Why not make sure you get famous and Dreams of Heavens being spread out live? I do apologize. I'm not sure what this is in reference to that second half, but hi, welcome. Make her happy to be seen. Yeah, that's a good one. Hello! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. That is so very kind. I hope you're doing well, Enloch. It's good to see you. What a wonderful way to pop in. Saving a whole bunch of people from some ads in the next 10 minutes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's good to see you. Hi, Enloch. I'm from the UK of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. There we go. That's where I'm living now. My friends call me the professor. I love that. We're very much appreciating your knowledge, at least. Night Warrior, did Night Warrior pop in? I didn't see Night Warrior pop in, but oh, there we go. Hi, Night Warrior. I'm well, thank you. It just was snuck in between a few things. PS2 or 3 for Destiny, I think. So PlayStation is the even if we're not sure which console, it was a PlayStation game. Is that correct? Because in that case, my assumption is that Destiny 3 was not announced in the state of play. Is where I was going with that questioning. Hi, Humansplaining. How you going? Have you seen? I haven't seen the newly announced Pokemon Lego sets. I've only seen the like the Venusaur, Charizard, Blastoise one. Pokemon Lego sets. When they say who's that Pokemon, you just see the shadow. Do you know who it is? I mean, there'll be ones that I don't know from some of the newer generations. But by newer generations, I do mean 8 and 9 rather than anything after 1. Just got home. I am doing well. Thank you so much. I just go relax then. Don't feel like you have to chit chat. I'm very grateful that you've popped in and stopped in even after a busy day. So thank you for being here, Enloch. Poker app stream when? I gotta learn it first. I would be the type to commit to it. But which Poke rap? I guess the original. Okay, I'm packing the car for Colorado. I'm taking stream, Twitch and drive, baby, but please do not text and drive, Season Lounge. Please do not. That is dangerous, okay? I'm well, Georgie. How are you? Xbox One was Destiny? Okay, well, now I just have to look it up myself. I know you played the previous games, but just let you know they're making God of War. Yes, I have heard about God of War. Laufey? I actually have not heard it said out loud. I haven't, or rather, I don't remember. And I haven't played God of War Ragnarok, so that would be one that I could potentially jump into. I forgot what I was going to look up. Destiny 2. So it's on everything, right? What about Destiny 1? Destiny 1. Let me click on this. Hey Sean, for the past 5 minutes, I've been in a light dream state. YouTube moved to your stream at some point, and my last minutes were dreaming Pokemon creaked into it, saying Pokemon. I love Pokemon. Yes, but which Pokemon were you dreaming of? Okay, so the absorption, I just wanted to read this. It breaks down the fiber and scratches the prolonged digestion, allowing higher absorption. Eat your fruits whole because your brain runs on dextrose, and carbs should break down slowly to keep you powdered up, not juiced up for a bit. Ah, and yes, I did see what you did there. Very good, very good. So you want it to be released over time is how I would put that in nice layman terms. This strand of hair has been really annoying me today. But I guess I'll just have to let it do its thing. The one with all 1,025 Pokemon, of course. If it exists, well, we can make it exist, perhaps. Is Poker Rap a gambling app or Pokemon themed rap battle? So in the original anime, at the end of an episode, there would often be the Poker Rap. And there's 150 or more to see. To be a Pokemon master is my destiny. And it'll go Pokemon, 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 Pokemon. Because I don't know the Pokemon, but I'm sure there are plenty of fanatics out there who can indeed recite the Poke Rap. I am not one of them. New Destiny will come out when GTA 6 does, so never. No, I have faith. GTA 6 has been postponed to the 19th of November, 2026. I have faith. But I also am not someone who has played a lot of Rockstar games, so it doesn't really bother me. I'm not like salivating, waiting for it. I just trust. I trust, and then I will be betrayed. Is there a Goddess of War coming, or is that a Vivid Dream? It's basically a game on Kratos' wife, as in the Norse goddess wife, or Jotun. So it is not. So we can watch it. I'm happy to watch it. That can be our first thing that we watch for show and tell. No, I'm not. I'm just far from done with Red Dead. I am far, far, far from done with that one. Pokemon showed up. No Pokemon showed up, sorry. Conveniently, I was in a hallway of a house, so the shout came from the other side of the door, making it clear there's a stream in the bedroom. Don't go on. Hilarious. Mango, 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 mango. I'm still not sure how I feel about the new God of War game that was revealed. Don't misinterpret me. I have nothing against being a female character. It's more that it feels like a cash grab than anything. It's still early days. I think that with how well they've done their previous games, I am having high expectations. I think for me, I haven't watched the State of Play announcement trailer because I haven't played Ragnarok, and so even just the idea that Laufey is in it, I know that it's supposed. I've already learnt that it's supposed to be her in the afterlife, but I also as soon as I saw that, I just didn't look up anything more because I wasn't sure if it was going to be spoilers of Ragnarok. So for those who have seen the State of Play announcement trailer of the new God of War game, if I were to watch that, does that spoil Ragnarok? Because I haven't played Ragnarok yet. It is very Asmongold, Kyle. Oh, you have no idea. No idea. I recommend the movie If Only. I don't know what this one's about. Are you a Scorpio? No, I'm a Gemini. Charmeleon, Waterdoll, Mewtwo, Tentacruel, Aerodactyl, Ammonite, Blastoise. Maybe oh no, this was the Aerodactyl, Ammonite, Blastoise. Maybe if I just say a bunch of Pokemon, people will assume that I know the Pokemon rap because they will not remember, Hi, yes, I remember, Daniel. Welcome on back. I honestly, Cody Cameron, I'm playing Until Dawn 2. I have to. I didn't see when it's coming out, but I did see it has been announced. I have to play it. After everything that I've said about Until Dawn, I simply, I have to do it. I have to do it. And maybe I can finish the Quarry before that, because it looks like Until Dawn 2 is a next year thing. So maybe for Halloween I can do the Quarry, and I'll have a couple of brewskis. I'll do like some sort of responsible drinking game. I'll figure it out. Cool stream, but will you ever look at the eyes behind you? No. that is why I am facing this direction, because I do not want to address them. Last time someone was here and they looked at the eyes, they're no longer here. That is why it's only me on stream now. Wondering why it's been almost 15 years, still no Elder Scrolls. I guess they've been trying to branch off into other things. When did Fallout New Vegas come out? Anyway, the Fallout series they have, and then the see, it flopped so bad I can't even remember what it's called. The space one. That one. And they've likely been working on an Elder Scrolls 6 in the background, but they've done well to not get any leaks yet. GTA 6 was rescheduled for the 10th time in like 8 years, overdue now. I still have faith. I have faith. That's the order in the Rapino. Congratulations. That's awesome. So it was truthful at least. GTA 6 releasing the day before my birthday, and yet I have very little interest in playing it. Are you a GTA person though? And look, I feel like a lot of the games that I've heard you speak about, GTA and Rockstar games, don't give the impression that I've had on what you typically play. Hi, Father. Pokemon rap, but it's we didn't start the fire. There was Charmander and Squirtle and Bulbasaur. We didn't start the fire. It wasn't Jigglypuff or anything else. I couldn't think of it on the spot too much. I'm trying to remember the tune more than anything. They had to be Gen 1 Pokemon to be Poker Rap for sure. GTA Piccolo Starmie! My goodness gracious. Worth a watch if it looks good. People are hating on it for the female part where Ragnarok is. Kratos' story is pretty well wrapped up. I think Luffy is the direct sequel prequel. Yeah, my understand that it is her going through her separate thing that shouldn't have correlation. I mean, you have to, but I know you dunked hard on the first one. I gotta do it. I gotta play Until Dawn 2. You think they're gonna make a movie for that one as well? Probably not. And I don't think that the first one, the movie, did well enough to warrant a sequel. Yeah, drink my way through it, exactly. Which has put some really unhealthy standards on alcohol. Yes, I've heard amazing things about James Bond as well. A lot of great reviews of it. It's not one that I'm going to be playing, but I've been watching people play and it looks great. It mentions one little detail in Ragnarok, but it's like a spoiler without context. Okay, so I can watch the state of play without it affecting anything. I love you. I love you too. Hello there, Rizbar. I've actually wanted to write a parody of that song with all the Pokemon. That is such a niche thing that you guys both bring up. Has that been a thing that's happened in the past, maybe? If it was a DLC, there would be no complaints. I think that you have a very good point. I personally find it very difficult because I have no issues with there being a female character. And I find it really sad that people are like, woke nonsense. It's like, no. Like, everything that has been described about Luffy is cool. Why wouldn't we want to play her as a character? And so I personally haven't seen enough discourse online. I don't want to fall into a trap of making an assumption that people are complaining about it. So I will choose to be blissfully ignorant that people don't actually care about them being a female protagonist. But maybe that is just the wool over my eyes. And you know what? It's snug and it's comfy. And I'm happy having that wool on these eyes, baby. It expands the universe lore of Kratos and his wife. I wouldn't call that a cash grab. A cash grab to me is making a game in the series for the sake of it without any addition. Okay, I have a counter argument. So yes, I agree. I think that Heavenly Sword was a game that came out a long time ago. Let me have a look at this one. Heavenly Sword. And that was by the same creators as God of War, was it not? Why did Heavenly Sword fail? Yeah, it was very short. I will agree to that. Anyway, it had very similar combat style to God of War. I thought it was by the same creators, but I'm not 100% sure. And so I think this is an example of a game, well, maybe a bad example if it flopped and failed. But this is an example where it can be the creators of a game can put all of that knowledge to a different franchise rather than expanding on the same universe. And so in that regard, I can understand why people would have concerns about it being a cash grab if they are doing more in the God of War universe rather than some like adjacent universe. That being said, apparently some Egyptian gods have been hinted at, and I'm a sucker for some Egyptian gods, so we shall see. We shall see. Do you have a degree? I do not have a degree, but I would like to get one day. So I've been looking into some study options here in the UK. But I want to get my proper visa before I commit to having to spend a lot of money, because that's the real problem. Is I'd have to see how much it would cost to study here in the UK. But I'd like to look into it. I've been thinking of a lot of different degrees though, so starting with living first, and then I will look into studying afterwards. Hi, Yasmin Gold Sister. Hi, hello, it's me. Good morning, Nine Fox. I only remember Charmeleon, Waterdog, Mewtwo. Yeah, there we go. Pidgeot, Arbok. That's all, folks. That's cute. I will say GTA 5 being around for so long and GTA Online still being played is impressive. Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. I've played GTA 5 and the Red Dead games, but to me they're just not a day one purchase. If anything, I'd wait for it to go on sale. I think that's a good point, and it's a long game, so you got to be ready to commit to it anyhow. The mostly empty worlds of space game is a disaster. That's the one. Throwing it out there, it's not that gingers have no souls. She's facing this way because redheads have Voldemorts on the back of their heads hidden by hair that steals souls. Finally, someone knows the truth. And therefore, unless you are ginger, we must take your soul, Kyle. That is the rules. Them's the rules. I'm sorry. Not sorry. Lana Del Rey singing the James Bond song is so good. It's coming from James Bond. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know this. People would complain it's a $70 DLC as well if it were a DLC instead of a new game. I get that. Hey, Aurelio, hello! I hate when people say woke nonsense when the media itself doesn't comment on political issues. It's just minorities and women existing in roles they haven't previously. Exactly! And, anyway, they don't have to play it, I guess. Weird Al did a song about Pokemon called Pokemon. I had no idea. Why would you want to step out of your comfort zone? Yeah, when you can go into even more comfortable zone. Exactly, Watch of Fire. Wise words indeed. Yeah, still not enough information to decide one way or the other. So how about we watch it? Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm still figuring things out and the best way to facilitate things. But it's been a wonderful addition to the conversation today. Thank you, Kyle. I can tell you that's not always as in-depth as we've gone today. I'm a hoe for mythology, exactly. So any excuse for mythology, right? Best way to look at it is, I'd say WandaVision, the TV series, leads into Doctor Strange movie. There's things that needed WandaVision to take place. I believe that's what this game is doing with Laufey. Also, if I'm incorrectly pronouncing the name, feel free to correct me. We literally are meeting loads of pantheons of gods in Laufey, and Kratos needs a new pantheon of gods in his next series. So you think that this is a setup for a future Kratos game? I like this theory. I think this is a great theory. It's nothing to do. This is just the filler. This is the in between. This is the 2.5 ready for God of War 3 as in 3 again. Okay, I vibe it. Don't go for Clem to get her degree. Well, let me figure out how much it costs first. I can tell you that if I do start studying, I will be even more obnoxious of bringing information to you guys. Clem has a degree in trapping us in her basement to steal us. I'm not that cruel. If I'm in the attic, you guys can be in the attic too, okay? We're in the attic, not the basement. Kratos' issue in the last one was the Norse gods picking a fight for no reason. Hard to start 2-game series with you look tough, let's fight. No, the reason will be set up and love you and make the Kratos game have a well-written kickoff point. As someone who's played God of War but not Ragnarok, I don't think it is just you look tough, let's fight. I think that it was all about boah, was it not? No spoilers. But that was what my assumption was. It was more about them rather than Kratos themselves. We got GTA 5 on PS3, 4, and 5, and undoubtedly 6 for the remaster in the future as well. We are learning a lot. I love learning. That's the real thing is I love live streaming, not so much as an excuse to teach people things, although I do get excited to share information when I have that information, but I love learning and having that shared excitement. Because the same way that you guys are so good at giving me information when you have the answers, that's what I revel in. I love getting answers, I suppose. Did you drink enough water today? Definitely not. I have only had tea this morning, so I really should go and get my drink bottle. Is there any God of War for Asian mythology, North or South? Probably not. I think that the Asian mythologies are quite different to the pantheons that we have in some other mythologies. And so it would be a little bit more complex. I love a lot of Asian mythology in terms of the creatures that they have. And they do, of course, have critters or gods like Sun Wukong, for example, who obviously got their own game. But I'm just not so convinced of a pantheon like we see in Egyptian, Maori, of course, but Greek, Roman, Norse. Maybe that's some lack of knowledge there, but you guys can certainly correct me if you feel that there is more of a pantheon over there. But I think that it's more about nature and spirits. Like they have some really cool spirits in Asian mythology and guardians and all this kind of stuff, especially. If you think, I think we have a lot more exposure to the Japanese mythologies with things like anime. But there are some crossovers in the other Asian cultures too. However, I think something like Indian mythology, or rather, let's be more specific because India is such a massive bloody country. Like Hindu mythology, I think with is that with Shiva and Gilgamesh, that has more pantheon vibes, and I think it would be really cool to see some of those gods, literally, gods of destruction and create. That would be sick as heck. But I'm not so sure about the Eastern Asian pantheons, if there are any. Hi Ross, how you going? You didn't drink any water this entire stream. I didn't miss it. No, I did not drink any water. I just have tea and I forgot my drink bottle today. Very bad. Thank you, Kyle. I'm appreciative of the sub. I'm about to be honest with you. My girlfriend is sleeping next to me. I'm here and I'm just so bored and everything. I'm a new subscriber. Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Daniel. I feel, where was this one? Sorry, I just need to catch up. Also, I saw there are a few people who have popped in for the first time. Hi. I'm reading some of the other messages in the meantime. I feel like some Filipino mythology and monsters would be great. I have no knowledge of Filipino mythology whatsoever, so maybe that's something I'll have to look into in the future. But Boba says this will be a great add-on for something like The Witcher. That's true. It doesn't have to just be God of War. Are you related to royalty? No. I can speak some German. Yes, I'm not fluent in German. I would like to live in Germany for a few months to try and better my German, but I'm not related to royalty. Have you played the OG God of War? Yes, yeah. So on on stream a few years ago, I played the OG God of War, God of War 2, and God of War 3. I didn't do Ghost of Sparta or Chains of Olympus, the additional games. Those ones I haven't played, but the other three I have. And then I played God of War. Is it 2018 now? Yes, 2018 as in the Norse, but I haven't yet to play Ragnarok. So that one I'm happy to play. That would be one I'll be willing to play on stream as well. I've heard the artist Luffy have her name pronounced like Leve. Oh gosh, yeah. So that's what I mean is the pronunciation I'm probably butchering for sure. Oh, thank you, Kyle. That's really sweet commentary. Yeah, that's the thing is I know the regulars who are here, they enjoy the live, but I don't know how to explain what I do to new people. Hi, Hayden. I'm still waiting for the original God of War cow costume run, for sure. Addicts in Recovery is very clever. I see you, Kyle. Still waiting for Ragnarok to drop below $30, then I'm a jam at hard. Fair enough. Do I have it? I think I was going to play it when I was living with Arlo because he had it, and so I might have to source it myself. If female character alone ruins the game, they're just haters. Exactly. Like there are plenty of games that have are awesome with female protagonists, and so it does feel like people are just hating for the sake of hating. What was the did people have the same reaction for Witcher 4? I think they did. I haven't played Witcher 3, but my memory when Witcher 4 was announced is a lot of people were like, what's her name? Cersei? No, Cersei is from Game of Thrones. Like I said, I haven't played Witcher 3, but they definitely were hating on her being the protagonist, and then Ciri, thank you, Killer Grunt. Ciri was being hated on, but from everything I have heard is it makes sense that she's the protagonist because of everything leading up to The Witcher 4. Subnautica as well. Horizon Zero Dawn is another one a lot of people have loved. Just Bayonetta. I feel like I was actually making noises that Bayonetta makes, admittedly. Serial, that's the one. Hi, Nick. Oh, goodness. Okay. God of War Luffy is set in the afterlife of gods. That was what I thought. Oh, maybe we can see some of the gods that Kratos has killed in that case. That could be fun. You look exactly like Whoopi Goldberg. I get that a lot, actually. It's really strange, hey? Thanks, Sean, for the pronunciation. Woodens Day, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday. Yes, I forget that a lot of the days of the week are named after the gods as well. I'm super blind on Aztec and Mayan mythology, to be honest. I feel like maybe they have more of an Uncharted vibe. Yeah, that could be sick as heck. Yeah. So there was a game called Smite that some of you guys may have heard of. It's a MOBA, but in like third person. So I tried Smite ages and ages ago. I don't think it ever got as popular as like League of Legends or Dota, or some of the FPS games now. But the biggest appeal to me of Smite was how many gods you got to play as, and there were just some really, really cool ones. And who's the bee god? Azukan? Bee god Smite. Amuzinkab. I was missing an extra syllable. Amuzinkab. You get to play as the god of bees, and isn't that adorable? And so you just get to learn about some lesser loved or less popular gods, and whoever. I think it's like one of those situations where Smite wasn't necessarily a game for me. However, I desperately want to be best friends with the creators of it, because they clearly are such mythological nerds that I want to pick their brain just to talk about gods rather than to talk about games. You know what I mean? Oh, it was so cool. So it still stuck with me after all this time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nick. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, we can go stupid too, exactly. Jonier, hi. The true god of destruction is Kirby. Hilarious. Philippine people are usually Catholic. I guess the Spaniards must have brought that over, perhaps. I could imagine that. There are parameters as to what Kirby can consume, or is this black hole? I like to think they're just a black hole. I remember the first one, that's why I asked about the second. So when you watch the trailer, we can discuss the discourse about the game being labeled God of War. Okay. You don't look like Asmon's defining features are like the Temu version of user eyebrows were the free gift. Thank you, Winch. I appreciate that. God of War is Ares, Ares, Mars. That's the one. God bless you, Stressy. These are too many words. Hi, Johnny. Okay, I think I'm almost caught up, and then we will watch some stuff. Good morning, Alex. What people don't realize is that in the book, Ciri is the main character. Exactly, and so that's why I didn't really understand why people were complaining, and it does suck that people like to complain about my gender. Ghost of Yotai, I've heard of good things. Voiceover for the next Bayonetta, I wish. Oh, that would be a dream come true. Avalon! I wonder if there's an afterlife to the afterlife to the afterlife of the gods. Yeah, just does it become nothing after that? It's good to see you, Avalon. Love Zero Dawn. Yeah, I never played it, but people have said that I should cosplay her, which I don't disagree with. Going to Mexico for my birthday. Enjoy. What was that? Is that nothing? Nothing. You know, Palestinian girls, they would kill you if she heard it. Well, I'm not really someone who promotes violence. You nailed it. So maybe you see the ones he's killed. That's a big theory. I think so, for sure. Okay. 5 Nights at Diddy's. Oh, man. Ridiculous. The designs are superb for the two guys you meet in game. Okay, I'm very excited for this. Are you real? No. Not to stay you, but what if we match the mythology to the kind of game? Red Dead Redemption and the Outback with First Nation mythology, or the Celtic mythos linked into Alan Wake type game? Yeah, I love that. I think that sounds awesome. Old Age of Empire games, there are plenty of people who have the love for them. I never played them myself, though. Thank you, Aurelio. This is the first time I've seen you, but I'm definitely going to be a recurring. Thank you. We'll see you when we see you. Much appreciated. Yeah, show and tell. Exactly. We can always postpone show and tell tomorrow, though. Elden Ring was the first From Software game I ever played. I never thought a game could be like that. I loved Elden Ring. The funny thing is, I got it on release and I wasn't so sure about it. And so then I put it down and then I picked it up again when the DLC came out. Not to play the DLC, just to play Elden Ring for the first time. And I loved it. I thought it was so much fun. I really want to go and play more Souls-like games. I have realized that I am very much a platformer enjoyer. And I've known this for a long time. That's what I grew up on. And I actually see a lot of those Souls-like games as a beautiful evolution of platform games, with some more marrying of story as well, if you care to search for it. Yeah, so I would love to play some more of those. But I'm happy to finish off Red Dead in the meantime. I want to ask you as a little brother how to manage relationships with a girl who's not of my ethnicity. Well, are you not doing that already? Why would I have more information than you? Zeus was born on Crete. Or Crete. I never know how to say Crete, to be honest. His cove is shaped like a lightning bolt. That's awesome. My goodness gracious. You real or fake? Fake. Hi, Andrea. And hello from Aotearoa, Kia ora. Are you AI? No, I'm just not real. I'll postpone your face. It looks like you're owie. It's true. It's true. You know, using AI would actually benefit you as well. And using AI, we can make fictional characters real. Yeah, it's pretty sick, right? I know a lot of people are against generative AI. I'm still figuring out what my stance is on AI. I need more information. Awesome! Thank you for the 41 months.
Continuing this exciting adventure with Miss Clementine's Clem loves, Clem smiles, Clem fruit.
Thank you, Carl. And at a tier 3 as well. That is extra generous. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. We were talking about a lot of things, but we're talking about games now, just to keep you up to speed. The word came from German word "fricken," which means to strike. So in turn, you can get fucked by a car. 3 fucks and you're out. Or you get a turkey and you can be fucked by lightning. Unfortunately, so although I do speak some German, I learnt German from my father, and therefore I did not learn swear words. I can't even think of the word to strike, which is a good thing. That means that that vocabulary was not in my childhood. And isn't that wonderful? But to strike, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it some more. Bloodborne is one I'd be willing to try as well, for sure. Clem is literally AI. See, one of the bricks behind them is actually a Bulbasaur. Yeah, it's when it glitches out, you know. I fell to my death 80,993 times. I agree with the platform. It's true. It's true. Skleem fruit. It's so cute every single time. All right. Let's get on to show and tell, shall we? Thank you guys so much for all of the chats today. It was a lot of fun. If you guys are new and you've been enjoying yourself, consider subscribing, consider following. We have a show and tell day today. If you don't know what that is, it's basically reacts. But because we are a class and we are a classroom of curious kids, I don't like that term. I'm going to workshop that one. But because we have our class here, we have renamed Reacts to Show and Tell Day. And so basically people have submitted videos to watch and we watch them. That's it. It's Show and Tell Day. However, because State of Play has just come out, it feels only appropriate to make sure that we check out this this trailer, right? Yes, I do remember the Dawn Raid. Welcome on back, Black Panther. Pupils, perhaps. Okay. Oh, I did miss the new Lego Pokemon sets. So I'm gonna quickly look at those just because they're on my they are on my tab right now. So there are. I think the problem I have with a lot of these sets is they're just. I don't like the aesthetic of it. I think there are too many attempts at rounding to make them look as close to the Pokemon as possible, where it just misses the mark. Whereas some of their other sets, I guess because Pokemon are so round. Like, what is this? This is cursed. This is kind of cool. The Mewtwo one is cool. I like the what do you call this? Container? This thing. I like the stand. And I don't know what smart play is supposed to be. They keep on talking about smart play. It just looks like an aesthetic that I am not a fan of. The Cubone looks alright though. I'll give them that. Cubone looks okay. I guess because if you think of Lego aesthetic, it is a very particular look. Bidoof looks great. You know what? They've nailed it with Bidoof. Garchomp looks okay, but they just look a bit off. That's all. Like they're just Pikachu. It just the proportions are a bit. Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad someone said it is what it is. I'm not British. But you know what? You're more than welcome to share your love for British women. But I am not included in that. If you are trying to include me in that one. Class of Curiosities, that's one. AI is great till all our faces end up as the head of adult actors in videos. I was born in 2005 and I'm Gen Z and right wing. Okay. Do you know what else you are? Not on topic. Hi, Phil. They do look like Kmart versions. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Liz. Good to have you here. Just finished work, yeah. Oh, 10 to 10 days is when you get some relax time on you, okay, Liz? Really think the scale's going to be different for every build. Yes, exactly. Okay, Destiny, I just want to see, it was released worldwide for everything. Okay, so that's what I wanted to know about Destiny. We can close this. We can close this. Dialectical behavior. Cool. All right. We have wrapped up all of the gremlins. She's going to flip in the trailer on how cute cubes can be. What? What are you talking about? I would say we're a think tank. Oh, I will have to think about that one. A think tank. Think tank can sometimes consider be not quite synonymous, but they can have correlation to echo chambers. So I don't want to be, yeah, I know, right, Boba? I don't want to be correlating there. God of War trailer. Howdy, Eric. Introducing Faye. 5 minutes. There's a 20-minute gameplay reveal trailer. I don't think we'll watch all of that, but we could potentially look into how. Okay, hold on. Headphones. Oh, just some tabs. I just had some tabs open as all. I have to ramp out the amount of bricks to make more detail, but more weight and make more detail, but more weight and cost. That makes sense. Yeah, the 20 minutes. I don't think I'll watch the full 20 minutes. I'll just watch the introduction. God of War, Alfie. How to pronounce it? They're pronounced differently. I'll show you what I'm looking at. Let's just quickly
have the same name, but they're pronounced.
Oh.
These two have the same name, but they're pronounced differently.
Okay.
In the God of War games, it's pronounced like this.
Lao Fei.
But for the
Lao
Grammy
Fei,
Award-winning musical artist who's also in Fortnite, she accepts two pronunciations.
Leve. That's the more English one, and then in true Icelandic form, Leve.
Luffy is a name rooted in Old Norse, which is technically a dead language. But Leve is from Iceland, with modern Icelandic being a direct descendant of Old Norse and shares a lot of the same pronunciations. However, when we had a Norse myth expert reacting to God of War a few years ago, he pronounced it this way.
Lavoy.
So how are
Oh
you
my
gonna pronounce
gosh!
it? Let us know.
Just to throw
These two
another
have the
one
same
in there.
name, but-
Anyway, she can pronounce it however she wants to pronounce it. Oh, okay. I'm excited, Sean. I'm excited. Hi, Sean. No, don't know this one. Sorry, Sean. But welcome on in. Okay. Let's watch the introduction of Faye. Together. Hold on.
It's smaller.
Wait! Pause. It's always a little bit funny when I first started up. Let's try that again. So, God of War Laufey introducing Faye.
It's smaller.
She was fearsome. Damn fine
this is
woman
the
she was.
End
Apart
of
from the tasting men, of course.
Laufey.
Is
Story.
dead. Rest of them are. Ones left alive have to pay the price.
I'm pretty sure some of these were. Oh no,
is
this
a
one's
natural
definitely
part
from
of life,
Ragnarok. I was like, I'm pretty
Bella.
sure some of these are from the first game, not
I wish only to be
Ragnarok, but
prepared for when
nonetheless.
my time comes.
Why am I stopping? Spoilers? No, if that was all of the spoilers, it's fine. That was fine. I have no issues with that. It's whatever. Like, are there spoilers going forward? Or was that already the spoilers? Because you reckon I should watch the 20-minute one? This is introducing Faye. Oh, okay. So this is... Oh, I see. So they're talking about... Okay. It's not a trailer. You are correct. Let us go through this one in that case. I don't know if I'll watch the whole of it. It is long. Let's do the gameplay in that case. Thank you for the heads up. Let's try that one more time. Yeah, exactly. You look like Laufey, it's just the red hair. Although I have been compared to Deborah Ann Woll in the past, so maybe you've got something on there. Hey, Swiggly. I didn't didn't know that Deborah could sing. Yeah, fair enough, Boba. Santa Monica Studio, that's what I was trying to think of. We could be. I don't know how, but, you know, a girl can dream. I'd love to be taken under Deborah Ann Woll's wing. Or Laufey's, either or.
Find your way home. You are free.
Aww. Yeah, so that's from the beginning. And so then we're going to see what it's like in the afterlife. So this is all the opening of God of War 1. We've been here before. I guess this is all necessary for the announcement to then have the penny drop of what the game is going to be, right? Because if watching State of Play without it being like, this is what the game is going to be, we're just watching at the moment going, this is the beginning of God of War. Why are they, oh my god, are we getting another God of War game? Whereas I already know what the God of War game is going to be, so the intrigue is not as necessary as if we were watching it live, you know? So that's her spirit. Ooh. Well, that was very pretty, wasn't it? She kind of looks like Cate Blanchett there, to be honest. Why is it? Okay, okay. I'm sorry. I don't mean to body shame. I, as a woman, I don't mean to body shame. But considering this is a animation, I feel like I am allowed some liberty. Why her body so tiny compared to her head? Like, why her body is so tiny compared to head? Like, you see, because she's got these beautiful features, and then her shoulders are so small. This looks disproportionate to me. Anyhow, maybe the Jotun just have different, like, because she's a giant, right? That she is a giant, so maybe that's just what their proportions are. Look, I would have said the same if they were a male, okay? Ah, and then you hit new game. That's a fun opening. Kratos! It reminds me of the axe and the first God of War. That's fun. I mean, how could anyone hate this game? We got the dogs out already. Come on, they were catering. They said, okay, you don't want woman, but what about toes?
Where am I?
I do love Deborah Ann Woll. I can't say that she is what I pictured for Kratos' wife, though. I haven't played Ragnarok, so I'm assuming that we see her in Ragnarok. And so her being Laufey is like something that I'm thinking of. So cute! Co-directed by Quentin Tarantino for sure.
You know where I am?
They've really upped the graphics on this one, hey. I wonder if this will be able to be maintained the whole time. But God of War is already so beautiful. We don't need more. Oh, the hair. Always with the hair.
It happened. They're starting on the path.
I'll see if we have any closed caption for you guys.
I didn't get to say goodbye.
Oh, sad times. Why? It is.
This definitely isn't the light of Alfheim.
Uh-oh. The camera shake's already making you nauseated. I don't remember it being that bad in God of War, though. You know it, Raptor. It is their flagship after all these days. I reckon it's their flagship these days. Fight back! Cool. I may have thoughts on... Oh, that's cool. We're still, not completely accurate.
Shouldn't have been that difficult.
I mean, the gameplay looks like it's going to be fun. There's something about it that's feeling off. I think it's an uncanny valley situation. I think I'm feeling uncanny valley vibes. And so what I mean by that, oh my god, that thing is so freaking adorable. It's the new God of War game just got announced in answer to that question. When graphics get too realistic, it can be hard to accept them as they are because of Uncanny Valley. And I think that is my initial thought of what we're seeing. It is so colorful and so pretty. I do wonder if there are some guys being like, ew, it's too feminine, because they're literally the first monster that we encounter is an actual flower. I, for one, love that. I think that's adorable. I think that it is fun to see more creatures of different types, especially as someone who actually criticized God of War. I haven't played Ragnarok, but God of War, I criticized for using the same models over and over again in terms of their mobs, sorry. There were the same like 4 creatures that just had a different element skin on them. So I love seeing new creatures. I think in God of War I was most impressed by the like insectoid style of that was Alfheim, right? And this I think is very cute, but I can imagine it being a bit confronting, and that where some of the woke commentary comes on. It's like, not only do we have the female protagonist, but the opening is very, very femme. And I'm not saying I feel that way, but I could understand some people might, who are insecure with their masculinity, feel some pushback there. Because the afterlife doesn't necessarily have to be all sunshine and flowers, and so I feel like this is subverting some expectations of afterlife and it's just going all of the pink and the flowers, which I think it's pretty, but that's just me. It isn't woke, hey, yeah, it isn't. What? Well, I'm concerned to ask what you thought Show and Tell was meant to be. Also, hi, Netlag. The hair texture is what makes me what gets me, because hair always seems so hard to illustrate in games. Yeah, I've seen the Final Fantasy franchise talk about this and how they do all the strands. The screen shake was a little nauseating, and I think some of that can again come from the high graphics and trying to make it realistic. But that again, coming back to the high graphics, the double jump that she displays and then all of the attacking. I loved the God of War franchise, even the original God of War back on PlayStation 2. The floating in the air and the hack and slash in ways that don't seem possible, it didn't feel wrong in those games. Something about this feels wrong. And I don't remember having any commentary in God of War 2018 about it feeling off. I still remember the high that I got when we got his Blades of Chaos for the first time instead of using the axe. Oh God. Oh, I got shivers just remembering it. But this feels off. And I think it's because of the graphics. But maybe I would have to play Ragnarok to see if I'd have the same commentary there. It just feels like Uncanny Valley is what it feels like. So it makes it hard to accept, what's the word? To suspend one's disbelief that this is possible. Because as a human, this is not possible. And to make it make sense can be very difficult to do. And that's why I think a lot of CGI looks really off these days. Xena Warrior Princess, we should get a Xena. That would be fun. It wasn't as far as I remember. It's why I can't watch Law and Order SVU, so overboard with a camera shake. Gotcha. I don't mind playing a female warrior if I have to do it. I'm still going to play the game. Yeah, like I'll still watch some more. The Uncanny Valley is because how close she looks to Deborah, but also make sure not to have her look identical. So she looks close, but nowhere near. Ah, yes. I think you're right about that too. Where it just, yeah, because of the facial mapping. Yes, I think you're right. I feel like this doesn't make sense that Deborah is able to double jump instead of Laufey being able to double jump. I absolutely appreciate this insight. The new Android game with the blonde 5-year-old genuinely gave me the ick because of how real and unreal she appeared in the cutscenes. Yeah, that can be uncanny vibes for sure as well. A lot of hate. People are so stupid. People are stupid. But I think it looks pretty. But that's the thing is maybe there's something off that people are feeling. And it's not about the femininity or the female protagonist. I think it's about the uncanny vibe. And maybe they don't have the understanding of why they look at this and it feels off to them. Whereas I think that I am hopefully expressing what feels off to me. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the old over the shoulder either. And that can cause some of the camera shake and the nausea that people are expressing. The fact they were flowers didn't even give me any hint of femininity. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. Because like I said, maybe that's more of a reflection on me. I feel like the flowers feel very, very feminine. And the pink, because these are things that have been shoved down my throat as a woman. It does look very pretty, though. It's the camera bounce, you reckon? Yeah, Pixar has talked about the animation as well, hey. It's Fiona and Donkey find Shrek. I love that. Movie game can be anything for sure. The Uncanny Valley. Oh, yeah. That's the one. The start of the game, she feels too OP. No, I'm not too concerned about that. I actually really liked even just that, like, come on. It looks too realistic to me, though, Pyra. I know some people really push for that vibe, but Uncanny Valley as a concept exists for a reason. And so for those who do not know Uncanny Valley, let's show a little graph, shall we? Uncanny Valley. You've probably heard the term, but maybe haven't had necessarily look into what it means. Can I open this in a new image? Okay. So, basically, this is the human likeness. So the closest it looks to a human. And so down here we have 0%, up here we have 100%. And then the affinity and basically how much an individual has affection towards this thing. And so you can see that an industrial robot, well, it's very blurry because I chose a bad image, but industrial robot has very little human likeness, almost 0%, and we don't necessarily have high affinity for it. However, if you've watched Community, the TV series, you can name it, and all of a sudden it has more of this humanity to it, so your affinity increases. Toy robot gets a little bit higher, and then up here we have a healthy person, so basically the affinity of people for people. I know there's going to be some jokes about, but I hate people, but the reality is that there's an affinity when you see a person. This in between is what is the definition of uncanny valley, where as we get closer to something looking realistic and like a human, there gets this bit in between where we just do not like it. And we have even negative affinity. And so think of, this is saying the puppets here, but think of puppets. Think of how many people hate marionettes or dolls, where it's looking closer and closer to a human, but then there's the lack of affinity for it. And that falls in this uncanny valley. I truly believe that video games are falling into the same trap. We're getting higher and higher graphics, and it's becoming more and more realistic. And now, at least for a lot of us, and I know especially for me, I think that video games and these high graphics are falling into this uncanny valley. And that is what I am seeing with this, is even if it's not necessarily immediately able to be vocalized, that's the immediate thought of just something's off, something's jarring, I can't quite place it. After some thought, I think it's uncanny valley. I think Sean put a really good point about it looking so close to Deborah Ann Woll, but not close enough. I think movies fall into the same trap as well, with incredibly high, like what's supposed to be incredible CGI, but it just isn't merging with reality enough to make it feel believable and suspend one's disbelief. And so therefore it loses immersion on top of that. But it is very pretty. Let me see what some of you guys think. I'll go full screen in the meantime. If it's someone who, okay, I think, yeah, here's the Sean saying about the uncanny valley. What about uncanny valley of Alita Battle Angel? Yeah, I think that fell into a similar trap as well, where her the eyes, but I think they did an okay job because they try. You know what? I think Alita Battle Angel works because they didn't try to make her exactly like a human. She's meant to look off, and that's why Alita Battle Angel works. She is meant to have like the big eyes and the proportions that are a bit strange. And so when they accept that, it helps the viewer accept it as well. Jason, I play as woman if there's choice in all my games. Looking at dudes behinds for 100 hours isn't very straight in my opinion. Based and true. She can double jump anything she wants. What afterlife is this? This is apparently in God of War's afterlife, but maybe she has not quite gotten there. It's probably the camera angle that gets stuck in the air, looks out of place. Yeah, and that's the thing, is this is early days, so maybe there are changes that they could make by the time the game actually comes out, but that's what's immediately jarring for me. Someone who's not sure if he could get emasculator of a game character, I'm torn whether he should date or maybe a relationship with Hal. Yeah, exactly. Deborah rolls crits in real life athletics. She always double jumps. Fine, I'll accept it. Per God of War lore, Faye isn't a god but a giantess. Yes, this is also a good point, which is like close to Norse gods, basically. It's a bit weird that a non-canonical mythological god ended up in a realm reserved for dead gods. Ah, I didn't even consider that implication. Yeah, maybe that's where the explanation will come from if we play the game. Girls in games like Metal Slug or Samus and Killer Instinct and MK and Fighting Force 64, badass. Faux show. I think that they're still building the afterlife. We'd have to watch more of Basilisk or play the game when it comes out to see how they are going to tackle afterlife. So a mythological, but in the context of how they've built it in the game, I suppose. I am not teaching mathematics. Uncanny Valley. Next, can we pull up the graph for attractive, mentally unstable? The hotter she is, the crazier she is. If you had a mugshot, I'm pretty sure I could name every video tag. I don't know what that means. Sorry, Slippery. Unhealthy person suggestively falls in the uncanny valley then? Oof, get wrecked. That is so sad. Healthy people on the spectrum sometimes fall into the uncanny valley. Oh, I hadn't really thought about this. I guess people talk about the feeling behind the eyes, and yes, I am being somewhat blasphemous about this, but I'm not doing this from a facetious perspective. I am discussing in a way of trying to understand where this is coming from. But I know that there is a stereotype, especially in autistic boys, about well, I guess the lack of eye contact, and maybe that's where some of that uncanny valley vibe can come from. Where it's well, neurodivergent, right, rather than neurotypical. So we just have different terms for it in that branch. TLDR, the uncanny valley is an evolutionary warning system. It triggers revulsion and unease when we encounter a nearly human-like face or object as a built-in mechanism to warn us of hidden biological or psychological dangers. I wonder where that comes from. Because my thought process, and this is something that I'm sure an anthropologist would be able to answer, but my thought process is, okay, maybe this is going to be crass, but Homo sapien bred with Neanderthals, and I feel like that is conflicting with it being an evolutionary warning. I would assume that Homo sapien would look at a Neanderthal and think that they would fall into some uncanny valley vibes, so to stay away. So maybe the evolutionary built-in mechanism has come from being like, we're never breeding with the Neanderthals ever again. Oh, goodness gracious me. But maybe it goes back further than that, and I'm missing something. I just don't quite understand the biological danger, because then we look at other evidence of how good it is to have the diversity in genetics, right? So that's where I'm kind of not sure how that comes together. Where oh, my things jumped around. The proportions are that of a child whose face hadn't grown into their eyes yet. Yeah, that I think like it's just a little bit off, but I think it works okay. No, I don't play Roblox. So with the subconscious mind scans constantly gathering information from people's faces. That's why people can see plastic surgery so easily, so it's not matching anatomically. Oh, I think you're onto something there, where they can just feel it's a bit off. And so that's why it's like, ooh. And we don't need to name names, but I'm sure that everyone has thought of someone where, I know I've thought of someone where I'm like, you say that you've had no cosmetic procedures, but I'm getting uncanny vibes from you, uncanny valley vibes. And if that's just how you look, I'm so sorry that you are falling into the uncanny valley vibes. And that makes me feel like a bully, but still, I still think that you had lip filler. That's just my opinion. Hi, James. Good to have you here. So related to the pathogen avoidance part of the uncanny valley, you might have to, yeah, thank you. There we go. I thought you might have more info. Small unnatural imperfections in a human-like face closely mimic the visual cues of severe disease, parasites, or decaying matter. Disgust and revulsion evolved as reflexes to stare us clear of potential contamination. Okay, so the unnatural imperfections in a face, and then that's like, oh, there's disease, so I'm staying away. Okay, thank you. Facetious is a fun word to say. Any excuse to say it, I will use it. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, also shame on you. We're still human and we are able to override our instincts. Sometimes I guess we got used to them. Yeah, that's true. And other times we I guess just like emotions, we can feel them happen and then we can look at understanding where that comes from and then we can decide what to do with that information. Whereas I feel like a lot of people have a reaction and don't necessarily have the reflection of understanding where that reaction comes from. So, as someone who is a raging feminist, I think it's cool, and also who loves Deborah Ann Wool, I think it's cool that there's a new God of War trailer, but even I myself feel like something is off about this trailer, and it makes me wonder if there is discourse. Like I said, I pulled the wool over my eyes, and I'm choosing to believe that since I haven't seen any discourse, that the discourse doesn't exist. You guys have told me there's discourse about this game, but if I haven't seen it, then it doesn't exist. However, if people are getting mad, I wonder if it's because of some sort of uncanny valley reaction without necessarily understanding where that reaction is coming from, and then it is misplaced anger, I guess, where it's like, well, it's a woman, it's woke, it's whatever. Maybe it's a misunderstanding of the emotions that are happening. Who knows? Not I. Yeah, I understood that you meant about Neanderthals, Nine Fox. You're all good there. Ba-ba-ra. Dead body detection and threat recognition are also part of the uncanny valley. That makes sense as well. That dead look. We don't want the humans have learnt to not associate with the dead look. Good morning, Bar. Or Gordo, rather. I wonder how much of the uncanny valley is our evolutionary trait to seek a healthy mate. There's probably something to it, because if we come back to the graph, it does say healthy person. So maybe if we look further into it, there could be something there for sure. Hey guys, good to have you here. I don't feel emotion. Well, good for you. Then you won't be mad when I go back to this. Do you want to watch the whole gameplay reveal trailer, or do we feel like that was enough? Because I've never really done a long form react before, but I'm willing to give it a go. Some prehistoric human decided to override the instinct and boink a Neanderthal. You know what? Based. I have German descent, so I have to bat for the Neanderthals because the likelihood that I have Neanderthal ancestry is very high. So I have to bat for them. The mythology nerd will make you like it. Fuck it, let's do it. Okay, I've never done a longer video before, so I'm happy to do this as something a bit different today. But how about I pause, because I can see that Twitch is about to hit some ad breaks, so I won't hit play until the ads are done. How about that? I think that's a nice compromise. I like this plan. Oh yeah, the ads are happening, so we'll wait there. If we don't see something, it can't exist. God and Santa's not real. As a Christian, Christmas-loving man, this is troubling. I don't want to, push at your buttons too much. No, Boba, please, you don't have to say sorry or even have it as your last one. I like someone who's sharing all the information, so I don't have to look it up myself. It's easier to read than to type. Another theory, posits? What is this word? So mate selection. Posits? Oh, like it poses the idea. I've not heard that word before. Another theory is that our brain looks for indicators of health, hormonal balance, and fertility in faces. If a humanoid agent's facial proportions or skin texture are off, it instinctively registers as an unhealthy or unfit mate. Yeah, that could make sense for sure. I am inclined to agree.
I'm doing my part.
For 9 folks, that was enough? There are vital parts, though. All right, I'm happy to give it a go. It's just a game trailer after all. I've noticed that a few people who have a similar face, each of them have these beady eyes, inflated, almost leathery and saggy skin, almost like a rare race of human. I don't know what you're talking about, but if that's your experience, then that's your experience. Who am I to say otherwise? You can call me God. Okay, perfect. I know that you said it in the past, but I wasn't 100% sure if we were still there, God. So I will continue to call you God. Honestly, I will admit that it's probably going to be Gordo rather than Gord. So let me know if you don't like Gordo, because I will cut it out. Ozzy had some Neanderthal DNA as an Ozzy Osbourne. That's what saved him from his OD. I think that Ozzy Osbourne just had so many drugs in his system, and that's what saved him from ODs. There's no discourse over this game because it's likely a dud and not making waves. Oh no, it's only come out a day ago, and a lot of people are talking about it. So I'm not sure I agree with you there. Hi, Kiwi Man. Yeah, I do. I have to back the Neanderthals. So technically, Kiwi Man, we've watched 0. So good timing. Good timing. We are watching the God of War Alfie trailer. Interbreeding was exclusively male Neanderthal and female Homo sapiens. Ooh, well, the implications of that I don't like so much. However, if we think of the same implications, I'm inclined to believe the Homo sapien males also bred with Neanderthal females. But that's just because of Taylor's oldest time. All of them, yes. Also none of them. So we are watching the 6 minutes. Thank you. We've watched 6 minutes. It explains why people on the right of the political spectrum are so unappealing. They're almost human, but not quite, and therefore particularly revolting. Look, I find that very funny. I am not someone who likes to ostracize the left or right. I am definitely left-leaning. I know this, but I find that it doesn't help us on the left to ostracize the right, because by the same token, I would think that comment would be funny if someone said this explains why people on the left of the political spectrum are so unappealing, almost human, but therefore particularly revolting. I think that it is a funny comment, but I can laugh and still just be like, hey, let's make sure that we're not adding fuel to the civil fire that the globe wants us to participate in, you know? We can be the change. We can be the difference. Most people originating from outside of Africa have some Neanderthal in them. Because, yeah, it's European, right? Generational differences in uncanny valley recognition show a clear divide. Younger digitally native generations, such as Gen Z and Gen Alpha, are more accustomed to AI-generated avatars and CGI, making them less reactive and faster to adapt, I'm assuming, to the uncanny valley recognition. Older generations often react with stronger aversion due to deeper reliance on familiar, non-altered human cues. Fascinating. So my immediate connection there is thinking about face filters. Face filters have been around for, what, a decade now? Maybe even longer? Well, editing, I suppose, in general. Photoshopping, even longer. Okay, so maybe it goes a little bit deeper than just social media. But point being that people, younger people, are definitely more accustomed to having face filters, and I guess especially I feel very sorry for the kids who were in lockdowns as kids for the COVID lockdowns, because a lot of their interaction is now digital, right? And so perhaps there is some affinity for this digitized and filtered look that older generations wouldn't be as accustomed to, because the interactions they would have with another human would be physical, whereas a lot of the interactions we're having now are digital, like this in itself. So I definitely can understand that would be a phenomena that is happening now, or a phenomenon rather, that younger generations are more accustomed to the AI generated look, or less filtered look, I think I'll use, because it's not exclusive to AI. And maybe that's why they too are going to really struggle with AI and picking up what is AI and what is not, because they're already so used to a filtered face. Oh, I don't know what to do about this, though. That is concerning. It is so concerning, but I don't know what to do about it. Oh, goodness gracious. So it's a toss-up here. Yeah, exactly, Kiwi Man. Show up late, more reacts, less reacts. Anyway, we're here. Basically, research indicates that exposure to digital media and AI heavily shapes our perception, tolerance, and emotional response to almost human entities. Yeah, so I guess that's why we're struggling. Maybe that's where some of the empathy struggle could come in of humans in real life, IRL. Because you're getting so used to the perception of a human being digitally altered that we're struggling to have that connection with physical entities. There's some theory crafting there. I am not here to be the change. This is probably why I'm being the change, which annoys the crap out of me. I just can't even ignore everyone without being part of something. Yes, the Terminator did warn us of AI being an awful thing for sure. Exactly, Gordo. I have the same thought. Why do we have to be left or right? I don't give a crap about any of that. It's about being good or being evil. And that's the thing is, and Sean kind of just spoke about the cult-like following that happens. I can talk all about my theory on left and right, but I am aware that... So I've actually thought about it, of why I don't do politics on my channel. I do find politics very interesting. For those who don't know, I'm living in Southampton at the moment, and there was a big riot that happened just a couple nights ago. And I was chatting to the mods about it. In the mod chat, I'm like, hey, I just want to let you know this is what's going on at the moment. But I chose not to put it in the public space because I know that it is political. And I know that with that, people will have differing opinions. And then that is what can cause quite an emotional feeling. And so I realized that it's not so much that I'm not interested in politics, but it's that I don't have the tools or the ability to facilitate opposing sides, and particularly opposing sides that get very heated and emotional. If everyone was just like neutral, no emotion about it, then I suspect we would have more conversations about politics. But by nature, people get passionate is the word I will use when it comes to politics. And so I have a lot of opinions on this, like why do we have to be this or that? But I will choose to not cover it today because of the aforementioned I know people will get riled up and I don't have the ability to facilitate that. And I don't want to subject the mods to it either. Yeah, what is my job? What is the stream about? Anyway, so I just thought I'd get that on the record was all I wanted to say. Okay, I see it. So coming back to Uncanny Valley. I see how easily the older generations are susceptible to AI scams. Not grandma. Brad Pitt doesn't need money. No, grandma. Yeah, Brad Pitt doesn't need money. It's Brad Pitt. In real life, IRL doesn't help her AI accusations. Oopsies. Left and right is to stop us looking up and down. Ooh. Ooh, I don't mind this quote. Hi, Yannick. Is it Eden or man boob? What has man boob got to do with this? Division is power. Division makes money. Exactly. All these things. I agree. Boobs or butts? Too controversial. I agree. So controversial I can't even pronounce these words properly. Maybe he does need money. What's the last movie you've seen in him recently? Well, I've seen him in a lot of trailers. What's the last movie I actually saw him in? Probably Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. F1 was the one I was thinking about that I haven't seen, but that I've seen him in. Well, I do apologize, pal. You can blame YouTube for forcing the stream upon you for that one. Let's see if there's anything else he was in. There were a few things he was in. Executive producer. I know, I want you as an actor. Actor. Get rid of that tag. Yeah, so F1 was the latest one. But I did not watch this one. Just as a side note. Thank you, Kyle. F1 was the latest as an actor. It looks like it. Yeah, and that's why I had to giggle about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, because I realized that it is a few years old now. He's clearly washed up. But that's it. He's also producing, hey. Do you want to see... Oh, I'll rattle off some other ones before we get back on track. Okay, no I won't, because I apparently can't click on buttons. Flashbang! Boom! I don't know the trainer, Wolves, if credit only. I guess they may have been a voiceover or something. I don't know any of these. An episode as themselves. Didn't see this, didn't see... I did technically see this with Sandra Bullock and Channing Tatum. That was quite fun. I didn't see this. So, 2019. He was in Deadpool 2? Who the heck is the Vanisher? Oh, so this is the second movie I was thinking of, The Big Short. Ad Astra was good. I'll have to take your word for it. Who's the Vanisher? He was the invisible guy? I don't remember an invisible guy. Is he literally... Do you know what? Deadpool is the type of... And this is the thing. Deadpool is the type of film where I can absolutely imagine they have Brad Pitt play an invisible guy and he is always invisible. Oh, I do remember the frying on the power lines. So is that the only time you get to see him as Brad Pitt? Yes! That's what I'm saying is I don't remember. I remember the frying, but that is so Deadpool to do. That's, yeah, okay. And then the frying on the power lines is the first time you see it. Yes, I love that. That is classic Deadpool. A shocking cameo indeed. And he doesn't talk as well. Oh, it's coming back to me. I think that there are memes where it's like on the Vanisher and you're like never quite sure if someone's actually there. They could be there, they might not be there. And then that when they finally die is where it's like, oh shit, they didn't exist. Okay. He really lit up the moment. That's, oh, you guys are too clever. Hilarious. Inglourious Basterds also a good one for sure. Yeah, exactly, Gordo. It riles people up. I don't even necessarily agree with the privacy. I think that the only reason that it's private is because of how people don't, how people are so attacking against one's political vote. I don't think it would need to be private if we weren't being so combative against one another. Seeing Clem really makes me wish I was an elf. I never got a good night's sleep after seeing that gorgeous well stop. Yeah, we were talking about Brad Pitt. No, not earlier this morning. So I don't know. We're not responsible for that one of your dreams, Sean. He vanished. No one saw him. Exactly. He was interviewed as a superhero. Adorable. Classic. It'd be John Cena played by someone else who you can see. John Cena, I think, would have been a good cameo for that role as well, but I don't know how prevalent the memes were. Surely it would have been for Deadpool too. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The scene of Deadpool speaking to the room saying, "I'll vanish." I get it. That's amazing. And he isn't even in the room. Oh my goodness. I'll have to watch Deadpool 2 again, I guess. Matt Damon was in there too. All I can think of is Matt Damon in Thor. Inglourious Basterds is genuinely such a good movie. I agree. I concur. I wouldn't say I'm on more. I multicast Jason, so no, I guess is the technical answer. I am on them both evenly. And if we really want to get down to semantics, I would be on Twitch more because of the brief moments in between switching from just chatting to gameplay. With a truck, gotcha. God of War, yeah, but we've gone so far off God of War. Fine. Okay, we're going back to God of War. For those who have just come in, we're watching the 20-minute gameplay reveal trailer of God of War Laufey. Okay? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm gonna go back to it. This is why we don't do 20-minute videos, because I already have the capacity of doing 20-minute rants, okay? Alright, we don't want any riots, okay? We don't want riots.
Yeah. Armor. Good idea.
That is a good idea. They're so cute. I love a pet. I'm sorry. I am a sucker for a pet. I do love the yellow. It's very fun. Ooh, fancy. I wonder what all her symbols do. I don't know if that's discussed in Ragnarok, so don't tell me. Ah, yes, I just want to squish them! Okay, but look, this is the thing. Is this little creature, it doesn't look real, and I like the look of it. I'm not like, ugh, something's off about them. There is a design about it that is intentional to not look real. But it still looks good in this context. It still looks adorable. I want to squish it, and I want to give it little kisses on its head. I thought the noise was the creature. Well, it was a bit of both, I guess. I want to give it smooches. Whoa.
Guess I'll find my own way from here.
Okay. All right. Very exciting. I didn't realize that pre-sales were already on. That feels a bit early.
That mask.
Yeah, I don't like the over-the-shoulder
It's not possible.
Style either, now that you guys mentioned that. Why is Jack Quaid playing a cube? Sorry, what?
If there's another mask, our path isn't safe.
What do you mean?
I have to find a way back.
Okay, showing off the light. I see you. Is this my hair color or is she more blonde? Because I have like red hair dysmorphia where I'm not as red-headed as a lot of other redheads. So sometimes I forget I'm a redhead. And because see how much it changes with the lighting? Is that what my hair is like? Greetings, Vin. Hi, Noel. Oh no! Oh no! That didn't last long.
Did she come from the Eagle Oslo? Not the gates. The gateway is closed.
Okay, so it's weird that she's here as well. Okay. Whoa, that looks cool. There's the teasers, eh? What'd that tongue do? There is a... Come on! Magic! Oh no! What's that little critter? Stop! Leave them alone!
That creature.
That looks pretty cool.
Let him go!
Why did they do this to me? They're throwing all of them in there! I don't like this game anymore. It's bullying me. Whoa! See, again, doesn't look like a human, but looks cool as hell. Yeah, this is like, I take it back. That's pretty cool. No, we're following his wife in the afterlife. I do like the designs of all the armor. They put a lot of care into every single little detail. Sick. Hot. Wait, I shouldn't be watching this. Avert your eyes. Very cool. Ooh, look at the cobra on their belt. I kind of hope they don't say anything. I think that would be badass. Ouch.
Another mask.
Ow. I wanted them to not speak. I guess it makes sense.
This is important to you. I wonder, do you think this could set you free?
Maybe I'm being a stickler, but I feel like that could have been a little bit more menacing. I am being a bit of a stickler. I get that.
You touch me again, and I swear, I will kill you.
Would you like to see how hard it is to die here, Godly?
Ooh. Well, that's a fun concept.
You can't keep me here.
I wonder how they're going to do death mechanics in the afterlife in that case.
There is no escape.
Yeah, would, exactly. Oh, they're so massive!
Resisting the truth.
So, do you guys know who this is meant to
Make
be?
this more painful.
Now, Keith. Like, do you know which goddess, I guess? Sekhmet. Okay, I'm not familiar with Sekhmet. Who are they the goddess of? But it's very cool.
Sekhmet.
No.
Ah, there we go.
Betsy.
They answer it right
I
then
will
and there.
handle that problem. You deal with our new pet.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we'd have to play the game to understand how they Wow! Cool! Is that meant to be a sphinx? I think it is. Wow. Yeah, my immediate thought was displace a beast because of the 6 legs, but I think it's meant to be a sphinx. Yeah, I have to play the game to know the story. Ugh, cringe. That's funny to me. The flying, I would have loved if it just bolted away rather than flew away, but maybe that's just me. The red guy is Begster, Tibetan god of war. Cheers. Pre-Buddhist god of war for Mongolia, and then Sekhmet is an Egyptian god of war. So we got more war! My gosh.
They're gone. Just be careful.
Is that wait? What the?
Fresh air. Oh, you're different.
You're a cube. Talking. You know what? It doesn't matter.
Okay, it was pretty. It's pretty satisfying
we
to watch
tried.
that move around.
There's no way out.
See, but I love this.
I'm not the sword.
Something about Deborah Ann
I'm
Wool
the
is
Ribbons,
off.
obviously. And my name is Rue. The cube is Frank.
Okay, so the sword and the cube are 2 different
I'm
things.
Faye. There has to be a way out of here.
A way out? But you're not even all here.
Ooh, what is that meant
Of course I'm not here. I'm dead.
You have to be dead to come through the gateway.
And
It's
so,
like you're holding something back.
so who's the sword?
This isn't working.
Oh, sorry. So, who's the voice actor? Because that sounds like a Kiwi accent.
Where are we anyway?
Afterlife of the Gods? I call it the Everyone.
Yeah, exactly,
Afterlife of the
Phoebus.
Great.
Yeah, so why is Laufey
So,
here?
what's the plan, boss?
Not your boss, Frank. That cask.
Yeah, exactly.
you're
That is Huey from the boys.
Yeah.
But then who's the Kiwi?
Wait, you made that big explosion happen, right? Could you do that again?
Yeah, Quetzalcoatl
magic.
was the Aztec god. Oh, it was like a
Here.
big dragon.
I feel wrong here.
You
What
won
your
out, right?
theory? What the mythology
I
you're
think
from?
we all want that.
Well, obviously
You
the
definitely
D&D mythology.
Faye, you need to accept it. All of it. You're
Yeah, I
dead.
just finished it as well.
How? How do I accept that?
Simple. Focus. You're here.
Yeah, I feel like
Be
that dialogue's a bit
Here.
clunky.
But what if I need to be somewhere else?
Then focus on what you do need.
I feel like I'm struggling with this dialogue because maybe I got a false impression of how she died.
Find your way home.
Wow.
That's it. What were you thinking of?
A promise.
Okay, look,
Hey, we'll take it. Now let's get out of here.
that was a bit,
Get ready.
what's the word I'm looking for?
Wait, not a good idea.
Lame.
Bad idea.
Oh, this is God of War Laufey. It's the gameplay trailer.
Kratos.
Hey, cameo!
Kratos.
Helena Love. Is she in God of sorry, not God of War. Is she in Thor Ragnarok as the like general with Jeff Goldblum? Okay, someone else. Is she I don't know who that is. I'll have to look them up afterwards. Yeah, Frank. Wow, cool.
Rue? I think you should give her the sword.
Okay, so the ribbons.
How do I know I can trust her?
And then
I'll give it back.
I do
promise.
like the ribbons kind of putting their fisticuffs up like that.
Okay. Take it.
Do we still get to hang out with the ribbons? Wow! Okay. I look. The gameplay looks like it could be a bit of fun. I do feel like there's a bit of uncanny valley-ness to it. But all of this, like, wow, check it. It feels like there's not a lot of substance there. It feels very...
Not until I get you out.
I don't need help.
Here we go, coming up behind.
I don't know how to explain it. I need to mull over what the words are. It's very like, wow, it was inside her all along. It just feels too try hard. Like the gameplay looks fun. Bouncing off Frank like you Kratos was with Atreus. The ribbon mechanics here, I feel like there could be some fun there. But the lead up to it is just like...
Got an idea on opening that cage.
It's too... like, there's no build up to it.
Come on.
No, I got a promise to keep.
There's no
But
build up to
lady,
that moment,
sword
which just makes
more
it
than you
feel
think it is.
weird at the beginning of the game. If this is the beginning of the game. But it just feels like we're watching the beginning of the game.
I already told you.
It does
I
look
will
cool, but
kill
the
you.
Don't make promises you can't
personality,
keep,
I don't... I'll think about it. And then we get to play against him. Go, Frank, go! Yeah, it's the tutorial, hey. We're just watching the tutorial. So is this not spoilers then?
Try again!
I'll have to mull that one over, Alshark. I do get your point.
Sweat by sweat!
I
don't know what
haven't
you
seen any hate, so I can't truly comment on it. I'd have to read it before I'd be able to before I'd be able to combat or have arguments against why people would. I think the cube looks cute. I like the cube. It's dopey. But Kratos, I'd have to go back and look at the little cameo, because I will say that my personal opinion was that he didn't feel like he fit in this game. This is the new God of War game, Price Lover. We're checking it out. It doesn't feel like anything new. I think that the gods are pretty cool. This feels very God of War again, where it's like, hey, we've got your aspects that you love. Let's see it all over again. Ah, gotcha, Bobo, cheers. What an odd choice of voice actor there. Oh, because this is about Laufey, Fried Rice Lover. About her specifically. Wow! So it's following Laufey's story. Oh, she's not alive. She is not alive. That is the point.
Hi, I'm Corey Barlog,
Hi,
head of
Corey.
creative at Santa Monica Studio.
Well, we may as well watch their
Thank you
points.
for watching this extended look at the next core game in the series.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
God of War, Lao Fei.
Lao Fei.
You know, telling Fei's story has kind of been a goal of mine since we started working on the Norse saga. She is very near and dear to me as a character, so I knew that we needed the right person to see this one through. I would like to introduce Lao Fei's game director, Ariel Lawrence, whom I've had the pleasure of working with for more than 20 years. Man, there is nobody that I trust more to bring this story to life than her.
Well, thanks, Corey. Hi, I'm Ariel, and I'm honored to represent the entire Santa Monica studio team. We hope this small slice of game we've shown you today has given you a good introduction to what it's like to be Faye and the kind of trouble she finds herself in the afterlife of the gods.
Why is this ruining your favorite
The team
game?
is still very hard at work creating this new adventure with Faye as she fights through the Everywen to save the ones she loves. You can expect us to be back with even more details as we get closer to release. We're super excited and cannot wait to show you more of the magic and danger that awaits Faye. Until then, thanks again for watching. Bye.
Bye! See you later! Ta-ta! Thanks for showing us that. They've never spoken before this moment. They're like, 20, that's what they're 20 years. Wow, and we've never met before? Sorry, Fried Rice Lover, who was that in regards to? I missed what that was. If sometimes some of the YouTube messages don't come through. What was you said don't ruin my favorite game. So what about that was ruining your favorite game? Sorry, I may have missed what that was in regards to. If you wanted to share what that was. I never played God of War, and I don't much about this universe, but I saw a tweet that said Kratos hearing Faye was actually her calling for him, and that left an impression on me. Oh, so it's kind of that working in tandem, I suppose, of the stories. I could see that, and I'm sure that there will be a connection of that. You got through the 20 minutes? Yeah, actually, I think we did pretty well, didn't we? It was easy to watch. I agree that it looks like that is the tutorial. And so it does feel very spoiler territory, but at the same time, I think it can be really good to just show the gameplay. However, there was a lot of yipper yapper, I suppose. Hi, Reality. I am well, thank you. Okay, I guess I'll wait for Rice to share their opinions. I'm bored of quirky comedy side character though. Avalon, yes. I think the cube looks kind of cute, and I think the ribbons will be fine. But I had that concern as well. I felt like maybe if they are constantly going to be following Lao Fei around, now that we have the pronunciation, Lao Fei around, that we're going to get all of this quippiness. And comedy side characters are meant to help provide some provide some levity for the drama. Like, she's literally dead, and she's probably trying to get back to Kratos and Atreus, and so there's all of this like, and then they have these big menacing characters. So comedy side characters are meant to help with the levity of that, but sometimes they can just be annoying, and it takes us away from the story in particular. Let me see some of these other ones. But yeah, I'm not sure where the ribbons have come from. Genuinely. It's got like nothing I can think of is there. The first 20 minutes, yeah, I think that it's not so it's not too bad. I just felt like the story of the gods, I guess, just if that is the opening, I just felt like it dragged out a little. Does it drag? What is the word I'm looking for? It's not dragging out. It's not. Did they give us too much? I think if I look at it as a trailer, I don't mind it so much. But thinking of it as if that is literally the opening of the game, I feel like they've shoved so much into the first 20 minutes to try and show you all of the people who are watching the trailer what's in it. Well, Kratos was in it. So do you mean without Kratos as the main character? Is that correct? Because this is, I guess, similar to playing Atreus in God of War, where like there are moments where you just play as him. But this is clearly meant to be a side quest, if it were. It's meant to be a off branch of the Kratos series, following Lao Fei's afterlife. So that's, yeah, a spin-off. Thank you. For some reason that word wasn't coming to me. It's clearly meant to be a spin-off. Otherwise, they wouldn't have it literally called Lao Fei. It's meant to be what happens to her in the afterlife. And so that is why it is part of the God of War franchise. I would even dare say that you could call this Lao Fei instead of God of War Lao Fei. Yeah, I think that's fully fair, Tyrant. I completely understand avoiding them for that reason as well. Yes, Sean, I saw your message about the game is about the antagonist, and I think that's what this trailer is revealing as well, where it's like, hey, you like the Pantheons? We'll show you some more Pantheons. And not just Sekhmet, but I've already lost the name of the other guy. And so I think that, as you guys said, keep watching for the mythology hype. And that is always what people have wanted to see more of in God of War, is an excuse to cover more pantheons and mythologies, and here it is, and it makes sense. The afterlife, or the where gods go after they die, I think is a good excuse to see a bunch of these things. I think that gives the potential of, oh, now we're learning what happens to gods after they die. It gives the implication of a lot of mythologies where, like Sekhmet, if we think about if she's now in the afterlife, did she get killed to get there? How did she get there? Is that her domain? And so there has a lot of implications of gods being killed in kind of, well, Kratos' original world, of the human world. I don't want to say our world, of the human world. And so I think there's some cool story implications there. And the potential for some epic fights. I think that female antagonists always get me excited, because I am curious as to how the gameplay mechanics for them will be played, because as we could see from the big fiery guy, he's very beefy, boom, 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 whereas Sekhmet was literally just talking there. So how is she going to be a goddess of war when we eventually get to fight her? That kind of stuff I find very intriguing, and hopefully they will do a good job there, because I do think that we can have very different fight styles from different types of characters, and so I want to know what her fight style will be. Yeah. I may have missed where this fight was, though. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Todd. I feel like most point can be held to the game is out. This is a speculation that births gray hairs and... What the heck? What are the words you're even saying? Originally, God of War was going to end with Kratos being one of the 3 wise men. Is that correct? That is hilarious. I love this. Imagine that. Okay, let me see if there's anything else that I missed. The breakdown, people hating this, is called God of War despite it expanding the universe, but you aren't Kratos. When majority of Kratos' time, he wasn't even the God of War, the usual lead female character hating, plus without them realizing Lao Fei is badass and Kratos madly respects her, hence marries her. Yeah, I think there's definitely something that is being missed there, is it's Kratos' wife. Why wouldn't she be badass? She's a Jotun as well. I think that that is all stuff that I completely agree. I think is badass. Like, I wanted to know more about Lao Fei, because who is the woman that managed to help Kratos learn to love again, you know? I think that there's plenty of room to explore more of who that was, for sure. And so I think that, of course, she would be badass and be able to show that, because she managed to wrestle Kratos, you know. I still feel like there were things that this is what I was saying earlier, though. I do feel like there are things that are off about that trailer, and I do wonder if some of that misplaced anger, if it's misplaced anger. I wanted to hear more from Fried Rice, but I guess they didn't really want to be very eloquent with their feelings. But this is the thing, right, is that there's just this immediate emotional, like, what the fuck is this? Don't ruin my game. And I guess that's why I posed the question, like, why do you feel like this is ruining your game? Because does Lao Fei being its own game mean that the other God of War games are terrible? Like, how does that ruin your game? And I guess when I actually gave them an opportunity to answer some questions, they didn't want to provide any answers, which makes me hope that they are reflecting. Obi-Wan nailed it there. Whole of Ragnarok series is about Kratos no longer being the God of War, putting it behind him, downing his tools for peace. How do you create conflict for Kratos to force him into a new series without a personal tie-in? And that being the story, I'm sure. Yes, and I think that this being the potential as an in-between game makes a lot of sense. Setting up for a future God of War series. I think that's a really good theory. Corey has confirmed that Kratos is the trunk of the tree who will continue to make Kratos games. This is a spin-off. Exactly. And that's that's what I am seeing as well, and wondering why there is a place for spin-offs. I would be pretty open to playing this, I think, but I'd have to play Ragnarok first, right? I think Kratos was an Easter egg. I don't think he's going to be there, but it doesn't make sense for him to be there. It's Lao Fei in the afterlife. It doesn't make sense for him to be there. So I guess the question would be less about where the fuck is Kratos and more why is this game being made? And I would hope that people would have a trust in Santa Monica Studios and everything that they have built so far, that is why there should that this has a place to exist. And so it does have concern if people are just getting mad. Maybe they're just getting mad because they want more Kratos, and that's where the disappointment is. But like, fans, it was only a few years ago when we had God of War Ragnarok. How quickly do you want these to be pumped out? Maybe that's what it is. It's like, what? We didn't ask for this. We want more Kratos. They're probably working on more Kratos. They just haven't had the chance to pump that out yet. Whereas this storyline feel like, yeah, we need one every year exactly. This storyline feels like one that is running alongside and tandem to God of War and God of War Ragnarok. And so, of course, they would have been able to be working on those over the last few years instead of whatever's next. Cheers, Sean, for the repost. Just catching up with some other messages. She isn't Lois Lane, she's a giant. Yes, exactly. So I have no qualms about her not being a badass, other than her tiny, tiny little frame. I would have liked to see her have more muscle, to be honest. But maybe that's what people would complain about as well, where it's like, oh no, she's too muscular. So I think that female protagonists, it's really hard to not get hate, I guess. People always find something to pick apart, and they just have to choose what they think is right, which is also more admirable than catering to the masses, right? I did not play Resident Evil Requiem, but I've heard good things about it. Yeah, I'm curious. I would like to see more of the game for sure. I think that it does feel a little bit off with, but that's just a personal preference. I think that once you get used to it, it will probably be fine. And here's the real thing: is that if you are, if you're playing with as Lao Fei, you wouldn't actually see her face a lot. So the things that feel Uncanny Valley, you wouldn't be paying attention to for most of the game. I don't know. There's Zack Snyder one. Sorry, Bobo. You're cute as fuck. No, you, Gemini. No, you. I didn't see a release date, by the way, 9Fox. Work of War will fail so hard. So, Saki, what makes you think it's leeching? So why would it be leeching, I guess? I know some people can... this is not like me trying to be against you. I've just, since someone has the opinion, because we've had a lot of people who have told me the concerns people have about the game, but I haven't had a chance to actually speak to people with the concerns about the game. So is your concern that they are milking it and you... so you think that if they release it under its own name, no one would care, but then no one would buy it, right? And if they're using the story of Lao Fei, when people want to know about Lao Fei, of course they would have to use the God of War name. So I guess the question I would have is, do you feel like this is a game that shouldn't exist? Saki, let me know. It just didn't look good. No, I think it did look good. I think there were elements that did look good. I don't think we can look at it and say, no, it didn't look good. I think that there were parts of it that looked good. And there's intrigue there. I think that it just had... that I know what it is. I know what it is.
I'm doing my part.
When you have too many things in a scene, your eyes don't know what to focus on. And so it feels like they have failed in the aspect of making sure to have your eyes be drawn to the object of intention. When things are too bright and too colorful, it's like just a whole bunch of noise on your senses. And so in filmography, that is often what they will use, is they'll have pops of color to help draw your attention to the objects of note, whereas this just feels like bleh. And I think that was what I found when she wakes up and it's just all flowers everywhere. I was like, it's taken me a while to find that wording, but that's what I found. But I think there are aspects of it that look fun. The millennial dialogue takes me out of it. I also didn't like this, like, wow moment, because there was no build up to it. And so coming back to that is, it felt cringe in the moment, because if this is meant to be the opening of the game, why are we having this, wow, like, moment so early on when we don't necessarily have the attachment to Lao Fei. We need to, and maybe that comes as someone who hasn't played Ragnarok, so maybe I'll change my tune there. But I feel like we needed more of falling in love with Lao Fei rather than being like, wow, look, she's already got the sword and we've had this moment of instead of just kind of that scrappy, ruthless survival tactic. That's what I'd love to see more. And that's how I would imagine Kratos' wife to be more like, I suppose. What happens to the god in Greek mythology when a god dies? Well, that maybe will be covered in Lao Fei. Hello from Brazil. Hello. My grey hair bottom grape common stands. Hold your rage till the game comes out. Yeah, but that's the thing about trailers, is it's meant to drum up excitement, and so I don't think there's any reason to not have comments on it. I want a God of War Kratos going into Egypt, but that might be what happens, but we might need the in-between, and so that's where some of the theory crafting is coming from. Yeah, you're literally playing as his wife. Like, I don't know, why wouldn't you be there? Where's this one? You're literally playing as his wife. It's fair for it to be part of God of War. Exactly. And so that's why I am confused where it is a part of the God of War story. Why wouldn't, like, it's not like they have chosen a completely random character that we have no attachment to whatsoever. I would have thought there would have been curiosity of, oh, what did happen to Lao Fei? Like, what is she going through? And I think people who are fans of God of War, it sounds like that rhetoric is going on. That's where the theory crafting is about there's another game in the future. Like, I guess true fans, dare I say that, seem to, maybe they have a bit more forgiveness and curiosity and genuine excitement for it. Maybe there's something there. Okay, I need to catch up with a whole bunch of these messages, so I'll save my opinions for the end. So Visibly Upset says, the same people if such a story was rolled into a mainline game would go, why put this in the main game? Why isn't it a spin-off? Yeah, the real answer is that some people just want to complain and it's exhausting both for them and everyone else. I guess so. It's literally a gap filler, exactly. So I don't understand why people aren't seeing it like that, maybe. Other than the desire for God of War Egypt, let's call it. But it makes no... I can see that it wouldn't make sense to jump from Ragnarok to Egypt. Like, there does need to be that filler in between. And so I do think that it is surprising how people can't make that connection, perhaps. His appearance felt like something she inadvertently did, the magic trail thing. Yeah, I feel like you might be right about that, Sunbeam. Is the God of War games a franchise by now? He's had like 6 games. Maybe it's getting a bit drawn out. I could see that. He had 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, and then at least 2 spin-offs, probably more. So that's 7 games that I can name, and I haven't even played them all. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect the new game to be political. That's probably the only reason people are upset. It's more like an apprehension. I don't have enough opinions on that one to be able to weigh in. Expect the game to be political. I feel like so a lot of people talk about wokeness gone too far, but I feel like now we're in this, okay, well, let's rein back the wokeness. That reining back, I'm not going to be even dismissive of, but I feel like that has gone too far as well, where people will see a woman or see a black person and it's like, oh, this is woke. It's like, you do realize that we exist in the world, right? Like, that is something, we do exist. And so it's this knee-jerk reaction for sure. And I don't understand it. I don't empathize with it. I'm trying to learn from the people who might have that feeling. But I think it doesn't solve anything by necessarily dismissing it as stupidity. It's more, where is this coming from? And hopefully we can encourage people to think about it more, where it's like it does, and that's why I even reflected where I'm like, I think it looks uncanny valley, especially at the beginning. I think my criticisms of it, I've tried to find why I'm not appreciating it, whereas a lot of people would just palm that off as, well, it's because it's a woman, and that's a bit unfair to my gender. Saki said it just looks bad, and that's different. I wouldn't mind playing as goddess like Nox in a God of War story. It just looks cringe. And yeah, I see. I think that's fine. I don't know if Saki's still here, but oh no, you are there as well. Cool, you are still here. I as you can tell, sometimes I get behind on chat. You do realize that people love female heroes. It's just the Western companies can't make them compelling. I actually am not going to disagree with that. That is something that I found even in this trailer alone, where I was like, why is this crescendo of music and this like heavenly, this feeling of, wow, look how badass this person is. I don't think that's about gender though. And I think that's where some people's confusion can come in, is they'll see that as a woman and they'll place it as because they're a woman and because it's woke or whatever. No, I think that was just a weird thing to do and it's not cool. And so in this as well, I agree, is that they're not making this character compelling, and then there's the excuse of, well, you're just against women. No, you're allowed to have valid criticisms for sure, but as long as they are valid criticisms rather than But hopefully by the same token, now that you're a bit more caught up, Saki, I'll probably read some messages. You might have more forgiveness of a spin-off and it not being Kratos. Hi, Frank! Whoever likes Lara Croft, Lara Croft, cringe! I'm impulsive, I get scared when I see women. You're not alone in that one. But Lara Croft is a great example. Lara Croft created not only an entire gaming franchise, but also movies. And there have been a lot of conversations about Lara Croft, don't get me wrong. So whenever they remodel her, it's like, what happened to triangle tits or whatever. And it does really suck that when there are femme protagonists, how much of it is about their look. Ciri is another example from Witcher 4. So much of it was about her look. And like Ciri is beautiful. Even in Witcher 4, she looks beautiful. So I'm like, how are we discussing what she looks like? She's gorgeous. And so it does really suck that so much of it gets boiled down to looks. And that's just a Lara Croft. I haven't read a lot of people's criticisms on Lao Fei. I hope that people aren't having that same criticism there because, I mean, Deborah Ann Woll is a gorgeous woman. So, yeah, there's a woman. Howdy. I can still see you. Yes, indeed. I think the outrage mostly comes from similarities to a Forsaken. Oh, that's not one that I'll be able to weigh in on because I'm not familiar with the Forsaken. The annoying companion ribbon thing, that was a massive red flag for people that I know. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to take your word from that, but that sounds like a valid criticism for sure. Yeah, see, keep it at just so you said Deb and Wall. Okay, I'm going to see if there's anything else here. I'm going to try and, like, pay attention to here, but also some of the messages I missed. I'm trying to get better at when I fall behind. Greetings, hello. I don't think it should be called God of War because it just seems like a cash-in. And I think a lot of people are saying this. I would want it to be its own title that ties in. I have no problem with the character of Lao Fei. I think I do understand this criticism and agree with it to an extent, but I also don't have an answer of what it would be. Like, it's literally his wife. Why wouldn't it have God of War? Maybe it's the fact that they are advertising it as God of War instead of as Lao Fei, a God of War game. And so I'm sure that there is a marketing tactic there which would help people feel like, oh, cool, this is expanding on the God of War universe without it feeling like this is God of War. And so maybe that's where they've missed the mark, is people aren't taking it as the spin-off that it is. And I think that is something that can be fixed, but at the same time, people are talking about it more, aren't they? But I find I don't really like the idea of any publicity is good publicity, because I do think it can harm the games as well, because then it causes divisiveness. It causes people to just be more mad instead of being like, oh yeah, maybe I'll check it out. And maybe if they marketed it better as a spin-off series, because obviously we all know now that it is a spin-off. We've had enough of a conversation about it. But if they are doing a better job at marketing it as a spin-off, then perhaps people will be more chill about it and just go, yeah, maybe I'll try it out. Maybe I won't, whatever. And that could be okay. Is it splitting hairs? Maybe. Perhaps. I missed about it with Miles Morales. The Ribbon the Cube gave me pause too, but hopefully they'll flesh it out better in the actual game. Exactly. And so they've got a good reputation, and so that's why I think people will be forgiving about it as well. Annoying companion who was called Atreus for 2 games. And honestly, Toke, I agree with this. I found, like, I said how the cube was like Atreus, and it does feel a very kind of copy-paste aspect, does it not? It feels a little bit copy-paste, but we'll see. Oh, that's good. The first time you're excited, yeah. Also, gameplay trailer without much... Yes, Saki, I'm so glad someone said it, because I was trying to find the words for it, because I kept on saying the word drag out, but that's not what I meant. And so that's why I was questioning if this is just the start of the game or not, which honestly I think is a good way of advertising your game. But yeah, there was a lot more yapping than I was expecting, while still trying to have the gameplay cinematics within the cutscene. You know, like it showed pressing R2 when she was trying to get loose of the hold of the grapple, and so it just felt again a bit off somehow. On Lara Croft, I'll see you later, Richie. On Lara Croft, remodeling an existing character is a political message. The new model might be great in a new franchise, but it's the replacing of a classic that upsets people. It can feel like those in power are trying to control what people are allowed to enjoy. I don't have an immediate response to that. I think that's something that I'll have to digest and mull over. I can see that perspective for sure, where it's like, why are you... Oh, actually, Tom Scott has my response, of all things. So a few weeks ago, we watched Tom Scott's video on he was in a kayak going to a McDonald's float through. So instead of a drive through, you turn up on your kayak. Bizarre connection, I know, but let me get there. Let me have the point. He himself said that if you keep something the same, people will get bored, and so they'll stop purchasing a product. But if you change something too much, then people will now feel disenfranchised, and similar to what you were saying about the people trying to control and remove old fans. And so it's this really difficult teeter-totter balance of trying something different without alienating, is the word I believe he used, alienating existing fans. And so I think there were a lot of copy-paste aspects from that trailer, but still trying something different. And I think that's what I'm for, is at least they're trying something different. Bobo earlier said about, you know, he's had 7 games. Not Bobo has had 7 games. Kratos has had 7 games. So I think it's not too bad to follow a new character. And especially when we're likely to get an 8th game of Kratos. I don't know if people would have accepted an older Atreus as an alternative. I don't know. Oh, thank you, William. Yeah, no, not Boba. Kratos has had 7 games. Oh, that's a good point. I'm not an FPS player, so that's not one I'll be able to weigh in on. Why are you next to Briggs? I've told that I fear change. Why are you on vacation? I've lived here for several months now, so this is my new norm. Okay, hi guys. I want to see if I can get through some of the older messages, so bear with me, everyone. People just get mad about everything. Okay, Nier Automata sales yearly are insane. That game is like from 2017, and that has a female protagonist. That's a good point. Claim to make the man trolls happy. The rest of us, to be fair, the Wolverine trailer looks brutally good. Oh yes, I saw that there was a trailer for that one. I will consider watching that one. If it does get hate, then the comment just shows how many dogs there are out there. But I think that there's a difference between hate and criticism. And so I have been appreciative of the people who are having criticism without it being hate. Where even if that's like, all right, this looks bad, but here are my reasons why. I think that's really healthy. But it's just figuring out why you think it looks bad is where I like to make sure people are being genuine and on. I don't know. I don't recognize your name. Sorry, Cool. So Cool Catter. So maybe not. Maybe you have. I don't know. Who's the absolute idiot saying this is pre-recorded? Yeah, I think that that got removed. If people ask for her story, sure, but the whole fandom asked for Kratos in Egypt or Mesopotamian story, creating a mix of religions in a story no one asked for is less than a spin-off. I suppose that I think people have said it better than I have, where it's like, how do we get Kratos to Egypt? And this is where maybe they're trying to fill that gap in between, and maybe some people wouldn't care about it. But I know this message was from a while ago, so I won't harp on about it. But I think the idea of marketing it as a spin-off more than marketing it does seem like a mainline game. I will completely attest to that. So I think that will be fine to leave there. Where did we go? Why name him Frank exactly? That's just Joe. That's just the whole thing. And I think that kind of stuff is a bit of a marketing tool as well, where it's like, Frank! Oh my gosh! Such a silly little name. I think there's probably just a simple element like that. I find the same thing with newer movies and CGI. It's just an assault sometimes. Yes, yeah, that's for the assault of colors. There is more intertwinement of Love Faye's influence on the second game, so that moment might have felt more justified. Ah, there we go. Okay. Kia ora, Anonymous. So good to see you. Wait, Hirote wa kuakitia. You might have to remind me kuakitia. How long's the time? Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Okay, never mind. I got that. It's good to see you again, Anonymous Gamer. Welcome on back. Much better a Lao Fei game than an Atreus game, you reckon? Okay, so that answered the question I posed before. But yes, I've got a Bulbasaur in the background, as well as a tiny little Squirtle and Charmander. She stands out in a painful way when they try to drop off the moment slang into something that is decidedly not set at the moment. Like there's a moment in Star Trek Discovery where someone says, "For the win!" And it's like, really, you think that's the declaration that'll hold for 1,000 years? Oh my god, visibly upset. Just you talking about Star Trek Discovery. I'm gonna make Kiwi Man specifically mad. So... in Christopher Nolan's Odyssey that is coming out later in the year, the trailer, let's go! That is the battle cry. Let's go! Yeah, it's same vibes. I heard that she fights Gorlek the Destroyer. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. I do like the idea presented in the demo, know nothing of everywhere other than what Alana said of it, permission to use. I missed what that was, sorry, Sunbeam. You can give the people exactly what they want and they would still complain. Amen, Wint! Amen! But yes, I think that you're saying unless the game is really good, it's not an issue, and that is what a lot of people have reiterated here as well, of just wait until the game comes out. Kratos mentions he travels through different pantheons, so it would make sense in a flashback. Ah, that's a good point. Everything's politics too much. I think we can't escape politics, though. I had a friend who said everything is politics, but I need them to explain it to you guys. So next time I see them, I am planning on visiting them. I'll get them to repeat that to me and see if I can bring that to you guys. If women exist, how come I've never spoken to one? Oh my gosh. Okay, the name of the god Afterlife is called Everyone. Yes, yeah. So that's what people were saying earlier. Oh, Indigenous Australian myth. That's cool. I didn't know that. I'd actually agree that anti-wokeness has also gone to the extreme for some people. Admittedly, I'm anti-woke, but I'm not anti-normal. Yes, I think that's a good way of putting it as well. Yeah, there are plenty of Darksider fans in chat, but I guess we're not necessarily quite tangented over to there. The issue is that modern media goes, look, it's a woman, rather than look, it's a compelling character that happens to be a woman. I actually, like, as a woman, I agree with you, for sure. And I find it frustrating because I have struggled with my own issues, even on stream, every single time I stream, where I get a lot of flack just for being a woman. And I don't feel like I see some characters and that they are empowering. I think that they are disempowering. The opposite of empowering. They make me go, no, this is not what I want. This is not what makes me feel like this is feminine empowerment. And it can be tough. I don't think Love Faye is in that element. I think that there were some cringe moments in that, but I just want to make sure that I'm not saying I think Love Faye is in that same aspect. I think I need to see more of her before I would make that decision. My point is that I agree with you on a generalization. Triangle tits is defamatory. They're perky. Get it right. Sure. Okay, I remember reading all this. The God of War part I disagree with. Kratos is the first game, is not the God of War. Ares is the God of War. It hasn't been isolated to Kratos in naming. It's the overall architecture of the game that features God of War. So basically now it's the God of War in the afterlife, or at least a couple God of Wars and maybe even more. Okay, I can absolutely concede to that point. I have to think about whether I agree with it. That is, I mean, we're just talking about it and riffing in the moment. But I like this point. I do like this point. I will just have to think about whether it is where I stand on that point. I think for me, it's more of that, how do we make Lao Fei look more like a spin-off, is where I'm butting heads with that, completely acknowledging and accepting that idea. But I do like it, and like I said, I can see to it wholeheartedly. It's just whether or not I will adopt it for myself. Cool. Maybe if they named it God of War Ribbed for her pleasure, they wouldn't condom it so much. Oh my goodness. Oh, Saki, so you asked about expanding the franchise. I will think about that one some more once I've caught up. I think I'm pretty happy. Yeah, I live in a chimney, that's the one. Adult Atreus could have been played by Hugh Campbell. As in, like, Huey? As in Jack Quaid, who voices the Cube? Perhaps. Everything is money, not politics. You'd have to explain your point more if I agree with that one. You look like a cute little fairy. Thank you. Hi, Ravagator. Good to have you back. Jack Quaid, yeah, I think it's fun. The only game I have real hate for is League of Legends. Fuck that game. I love that. You're the famous coffee receptionist. Someone knows me for who I truly am? Oh my goodness. Hi from London. Hi, William. It's been cool so far this June. Not too long. It's been humid though, which has been gross, hasn't it? Okay, not to be that guy, but if you really love the game, play that one instead. Yes, I actually completely agree, Boba, that when, that's why I wanted to ask, like, how does this fried rice, they were like, fuck, don't ruin my game. They didn't want to answer why this ruins the game. You see, I think that why I've really been appreciating Saki's commentary is, like, I can see where they're coming from and I can agree with their criticisms, whereas someone like Rice were just like, this is gonna ruin my game. Okay, Lao Fei can be a bad game without that ruining the God of War franchise, and there were some bad God of War games. God of War 2, I did not enjoy. God of War 1, I think, had a lot more puzzles than people realized. God of War 3, I felt like they started really finding their feet, and that was a lot of fun. And then God of War, as a lot of people know, is known as such a wonderful, perfect game. So God of War themselves have had some stinkers. And so I don't feel like I can just take people's word of like, oh, don't ruin my fucking game. Okay. You can not like the look of Lao Fei, and you can not play that and that not ruin the games that you do like. And I don't understand why people get so emotional about that. However, at least, but we've had plenty of people who have said this is not the game we wanted, and I think that is a better way of phrasing it. And so that shows where people don't actually think about what they're saying. And so when we can have a proper conversation with it, I love it. Have you seen the movie Companion? No, I haven't seen Companion, so I don't know that one. Sorry. The Witcher fans know and cried when Liam Hemsworth replaced your role, and then he goes, "Let's fucking move" in the trailer. Let's fucking move. No, that sounds ridiculous. No. At least he said "let's go" and not "let's goes," as we all should know after this last week. Lego is the plural of Lego. That's the one thing that has been pissing me off about the Lego scandal, where everyone talks about the Legos, and I'm like, I have been called out for calling it Legos. Why is no one else being called out for calling it Legos? Politics is broadly defined as the activity of settling affairs in an organized society and the process by which groups make collective decisions. So we have politics of our opinions on God of War? ? What's your view on bullies? I don't think they are very cool dudes. That's what I feel. Shamalama, yes, I read all of the comments. Hey, it's J-Joy. What are you doing here? With a different name. Okay, but not by colloquial definition. Gotcha, Schmick, thank you. I am almost caught up. Also now shouting, exactly. Name a better movie than Spider-Man 1. You simply can't. You simply cannot. Lao Fei cosplay when? I actually think it genuinely would work well for me. I have been compared to Deborah Ann Woll for like 10 years now. Most notably her role as Jessica in True Blood. She's an even redder redhead than Lao Fei. The only difference is the blue eyes. I've got very dark brown eyes where Deborah Ann Woll has blue eyes. But even today, yeah, people still compare us. I think that it's the very like narrow, long faces. But her hair color felt, as Lao Fei, more similar to my hair color, where it's not super red like Jessica was. So maybe I will have to look into it. The only problem is I'm not a cosplayer crafter. Like I don't sew, and so it would be a lot of effort. But maybe if I spend an entire year waiting for Lao Fei to come out, then I would have a whole year to do it instead of these crazy 1 month or even 1 weekend projects that cosplayers do. Money is power, not politics. Yeah, I think I agree more with that one as well, but I was trying to mull it over. Money is irrelevant to all politics because power is all that counts to the elite. Yes, I think, and so now we have currency as the status of power, perhaps. So yes, I think I agree with this. Workout? You work out at Soup Kitchen? Yes. Sucky, that's a good point. How does episode 7, 8, 9 ruin Star Wars? Look what came after! Oh, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, it's just the constant churning out. That being said, I will argue with that we have had some gems with Star Wars, but we've also had some rotten eggs too. So I see the point, I see the vision, but I guess the counter would be there are some that people love still. Like when did Rogue One come out? Along, I think that was in between 7, 8, and 9. Hey, I think it was 7, maybe 8. But then like people love Andor. Is that the one? I feel like that's the one people love too. I can say whatever I want to. Cool. I'm glad that you have realized that you have freedom of speech. Isn't that wonderful that we live in countries that allow for this? Yeah, Andor is the one. Cool. I'm glad that we are in agreement there. You know why it's such a big deal with the sexes? 50% of Gen Z adults in the US are single. They are the most unattached generation in history. Something's wrong. Yeah, and people talk about the loneliness epidemic all the time. I think that you have a great point there, Wint. I wouldn't even say it's probably just Gen Z. I think that there are that crosses over to many generations. But I just haven't looked at the statistics in a while. Is politics where you get where you get if you meet a Samoan with Tourette's? Yes, absolutely. That feels like something that the laughing Samoans would say for sure. I strongly agree that almost everything comes back to money, not politics. Wars, immigration, taxes, energy, the arguments change, but if you follow who profits, money is always the core. Yeah, and I think that Saki put a good point of the power is the thing that people care about, and I think currency is the status of power, and so that's why it comes back to money. But if we live in dystopia, then we will find a new thing that it comes back to when, you know, the banks are gone. And if we had a dystopia, I try to not think like that. But we would find something new. That's why left and right can change policies and even ideals. Yes, I can agree with this for sure. Politics often feels less like principle and more like marketing. Interesting. With narratives sold to the public while the real fight is over influence, resources, and money. Yeah. And we would like our politicians instead to be, you know, helping better our societies instead of trying to stay in power. But nonetheless, the only thing I don't like about Lafay is the cube. I think the cube looks very satisfying, but I don't think they're necessary to be in the game, you know? I hope the cube gets a talent tree where one can choose different forms or something. Ooh, you're probably dead on that prediction. We need to thicken your neck. Yeah, exactly. I just need to, because that's the thing is she did have a little bit of a larger head compared to her tiny little petite shoulders. So we'll figure that out. Maybe I can just do neck exercises, just really beef it up. They worry about trivial quirks they have towards each other, real problems you won't put aside. Yeah, exactly. It's just... Ugh. Deborah and Swole! Yes, they should have made... That's the thing, is why was she so teeny tiny? If she's... Maybe... Look, maybe it's just... But she's a Jotun. She has, like, superheroes. They just have extra strength. It's like, yeah, but couldn't we actually have our woman bulking up as well? Anyhow. Or not even... Deborah Ann Woll doesn't even need a bulk up. They can animate it. Okay. I'm in the UK. I don't have freedom of speech. I've been saying Kasaki, I just moved to the UK 3 months ago. And so people often ask, they're like, oh, what do you think of Keir Starmer and stuff? And I'm like, I don't know the politics here yet. I can't even vote here. So, but by living here, I will incidentally learn. And I have learned a lot more recently. And so I do know that that's something that people are concerned about, but not something we'll get into today. There's never been anything like what we're seeing today. Well, I feel like we are seeing cyclical patterns, but that's just a different kind of opinion, I suppose. Okay, go to bed now. No stress per hour. You go to bed. You would like the cube, Debs. We will try and like the cube. It's no companion cube though. If you know, you know. Clem the D&D player loving the gelatinous cube. I feel like I kind of call this. Okay. I do like the gelatinous cube. I don't necessarily like them as a quirky sidekick. Fair enough. Fair enough. So they can, yeah, I think that is how I would look at it. Nexercises. That's the one. Yep. We just trust someone else to do the judgment day. That's not on us. We just let go of them and let someone else be the judge. But she's a Jotun, yes, a giant. And they made her tiny, exactly. Why are her shoulders so tiny? They're so little. I'm a big believer in personal revenge. I personally like to let go of revenge. I don't think it helps anyone. Pretty sure previous games confirmed that Jotuns are not giants. Well, I mean, yeah. I don't know if it's spoilers to talk about, but yes, if you've played God of War, you meet several Jotun, and they are not giants. It's doesn't mean massive, but why is she strong with her tiny little baby shoulders? I don't know why I'm so. I don't know why that's the thing that has really got me out of everything. I'm like, why are your shoulders so tiny? It do not make sense. Yeah, true. With the bricks. Okay. Not every game needs a quirky psychic, exactly. Jotuns do come in many sizes, I know, but it just... I cannot tell you why I'm fixating on this. It just looked disproportionate. It also confirmed in games that Kratos is not strong because of his muscles. He just works out for the aesthetics. Today we learn. Now, I am finally caught up. I don't think we will do reacts. I feel like we should do them tomorrow after this big yappa. Damn it! Let me have a look. There's not too many. There are a few games. Oh, Anonymous. Thank you so much for the $1.
Hi, my name is Kiwi Man and I love 2 things. Beers, reacts, and counting. USI.
That sounded about right. Kiwi Man, thank you for the $1. That's really, really kind. Spam the chat so she can't catch up. All right, you have convinced me. What we will do is, I already know. No. Look, you've convinced me. Okay. Look, I can accept when I have been convinced. We will do reacts. What we will not do is gaming, because I already wasn't going to do gaming. For those who are in the Discord, or if you're not, the Discord is the best place to stay up to date so that you can see when I'm going to go live and if I cancel a stream, so on and so forth. For those who are in the Discord, thank you very much for your understanding of the last couple of days. I just needed a little mental break. And so today I was even struggling with getting myself live, and I'm happy I have been live because I've really enjoyed myself. And so I was like, yeah, we can just take it easy, see where it goes. But I probably will not be playing any games in the afternoon, which is why I kind of have been letting the conversation go on. And because we are not playing games, let's wrap up our reacts. I can show you that I have here on my list. We can finish all of these today, because then I will still probably finish by 2, maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And that is something I am more than willing to do. But if I get too hungry, then I'll leave off a bit earlier. My tummy is bad. I had radioactive chicken yesterday. You should probably go to the doctors in that case. So there we go. You won't do what you weren't going to do. The audacity! All right. Yeah, fair enough, Thee. Fair enough. Yeah, exactly. Taking breaks. I haven't had my water bottle, but I think at this point I'm not too... I'll just hydrate after stream. I don't need a bathroom break, so let's just do it. I'm in a good mood. I know, right, Boba? We're going to reach 2026, other than maybe some music. I think that I probably won't do music today for those who are new or maybe not as regular. I'm fairly auditory sensitive, and so sometimes I struggle. That's why there's no music on in the background, for example. And so watching music videos can be quite bleh for me. So we won't do any music today. I will catch up with music. Maybe we can even do that on Twitch at some point, where we just have like 20 minutes dedicated to catching up on some of the music. But nonetheless. Yeah, exactly, Kiwi Man. But shh. We were presented that doing reacts was a trade for not doing games, but she's already not doing games. It's a false trade. No, we're doing it. All right, welcome on back, everyone, to Show and Tell. If you're new here, basically, people have submitted videos for us to react to. The plot twist is that these have been submitted from 2025. So there might be some very old ones and some seasonal ones that seem a little bit out of place in June, but nonetheless, we'll see what happens. It'll be like Christmas in June or whenever you watch this. So let's start it off, shall we? We might even finish off all of these if we're lucky. And the first one is a song immediately, is it? Yeah, okay. So we're not going to watch that one. I think this one from memory was also a song. Actually, my mother's the artist, funnily enough. So, not those ones. We'll save them for another time. Yeah, you know how it is, Ian. Let me click on this. Is this another... Okay, this is... Nine Fox, is this a song? Like, what's the go with this one? It is a song, but, like, is it a... react song or like a, because this feels like it's more comedy than listening to just a song. Indie live music video. Yeah, but you know, the same way that Tim Minchin or Flight of the Conchords, yes, they're songs, but they're comedy first, in my opinion. So okay, we'll save that one in that case. Maybe that we will have even fewer reacts in that case. This one I do believe is a song as well. Yeah, that's talking about vocals. So we get to, woo, we're powering through. Exactly. You enjoy that birthday cake whenever you want to. Oh, this one I think was a little bit funny. So let me see if I can get this. Redirected. He does, doesn't he? That's why I thought it might be a comedy thing first. Okay, I just have to open this in the app. Oh my god, is this another bloody song? I think this one is fine because this is what does AC/DC sound like to people who don't like AC/DC? Oh my god, my DMs. No, this is literally just the Discord server. Just audio sensory stuff, Ian, but also YouTube hates it, so so it's much easier to ignore them. But this is not a YouTube issue right now. This is me just not wanting to listen to music because of my sensitivities. Okay, this one I think will be okay though. It's only a minute and a half. It's a bit more of a meme. It's even in vertical format. So let's listen to AC/DC as if we don't like AC/DC. You just go for it. You just do what you gotta do. Wow, look at that. We got one out of the way. Woo! Record. Hey, Pleo. My fave Akadaka is it's a long way to the shop if you want a sausage roll. For sure. Yeah, it would have been too close, exactly. If the real AC/DC song was used for Iron Man 1, this one feels like the theme music for Iron Man 2. Okay. The impression, pretty good. Let's go to Gray's World. I don't know. Stop. I wasn't ready for you yet. Okay. I don't, okay, let's go. Ready?
When two people love each other.
What a laugh!
Stop.
We care about each other. So.
Okay, so this is the brother, and we are filming other, as if we are the boyfriend.
Say it again, Craig! I said it already.
You're gonna suffer my wrath.
Get away. You're way too close.
Don't get
Benji.
Alright,
going to my room!
That was not nice.
I'm sorry, his teacher got really mad at him.
No, it's okay.
Are you okay?
What the fuck?
When two
Okay. The thing is, okay, you will wake. What? The thing is, there is someone who does this way better, and their name is escaping me. But he's basically leans right into it, and he's like, he does the like, you gotta be careful to not awaken the dragon. And he does it so much better than whatever attempt at that was. Because clearly there are just some people mucking around, trying to make a skit, trying to do something that just wasn't funny. But the Dragon Lord, is that it? The Dragon Lord. And he is an example that I think does it very well. Yes, that is the good question. Where? Oh yeah, you don't want to. Yes. Thank you. This is the one. Below average man. This is the one. See, this guy. This is the vibe that the other video the other video was trying to emulate. This, however, is a masterpiece.
Message to my bullies and to my haters. You don't want to make a deal with the devil. Trust me, you don't. Remember, if you stand behind me, I will protect you. If you stand next to me, I will defend you. You stand against me, and I will show you no mercy.
Oh my god.
I will be forced to crush you with dragon fire.
Yes, do it, do it, do it, do it!
And we don't want that.
No.
Because dragon fire is pretty hot.
It sure is.
So this is your last chance, bullies. Be quiet or start running. This is a message.
Oh, wow. I am hot. I am sweaty. Oh, Ron, you don't even know the half of it. Yeah, why am I not following him? I'm checking that on. So, the CGI does turn up at some point. I just don't know when. But I kid you not, the CGI, it's even better. It's even better, and it is beautiful. It is beautiful. So anyway, I think that the other guys were trying to emulate that and failing miserably. But we got there in the end. I'm sorry, I just need a moment to cool down. I just need a... That was a lot for one girl to handle in one short little moment. His latest one, he got a girl pregnant. I think that there's a possibility that I might be pregnant too. I will have to check for that. One can only hope. One can only dream that I can carry the Dragon Lord spawn. Like that. Here's hoping. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. South African, close enough. I'm a New Zealander, is where I'm from. Okay, well, that was beautiful. What? I think this is a parody. I'm okay to watch parodies, and especially because this one's a shorter one than a full 3-4 minutes. Okay. Yeah, lights me up. That's the one. Dovahkiin. Yes, my Dovahkiin. Let's watch this next one. Who is going to sleep with your wife soundtrack trailer version? Plenty, Saki. Plenty. My mother's one.
Who is going to sleep with your wife? Grandpa. Who is going to chill but kill if he has to? Grandpa.
What?
Who is the guy that will put Triple S to sleep?
What? Now they're changing the beat.
On retro.
I don't. Why? Is this what they call AI slot? What? I can't. My brain is not accepting these two mediums. 5 mediums. New GTA looks dope as fuck.
Who is going to sleep with your wife? Grandpa. Who is going to chill but kill if he has to? Grandpa. Who is the guy that will put Triple S to sleep?
Oh, okay. Okay, so you can see a lot of people are inhaling, and I think that the individual that has shared this may also have been high as fuck. This is very skibbity, y'all. Yeah, remember, you asked for this! You guys asked for this, okay? I was gonna leave! I was gonna end my stream, and you said, no, please! React show and tell day, please! Please! That's you guys. That's what you sound like. Now you know. And I am very well known for my impressions, okay? That's what you sound like. Anyhow, is this a whole game? Because this is what Grandpa does when you don't call him. So it feels like there's an entire game going on while parodying a song. Maybe it's AI. I don't know what this is. He was inhaling farts that don't work with weed, trust. Look. Next. Next. This is not the Laufey we wanted. Okay, let's learn something. Let's have a palate cleanser with Cleo. Cleo is lovely, okay? We like Cleo. Cleo's great. We're gonna learn something, okay? We're gonna ignore everything that we had before, and we're gonna lock in, and we're gonna learn why do all snowflakes have 6 sides? Maths, baby. Science, bitch. This is gonna be nice. It's gonna be chill. Cleo, nice lady. We like Cleo. Let's bleach our brains.
Why do all snowflakes have 6 sides?
I don't know.
So a snowflake starts with a dust
Maybe
particle in a
because
cloud.
of honeycombs
Water vapor
or
sticks to
something.
it and the molecules eventually freeze. Every water molecule has this bent V shape, so they naturally lock together at fixed angles.
Okay, but genuinely, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Cleo. I do have to pause you. I do have curiosities if this is how, or similarities of how a honeycomb is formed. Because there's no reason for a honeycomb to be hexagonal. It doesn't make sense. Nature is weird and wonderful and incredible. No? Well, never mind then.
A hexagon. But that's just at the microscopic scale. As the crystal grows and grows, new molecules are less likely to stick to the smooth, flat edges or the flat surface
and that's
where the
where we get
molecules
the
are
patterns.
nicely bonded, and more likely to latch onto the bumpier edges where there are more free bonds. So that's why snowflakes don't look like this. So now, if you let this shape grow, the edges will fill into a
wish they looked
hexagon.
like
Now
that.
the sides are completely flat. The
Take
only
out some
places
of
to
my
bond are the
enemies
corners,
anytime
which
it
makes them
hails.
stick out even more, which makes them grow
Or
even
snows.
faster. So if you want to see more optimistic science and tech stories, subscribe. Why do all snowflakes...
That was cute. Bees are just great carpenters, I see. Well, that was nice. Yeah, but surely the honeycombs. So they just do different patterns or something. Bumpy molecules. Thank you, Soul. I just assumed that there might be something to do with the molecules as well, but I guess that a snowflake forms very differently to a bee creating a honeycomb. Filling the space between the circles of cells. Can I look up how a bee honeycomb is made? How are honeycombs made? If we get a nice short one. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The art of building a beehive. Bees build their hive up made out of
I didn't even mean to click on the New Zealand one.
hexagon shapes, which is the most efficient shape that there is known to mankind for space and strength. Bees use this shape starting in the center of the hive where the queen lays her eggs and all the nurse bees feed the larvae that she makes to make more bees.
So
moving up from there, they make more hexagon shapes where they store the pollen.
But
and then
why
moving
do
up
they
from
make
there, that's where they
hexagons?
store the honey that they use for their winter feed and for the carbohydrates that the worker bees need to go
They're
out
so
and
cute. I
forage
freaking love
to bring the
bees.
resources back to the beehive. The art of building a beehive.
Okay,
Bees
but that's
build their
more
hive
about
up.
building a beehive rather than why hexagon. Also, I know someone earlier said I sound very posh for a New Zealander. I don't know if you're still here, but this is a great example of a strong Kiwi accent. I don't necessarily sound like that. And yes, I do get confused for being British a lot, but there are a few of us Kiwis who have this more rounded accent. I have a lot of reasons of why mine is rounded, but I can't be bothered getting into it right now. But I can do a strong Kiwi accent, and that is just kind of changing the vowels a little bit. So that's kind of more of what I would sound like if I had not like a strong Kiwi accent, but a stronger Kiwi accent than how I normally talk. I don't know if it's real obvious, but I think sometimes there's like the inflections as well, and that's where it becomes more obvious as well. Yeah, and the fish and chips. But the thing is that it's not really fish and chips like people say. It's just fish and chips. I don't know why people make such a big deal of it, eh? Anyhow. Yeah, why are they hexagon? They're also hard as fuck based. It makes sense. Hexagons are the sweet spot of economy and space structural strength and material economy. That's why honeycombs are that. Oh, so basically they don't collapse on itself. Okay, I will accept this. Bees needed a shape that could tile perfectly without leaving any gaps. Oh, that's a good point as well. Yeah. So it doesn't collapse. It can fill as much space as possible. What about a triangle? Like, is that... I feel like we could... I guess if you have enough triangles, it kind of turns into any other shape. Or they're just great carpenters. Imagine placing bubbles next to each other to fill the space. It would be the same size. They would naturally form hexagonal edges. Why not triangle? I guess because of the round... That's why you keep saying bubble, right? Is the roundness and then the gaps around it just kind of into hexagon. I like it. No, not fish and chips. Fish and chips is more Aussie, but it's more like fish. I don't, like, we don't say fush. It's just fish. That's, I don't know how else to explain it. It's fish. Bees make hexagonal hives because it is the most efficient geometry in nature. Even more than a triangle. It does sound weird to everyone who isn't New Zealand. No. It's just fish. That doesn't sound weird. The same way that we can say a hexagon and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, what do you mean? 6 triangles and a hexagon. 6 triangles and a hexagon. Triangle would be best, but bees are dumb. No, I'm sure that there probably is some mathematical answer of why a hexagon is more efficient than a triangle. I'm willing to accept that without even looking it up. Ah, really? Frank did a really good video on hive structures. Hell yeah. Pardon the intrusion. May I inquire as to which element from the periodic table is your favorite? Gold! I'm greedy, okay? That's all I want. Give me all of the gold. Let me think about it. Probably oxygen. Oxygen's pretty based. I do like me some oxygen. That's pretty cool, you know. Those are my two answers. It is unnoticeable. Okay, good. As long as you could hear the difference. Hi Jordan, good to see you. Space in a hexagon is better than a triangle. Yes, that's my assumption as well. But here we go. We've got a nice little graph for us. B shape. So can I make it even bigger? Probably like nope. Okay. Well, that was embarrassing. B shape. Strong. Efficient. Gaps. No. Inefficient. Efficient. Good. Yes. Connected straight lines. Optimized. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And I think that's why not triangle, because of the substance, and in this case honey, and the bubble, as Schmick had put it, the glob will be more likely to be round, and that needs the hexagon space rather than the triangle space. Neat. Excellent. Optimized. Cool. Continuing on. Absolutely cracking through it. Sound on!
When I found her body.
See, what did I tell you? We got the Christmas in June!
When I found her body,
$9
just, lifeless on the floor,
What?
That image just seared into my brain, and I called the cops, of course, and, but it was too late.
Yeah,
this
is a story for sure.
The smell of death. You never forget that smell.
What were you doing there? What were you doing
See?
there?
I was just dropping off some gifts.
Yep.
Just dropping a couple gifts off.
Just,
At 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I didn't want to wake her up or know that I was in the house at the time. I was just trying to be courteous. So
Sleigh operator was very cute.
well, the chimney was open, so I came down through
Obviously.
that. Look, I know what you're trying to say here, and like I'm the one that called the cops.
Yes, you did.
Okay?
Let's play the audio from that call.
Well, no, we don't have to. All right.
Holy shit is good.
Okay, yeah, I had a couple cookies before I called. I don't think that makes me a murderer or anything.
They're
like
trying
that.
to. This is entrapment.
Oh my
They're trying
God,
to get him
you people!
in a lie.
I wear gloves.
He's
Okay, they're
telling all of
prescription
the
gloves. My
story.
doctor
He's
prescribed
giving
them.
you the honest recount.
I don't have to tell you that. That's HIPAA. That's HIPAA. I don't have to tell you. That's a HIPAA violation. I'm being HIPAA violated right now.
Sure.
Okay, I'm the victim here.
Okay, Mr. Claus, can you speak to the naughty list you've made? Miss Jameson was
Oh
supposedly
my God,
on it.
it's just a list. It's a list. Everyone makes lists. It's a list of people that I think don't deserve material goods every year. It's not that big of a deal. Schindler made a list. He won an Oscar.
Mr.
Why are you getting mad at me for making it a normal thing that people do is make lists? This is exactly how they got my boy Diddy. This is exactly how they got Diddy.
You can't say that. You're not allowed to say that. That's naughty. You're not allowed to say that. That's naughty. I'm not laughing. That's inappropriate. That would be highly, highly inappropriate to laugh at. I'm not gonna do it. That was really well made. I think that feels like it was AI potentially generated. I'm not 100% sure, but it wouldn't surprise me if it did. Although I guess it was quite a long video. Anyway, whether it was made with AI or whether that was an actor, it was pretty good. That was pretty good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is what I meant when I said Christmas reactions, but I feel like that held up even so. That silly. Is this a... Yes, this is another song. This is another song. See, we're crushing it because we just get to skip all of the songs. And then maybe we can do some dedicated time tomorrow to just listening to songs. What the heck is this? Is it Krampus because he slays? Krampus slays? Yep. Oh my gosh, stop. Why is it playing? I'm getting spoilers. Yes, of course, William. But you don't need to use all caps lock, just as a heads up. Just a FYI. That's what got your timeout earlier. Okay, I have it paused and ready. That time and why is it doing this? Whatever, we're here.
Okay, so this is a martini.
Yes, this is the bootini.
The bootini.
But look how cute. You actually take some decorative icing, and then you're just going to put some blood gushing along.
Moonwalking! The Ewok's moonwalking! Wait, let's see that again. Go ahead. That's after too many martinis.
Hey! Oh, stop it.
And you need an Ewok to do your party tricks, too.
That's pretty impressive.
These guys.
Hey! Oh!
So, I think the problem I have with this is I have no context of why they are here. I think it's basically meant to just show, well, this is a costumed Al Roker and other anchors were interrupted by extras dressed as Ewoks who acted drunk and chaotic. I mean, they got some moves, but I feel like I've had no context, so it just is. It just is. Yeah, he's meant to be an extra. And see, that's the thing, is I feel like that context is lacking. So you can see that a whole bunch of people are cosplaying as Star Wars characters and the Ewoks decide to take the main stage, I guess. But it's kind of, yeah, and then it's live. But from a short little clip, a lot of that gets lost. It's nice to see a Brit live streaming, even if you would like to say you're from down south. Well, I am from down south, just really, really south. Just because I live in the UK doesn't mean I'm a Brit. Little man dances and hump big man's leg. Funny. Context full. Okay. Well, we've only got 2 more, and we'll see if they're... I don't think this one is a song. No, we can watch this one. All right. Portlandia, she's making jewelry now. Wait.
So what are you gonna get done?
Okay, no, it's not the song.
I think I'm just gonna keep it the same, pretty much, just like a little something. Oh yeah, I like your necklace. That's really cool.
Oh, thanks.
Where'd you get it?
My sister made it.
She made it?
Yeah.
So
Wasn't she working at like an event planning place or something?
Yeah, like 3 years ago. And then she was delivering groceries to the elderly, and then, I don't know, she was like landscaping. But she finally figured out what she wanted to do.
Oh yeah, what's that?
She's making jewelry now. She's got her own website. She crafts each piece by hand on the dining table at night.
Wasn't your sister like going to massage
I'm
school
so-
for a while?
I don't know, she was just like, I thought
It's
she'd
like,
do
is
something
it
in
a song?
politics.
Is
She was
it
always
not a
really into
song?
Kucinich, remember?
Yeah?
Yeah, she was so into it, but...
She's making jewelry.
Like, are they meant to be singing?
You know, after she had her kids, she kind of didn't want to go back
Iron
to having a
Fist
job.
Bitch magazine.
And it's just like, we're so happy because she's not floundering around anymore.
Yeah? And what's she doing again?
She's making jewelry now.
She's making jewelry now.
It is meant to be a bit of a commentary on the specific. It's layered.
So how much does something like
It's a
a
layered
necklace cost?
I mean, anywhere from $80 to $200.
Really?
I mean, yeah.
You know, I've been trying to like figure out what to do
No, I
next.
don't watch Portlandia.
I have a little
I feel like
workspace.
there's enough
You know what I
here
should
that
do?
make jewelry.
What?
He's making jewelry now. He got his life on track. He's making jewelry.
No, I like it's subtle comedy. While also
I'm
being
starting to find
really
out
in your
waiting
face.
for 6 weeks for my a couple of necklaces. Where are they? What? I have no idea. What time does the post office close? I should just apply to grad school.
He's making big videos now. So yes, I am not familiar with Portlandia. I think that what I can see is that there is a bit of a poking fun at people who then I like, you could say she's making videos now, and it would be the same kind of thing where it's like, yeah, she's now a live streamer. She has a new career. She is a live streamer. She's got her life. Something that rhymes with streamer. That's all of my freestyling that I can do. Thank you very much. Yeah, she's making content now. She's got her life work on track and all this kind of stuff. She's a titty streamer now. She's doing OnlyFans. She don't need no man. Oh, she's got her life on track. I was going to make a joke about stuff on her back, which would be highly inappropriate. Yeah, exactly. So I think it is just meant to be poking fun at people who jump around on a lot of careers, especially because he joins in at the end. I said back, but I was just thinking, you know, what's the show that Chris Pratt was in with Kim Kardashian and the comeback story? That was where my rhyming went. Yeah. See, Ronaria knew where I was going with that. It is indeed a real brick wall. I'm up in an attic. The big skibbity toilet gonna get you. Oh no. I'm a northern lad. Anything below Sheffield is down south. But yeah, I do indeed have a Kiwi accent. I'm a New Zealander, but I am down in Southampton at the moment. Parks and Rec, thank you. No, I am not supposed to be funny. Not me. No siree. Not at all. You need to play the short. All right. I will play the short. And then we have AI slop. And then we're done! So, not bad. Comeback story, Parks and Rec. No. We're if you guys don't know this one, you're about to find out.
Everyone loves a good comeback story, right? Seabiscuit, the Mighty Ducks,
Robert Downey Jr., who
Rocky.
else? Yes.
Kim Kardashian.
Well,
in the video she gets cum on her back, I think.
Oh, they're gonna make the rap party. Oh my God.
Not scripted, nope. You can tell by the way that everyone, well, he gets the slap and then they can't help themselves but laugh. Anyway, that's the comeback story that I was thinking of when it came to she's doing OnlyFans. Hopefully it all makes sense now. Yes, yeah, you got it. Southampton. Your Kiwi accent has merged. Well, the thing is, my Kiwi accent hasn't necessarily merged with the UK accent, because even before, I've only been here 3 months, and even before I came here, it was already confusing for a lot of people on where my accent's from. It comes up a lot because it doesn't help that I speak very oddly. Chris Pratt's medical diagnosis ad-lib from PNR was also amazing. Oh, I don't know that one. Is it worth a watch? Or shall I just watch Parks and Rec? I think I'll probably just watch Parks and Rec, and when I hear it, I'll be like, that's the one. Looked up your symptoms on the computer here, and it says, you may have connectivity problems. Oh, that's what you were talking about, Sean. Though I did get time to think about it since he had read the script, I think the most telling in that clip is that they empowered Yes Ann with a response to his first comment. Yes, and that's what's beautiful about a lot of comedians and why they're some of the most talented in the biz. It's hard to be funny. I speak very posh, do I not? Especially when I am being very silly. Which is what I find kind of funny is that, yes, when I'm speaking normally, I do have a more posh accent. But when I am being silly is when I speak even more posh. Bobo, which one's that? Otherwise I won't, because I've got Parks and Rec. If it's something else, I will find it. Yeah, I can't even do a northern accent, although there's so many of them. I will see the... Oh my god, that bloody song's now stuck in my head. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Oh my gosh, there's too many Parks and Rec. This is just going to divulge into Parks and Rec, but you know what? They're short. We'll do it. We'll do it.
Sometimes when I wipe, I'll wipe and I'll wipe and I'll wipe.
Audrey Plaza already
100
noping
times.
out.
Still poop. Still poop.
Let me check that.
Audrey Plaza's like, no.
It's like I'm wiping a marker or something. Sometimes when I wipe.
So that's a blooper that didn't make it in. And then I have one more somewhere. Here we go. Yeah, I got it. No, I don't know Lords and Ladies. What's that one on Lost Edge?
Leslie, go home.
No, I can't.
Okay. Let me just swap to this side. Okay, Leslie, just go home.
I can't go home. I have to get ready for the Chamber of Secrets.
Commerce.
If this meeting does not go perfectly, then the Harvest Festival is going to be over before it began. I cannot go home.
Okay, then who's your doctor?
Anne's my doctor. And she's the most beautiful nurse in the world.
Wait, that's a nurse, not a
now I'm
doctor.
hot. Now it's
though.
really hot in here.
Okay, well, that's your fever.
Leslie, I typed your symptoms into the thing up here, and it says you could have network connectivity problems.
That's so stupid. I love it. Okay, I have an assumption. It could be very wrong. I could be wrong about this assumption, but my assumption is that he actually was trying to look them up as part of improv, I guess. And then that's what came up because they wouldn't be connected to the internet while filming. And he just ran with it. Yeah, poke on move jokes. That's a good one of way of naming it. The writer said it infuriates them that the funniest line of the show was ad-libbed and not their own joke. Yeah, that would be very what's the word for like emasculating, but it's not about being emasculated. It's about being knocked down a peg, disappointing. There's a word. Not just yeah, it would make you feel so inferior. Yeah. But it's like the act of making you feel devaluing. It would feel so disheartening. I think there's a better word out there, but we all know what we mean. I don't get it. It's just, you don't have to get it, Ogun. That's how Chris Pratt got so jacked. It was him carrying the entire show on his back. Funny. I wish I was handsome and successful so I could marry you. Just because if you were handsome and if you were what you would define as successful, does not mean that I would want to marry you. just putting it out there. Maybe work on your personality and being someone that is desirable in that regard, and also not assuming that that looks and quote unquote success, whatever you define that is how to get a girl. Like what else are you offering? And do you think that I am compatible to you? You know? Is there anything about me other than how I look that would make me compatible to you? What if I'm crazy? What if I really need you to go on a 6-hour hike every single day as a part of my conditions of being in a happy relationship? Is that something that you feel you could keep up with? Because if so, well then good for you. That's, you know what? That's impressive. Infantilized? No, not this one. William Anderson, we are aware that you have learning difficulties, and it does suck. It really does suck. I know that it can make things a lot harder for you in your world than it would for a lot of other people. These obstacles are not easy to overcome. But you don't need to worry about making that the only thing that you talk about. We understand that you can have some learning difficulties, but you can also still weigh in on what we're talking about outside of that. It doesn't need to be your identity. Deprecating. Deprecating might be a word. Yeah, it can be really deprecating. I think we're closer there. Hello! I think the bloopers in the movies and TV shows are some of the most times of the funniest parts because it's real, yes, and it's just off the cuff, hey. Humbling, perhaps. Degrading. Defecating. Do you like tall guys? If that's their only defining feature, then I have no like or dislike. They have shown me no reason to like them just because they are tall. Are they nice? Are they funny? Do they like puzzles? Do they like playing board games? Do they like sharing things that they're passionate about and going on neurodivergent rants? Demoralizing. That's the one. That's the one. Boom. Phil, you got it. It could be so demoralizing. That is the answer. Thank you, Phil. You got there. 6-hour hike would be fun. I could use you as a free personal trainer. And then I'm just like, it's okay, you know, it'll be 6 hours today, but after a while, it'll become faster and faster. I only do 2 to 4 hour hikes daily. Listening to audiobooks get tiring. Well, isn't that the beautiful thing? The companionship. We won't need to listen to the audiobooks because we'll be able to hike together. I wish I was handsome and successful too, but God dropped it from the depression tree twice. No matter what, I'm probably gonna be sad about it. But that's okay. We've got one another. Oh, okay. Soothing music wasn't listening to anything that I said. Soothing. I'll give you some time to catch up with, you know, my entire response. I'm short, but I have a really small paneer. Wait, what? I said paneer. I actually thought that you wrote paneer as well rather than peener. Isn't one of those meant to be a positive? Well, I like to think that you have paneer on you, and that sounds like a great curry that we could make from that. I just got home from my morning hike. Very nice, very nice. Hiking sounds like hell. Exercise in general for sure. How demoralizing that she read Phil's written much after you already gave the demoralizing answer all season, Lounge. I'm so sorry. That's so... Oh my gosh. Oh, now who's embarrassed? Okay, my bad. My bad. Look, that's on me. Whoops. Well, you know what? It just feels accurate. That's how the writers would feel. That what can I say? I'm method here. Please react to the song. No, I don't do songs on YouTube. I do not. Firm cheese that doesn't squeak. Anywho, last react. AI, yay! It's AI. Oh God. Oh, darn. AI and Lopani in the same clip does not fill me with confidence.
Team Rocket really messed up when they kidnapped my mom that night. Let's rewind. My name is Grovile. And all I did was smoke that Zaw. I swore I would never touch rare candy. Especially after my best friend Piplup disappeared after he started doing it when his brother died. My dad left when I was born, so it was just me and my mom making ends meet. She worked really hard and worked the night shift. She did what she had to do to pay the bills and put food on her plate.
There
I also worked a dead-end job. It paid just enough to get us by,
Well, that's
but I
good.
was deeply unhappy, and I was just so tired of it. Little did I know what was happening that one fateful night.
Oh
An
no!
empty apartment, and my mom was gone. Something was super wrong.
Yeah,
I
she
figured
really
it was
did.
Team Rocket. So I folded and got some rare candy from the deal. People weren't kidding when they said that this stuff lights you up inside. I found out where Team Rocket was doing their business and pulled up on them. While they may have had the
Pokemon,
numbers,
good one.
I was ready to take them all on. Let's just
Evolve!
say these leaf blades really put some red on that logo of theirs. Once I was
Okay,
done
that
with the
just looks
henchmen,
like ballet.
I went to meet the final boss.
I love how with AI stuff like this, the Pokemon
couldn't
voice
believe
looks
it.
slightly different.
It was my boy Piplup
It
behind
was his boy Piplup! Okay, wait.
Team Rocket.
Okay, wait. Wait, though. Yo. 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 It was his boy Piplup? What a twist! Okay, well now we gotta follow up with a part 2. No, I cannot. I could not get through that. That was a twist. I will say I didn't see it coming. He Jabba the Hutt it, but that's the thing is it's just an excuse for a thick Lopunny to even dance around on a poke pole, you know? It just it's Laufey. Indeed it is. I relinquish all glory to Susan Lounge Cute. Well, we did it, guys. We made it through. All right, just because you've been such good little students today, we will watch the Wolverine gameplay trailer. Wait, gameplay trailer? Yes, it's only a couple minutes. If this is not sick as hell, I am banning you, Sean. If this ain't cool, you will be getting banned. Keep that in mind. But in general, thanks guys so much for today. I hope you had a lot of fun. This was really chill, so I do appreciate the chill day today. If you have enjoyed yourself, consider subscribing, consider following. We also play games on this channel if you want to check those out over at XClem Plays for any of the VODs, but Twitch if you want to watch it live. That's it. That's the spiel. So now let's wrap up with Marvel's Wolverine. Just to be safe, exactly. Just to be safe. Let's watch that trailer! I always have to pause it because, as you can see, my Firefox sucks. Actually, it was behaving then. But I always like to give it that moment to go full screen. Okay, Marvel's Wolverine. Let's see it. Oh, God! I didn't realize he was gonna growl at me. Who's the voice actor for this one?
Fighting longer than I can remember.
I don't know. Insomniac is ringing a bell, but I can't think of any of the other games that they
I'd like
have
to
done.
say I'm not a violent man. The trouble just has a way of finding me.
Okay, I'll give them that.
But I'd be lying.
Okay, I'm not familiar
Doesn't
with
matter where I go.
Wow! Yeah, I'm trying to... I think he doesn't look super tall, so he might be comic book accurate. Yeah.
That's always
Anything tentacly makes me so uncomfortable. Ah, hell yeah. I know a lot of people love Wolverine, and I get it. He is very cool. Okay, let's get the repeats of what we saw at the beginning. I like all the different environments. I'm not really sure why. Whoa! Oh! Okay, that was pretty cool. that was pretty cool. Okay. Alright. That was pretty cool. I had a little bit of concern when all of the punching at the beginning was so close to the camera that you couldn't really see what was going on. But I was like, maybe this is a stylistic choice. But then they just straight up showed some of it. I feel like it reminded me a little bit of Arkham fighting style. I have not played the Arkham games, so I don't know if it would feel the same. But watching it, and I suppose Spider-Man in a way as well. They, which all makes sense, comic book characters, right? I think it looks pretty cool. Yeah, you did all right, Sean. You're safe today. You should see people cosplay Mystique. I simply cannot because I don't know where to look. Mystique as a Hitman style game would be amazing. Nice. No, I don't think I'll watch the extended gameplay trailer. You guys can go watch that on your own time. That was enough of a taster for me. And this is my point, is that it's so... Trailers are meant to hype people up. Trailers are meant to make people excited for whatever it is. This succeeded. So why are there so many that are so bad and so terrible and just make you doubt and question instead of going, whoa, that looks cool. I'll give that a crack. It did look Arkham Combat. Yeah, and that I think is a good thing too. It is indeed a Bulbasaur behind me. You want to watch the new trailer? I've already stuck it out. You're alive! Hi, BA. Okay, Insomniac Games did Ratchet and Clank, Spyro, and the newest Spider-Man games. That Spider-Man, because I haven't played Spider-Man nor Arkham, but it gave, I guess because it's more close combat is why I thought Arkham games, but there was something very Spider-Man-esque about the fighting, and if Insomniac did Spider-Man, that makes sense as well. I don't think his Arkham style looks hack and slash, which is massive. I think it's more just the like closing of the distance and things like that. Similar to Spider-Man, that makes sense. Hello, David. Hi. Keep smiling. Okay. Is this better? Are you happy that I am continuing to smile? I hope you're well as well, BA. It's good to hear from you. You seen the preview of the new Silent Hill game as well? That wasn't in State of Play though, right? That was much earlier. This trailer was so good, I'll watch the Hugh Jackman Wolverine movie today. That's so cute. Oh, actually, speaking of, we haven't chosen a movie for this weekend. So we should probably do that. I think I might watch Dodgeball, because I've been wanting to watch it for a while. Yeah, new Wolverine game. You got it. Huge Jacked Man. What else have we got here? I'll see if there's anything that feels relevant. Yeah, I've been wanting to watch it for a while, so that's what I'm leaning towards. Oh, we do have RoboCop on here. That's another big one for me. We've got the Jay and Silent Bob stuff too. We've got some Dracula stuff, but that doesn't feel very... We're not there yet. Yeah, RoboCop would be a classic, but I think that we'll have to do Dodgeball. So if you guys want to watch, make sure you're in the Discord. We'll watch that this weekend. PlayStation 3 Wolverine game was amazing. It was based on the Wolverine Origins movie, and it was a bloody mess. Yeah, but sometimes the ones like that can be so bad they're good. Hey. Oh no, guys! I think that since the Laufey trailer drop, I'm gonna have to really lean into this. I think we've got a new one. So ROA, I have been compared to Deborah Ann Woll, who's the actress, well before this trailer got dropped, and so I don't think that the hair. I really do think there's a similarity in the hair color, which is not going to help my case, and I've had a lot of people who are like, oh my god, you look like this, you look like that. And I think that Laufey is going to be the next one for who knows how long. So I guess we're going to have to make that cosplay, aren't we? Oh, a bloody mess. Not a bloody mess, but like it was a bloody mess. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, thank you, David. I think it'll be a thing for a while as well. I'll just have to lean into it, I suppose. Have you seen Dogma? Yes, yeah, we watched Dogma in the Discord movie nights a while ago, which is why we have some of the other ones ready to go. Goddess of Yap! Well, she's not meant to be a goddess, everyone. Keep that in mind. She's a Jotun. All right, friends, that's all for me today. I need to go eat some lunch because it is a little bit late for me to eat. But it has been a lot of fun. So thank you guys very much. I really, really enjoyed everything that we covered, and we covered a lot, and it was awesome. And I'm feeling much better for it. So thanks for hanging. Ooh, good luck, Benedict Arnold, for the speed dating event. All the best. Hopefully you find some connections. Nice to catch you briefly as well. And I'll see some of you guys tomorrow. If I do randomly not turn up tomorrow, then I'm just still working through the things that I am working through. But keep in mind, I am looking after myself. These are what these days off help me do, is to look after myself. Let's hear this one.
Hey mate. Just wanna say I'm proud of you for showing up today.
Thank you.
Shit's a bit cray at the moment, and I feel we need to remember to just try your best. Kiakaha.
I think that was a little bit better than what Brian usually does for Kiakaha. Thank you so much. But yes, I do appreciate that. Not streaming is looking after myself, exactly. And so if I don't stream, that is me looking after myself. And I know that you will appreciate me doing that so that we can have good streams when I do go live. But I really did appreciate today. So I'm happy. I'm happy as well. So thanks, guys. When I can't try my best, I try my worst. Who knows? Maybe we just need to flip the script. Who knows unless you try? Maybe it's not about trying your best, it's about trying something different, okay? Just getting yourself out of the rut, not the definition of insanity and whatnot. As long as you're trying, exactly. We don't need to put so much pressure on the best. Sometimes we just need to try, and then that in itself is trying the best. It's the best of the moment. It's all you got in the moment. You don't have to be the best, you just have to do your best. Cute. Good stream, everyone. Don't do anything half-assed. I use my whole ass. That is what we like to hear. All right, everyone. Thanks again, and I will see you when I see you. Hold on. Comment allez-vous? I can't remember what allez-vous is in English. Bonjour, or rather, bye. We're a biento. We are heading off now. But genuinely, thanks so much, everyone. I'll see you guys when I see you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you so much for spending some of your day with us today. All right, I'm done now. Bye.